Perfect. Perfect.
What is going on, everybody? As usual, my webcam seems to be mega slow. Let me go ahead and get that back on and off. But outside of that, bada boom. How are you, everybody? We doing okay? We're 0 and 4. It's tough living at the moment in Chicagoland. But you know what? We're as upbeat as we can be at this stage. Goodness gracious. What a trip. Let's see. What yeah, no. I actually tend to agree with you. What by the way, but we'll get there. Let's see. It is a good Tuesday. Yes, right. Quinn, I'm curious as to what you're gonna think as we just go through it. Look, that's not a secret hint or anything. Here's to me, Quinn, what I thought was a little scary. Just starting out with like let's start hot. Let's talk a little bit about Justin Fields. Um, it bothers me that in this game, as we go through the tape, you're probably not going to change your opinion of Fields. You're probably still going to think that he is an absolute dynamite thrower of the football. Probably. You're probably still going to think that he's an electric athlete with the ball in his hands. You're probably going to still think that he's very, very accurate when he wants to be. And you're probably still going to think that he struggles against zone coverage. And I don't know if that's a great thing. I mean, I don't know, right? That's the tough thing about being a tape analyst in a situation like, I don't know, this is you end up looking at game after game after game of losing in all kinds of these moments. And Draco, let me ask you this. What is the difference between saying extend JF1 after this game, given the last 3 games, compared to in 2019 with Mitch, right? Um, like after Lions games. Was it worth extending Mitch after those Lions games where the Bears would walk up and down the field and Mitch threw strikes left and right? And man, weren't those touchdowns sweet? Because this is kind of similar, if you ask me. Cody or Corey, I'm glad to have you. New England Bears fan, I don't know. Maybe he goes to Kansas City, but something in me doubts that. Maybe he ends up on Los Angeles. God knows the Chargers are losing receivers, what seems like left and right, and could probably use an extra guy. Forgive me if you see the yawns early and often. I am pretty underslept for this one, but that doesn't mean that we're going to lose any gas at all as we talk through this. Got my cup of energy sitting right next to me. But let's go ahead and just let's talk a little bit more. Like Austin, love to see you too. So first things first, just starting out, thank you to everybody who has jumped in and become a channel member. You guys have no idea how much that means. And if you are interested in supporting the channel, that really helps. Honestly, every dollar, it helps offset bills and expenses and just gives me that little bit of extra energy to continue attacking Bears content and content in general. And I mean, I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to toot my horn that often, but it's going to be hard to find better draft analysis than what you're going to find on this channel, because I really am going to pour over just all of the hours of tape for you, probably either way. But the more that we're able to do in terms of membership, the more we'll probably pivot. Like, anyways, if you got anything to spare, that really goes a long way. You have no idea. So within that, that's that. It's probably where I've got to start. And then moving back on to this game. It's funny to talk about this one after a quick turnaround. I mean, what a bummer it's got to be for Justin Fields and everybody surrounding him, because Fields has his best game without a doubt as a pro, and we are immediately moving on to a Thursday game that I think is going to challenge him quite a bit. I mean, I saw you talk earlier, Quinn, about personnel and let's see, that the Bears are the right place for JF1, but you still believe he has the talent. And I do tend to agree with you, which is positive. But it's funny watching this quarterback, if only because he's really good at really what he's really good at. And I don't think he's where he struggles pops up very clearly. But I mean, quarterbacks around the league are all limited. Burrow is very literally limited right now in terms of his cap or his calf. Wow. I don't know. It's funny. You look around the league, you see a guy like Jimmy G who can't handle pressure at all. You see a guy like Mac Jones who's getting benched for Bailey Zappi. It's problems going on in New England. The whole 2021 class, the 2021 quarterback class looks like it's under fire with Trevor Lawrence, the clear best one. Thank you so much, Elite Mike Shelley. Really great having you on. Thanks for shuffling with us. But so moving forward, it's like the quarterbacks around the NFL are having a rough go of it. I mean, Josh Allen started slow and then heated up. Patrick Mahomes is killing it. Tua Tagovailoa has been having a great year. Dak Prescott and Kirk Cousins have stepped their game up. But honestly, there's this like middle area where you can very confidently say Jordan Love is a top 25 quarterback, but that's not a positive because right now we're getting starts from Deshaun Watson, who's playing very poor, pretty doggone poorly. I'm trying to make sure, I guess, I don't throw too much flame because that's not really the point. It's like Zach Wilson starting, Desmond Ritter's starting, Mac Jones is struggling. Like, you can point at all kinds of quarterbacks all across the NFL, and it is wild to see the way that quarterback is shaping up in the NFL. It's like we talked about on different streams years ago that the top 10 quarterbacks is not going to look like what it used to look like. It used to look like the 10th best quarterback in the NFL was Matthew Stafford. Right now, Stafford's probably 6th best, and he's getting up there in age purely because the other names on the list are just falling off left and right. I mean, I don't think Russ plays particularly well in this game. Like this game that we're watching here, I don't think, let me see, the last times that I've watched, like, for instance, Baker. Baker plays a really good defense and the wheels fall off. He plays a poor defense and he looks awesome. Like, that's exactly what I see, John. Bimodal. Great way to put it. Haplo, I am curious. Like, because I tend to agree with you that when I watch Mac Jones, he seems to me like he's playing NFL quarterback and that the Patriots offense is just holistically unhealthy. But that's the big story, is that he got sat in the late third, and Belichick's reasoning was, well, I didn't see any reason to keep him out there. And then Robert Mays and Nate Tice talked about him rebelling, so to speak, rebelling within the offense. And I haven't had time to watch it, so I'm just taking their word at face value. Bunnery, I'm right there. I am also just so tired of. Jokes aside, the losing sucks. I mean, I tend to think that if you guys feel like I do, Allison, my wife, actually asked me, she goes, how on earth do you keep finding the energy to talk about another loss? I mean, this is surely going to be a short stream, right? And I'm like, well, we find a way. we're practiced at this point. I mean, we are really good, us fans, at handling the loss, I guess. Maybe we're really good sportsmen, and that's going to be our little trophy. We're going to look back and we're going to say, congratulations, Chicago. You did it. You did it. But outside of that, I mean, it's a funky little game that we have to talk about today because it's way better than the last one. I mean, it's way better than the last one. And the other thing, John, that doesn't help anything, because you mentioned that we will not know how to discuss a win. It doesn't help anything that right now. Okay, so let's take let me put a little poll in here. I think I can do polls, right? Let's see, engage, start a poll. The question is, at the end of the season, boom, we'll start that poll. And there you go. So I have a feeling that this poll is going to be an overwhelmingly one-sided question. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a surprise, as a matter of fact. The problem is that the moment that you say yes to that, the season's effectively over. I mean, right? because a new head coach is going to come in. We're going to get a new defensive coordinator by default. We're going to get a new offensive coordinator in all likelihood, and we're going to get a brand new head coach. Okay, so we're going to start over with another scheme. It may be similar, but it won't be exactly the same. To that, I say thank God on both offense and defense. But it also means that you're going to see a revolving door of personnel again. I mean, it's a brutal cycle that the Bears are in, because I think we'd all agree. Let's see, we've got 35 votes at the current moment, and we've got an 89, now it's 90% rate of yes. And I don't even think that that's going to be, I don't even think that's reactionary in this case. Lorenzo, it's not a trick question per se. It's more to say that within, and that's why I said at the end of the season, right? And we'll see what happens. Let's see. Oh, I like that, Kevin. But it's more to say that when you look at this Bears season, the big problem I think all of us are having, look, I'll look you in the eyes, and I bet you're going to sympathize with this, or probably, right? All I want, the Bears have beaten me into a point where all I want is an 8-ish win team one of these days, consistent 8-ish win team that is relevant, that when they play an NFL game, it's not weird to see the Bears winning for moments. I mean, let's put it this way. You know that old expression people use where they say, "Oh yeah, Andy Reid was playing chess while Matt Eberflus played checkers." That has been the last 2 years. And as a tape analyst who's going through and trying to show you guys how cool the chess game is, let me tell you, it's not particularly exciting when I end up looking back and saying, let me find a good little defensive example. At least one. There are plenty, unfortunately. I've got two right here. We'll go one from slightly earlier in the game and then one from the very end. And we'll talk more defense later. All right, so if this is the rep I think that it is, right? What defense are they in? Boom, freeze frame. What defense are the Bears going to be in? Right? Pre-snap. This is a 1st and 15. The Broncos had just taken a penalty. So this is 1st and 15, right? And it's a long down, technically, but would you believe it? The Bears are in exactly what it looks like. It's cover 2. They don't even move. And so what do the Broncos do? Well, finally, after a lot of prodding, because Sean Payton, for some reason, really wanted to fight this, but the Broncos run a basic 1-2 route that would have split a cover 3 corner, and then they have a little smoke route right here. Like, literally, this guy's just going to sit and wait. And as the route resolves, he just darts forward, catches the ball, and boom. 1st and 15, 2nd and 4. They score on this drive, right? And then you fast forward to later in the game, huge 3rd and 9 opportunity, right? Actually, it wasn't. So we've got an incompletion. Then it's 3rd and 9. What are the Bears running? Right? Thank God we at least have a corner relatively pressed up. But yeah, they're in cover 2 again. And what happens on this play? Brisker just gets his face crossed. I want you guys to watch this one in slow motion, because I'd love to tell you that there's like a bunch of defensive tape to this, or chess matches, right? There's not really a whole lot of chess match to, we know they're running cover 2, just curl behind their linebacker and in front of the safety, because what's he going to do about it, right? And it's a sweet throw. Honestly, Russ, like fitting it between the zones. This is how you attack zone coverage, with a sweet throw. And frankly, it's pretty NFL normal. But 3rd and 9, right? The score at the moment, if memory serves, is 14 to, it's 14 to 28. This is a huge drive to stave off momentum. And it is just left and right. Like, the coaching difference between the Bears and a standard NFL team feels like an ocean gap. And I mean, there are teams out there, just like the Patriots, that get annihilated, right? By a good team like Dallas. The Bears, they got annihilated by a team like Kansas City. And what I would give for the Bears to just be competitive, with some of those teams. Not necessarily like the Jets nights, because while that's fun and competitive, it's a I don't know. I would like to win some games, but that can't surprise anybody. You're watching this channel, you're a Bears fan, just like I am. And while you're probably a student of the game, while we all love football, we want to see the Bears succeed. And you hit a point where you're 0-4. So in 2023, we're 0-4. In Flu's tenure, we are 3 and what is that? 7, 18? 3 and 18? 3 and 18. We have lost our last 14, and we're probably, at least some people in this chat are just hoping that they lose the next probably win one, just so that we're not quite the Lions or the Browns, but outside of that, lose enough that it's a foregone conclusion Flus is fired, that you end up with top picks in the draft. Because the scary part about where the Bears are right now is that it is so bad that I don't know how it gets better without at least starting with a Flus firing. And if we're going to start with a Flus firing, it doesn't really matter about it doesn't really matter what happens in the next 14 games. Let me use an example, okay? So Tyreek Stevenson, I think it is borderline malpractice that that Tyreek Stevenson, a press man corner, is being asked to just constantly spot drop into zone just like this. Why would you take somebody so long and so athletic and make him play out of a half turn and rally tackle? What good is he doing here, right? So over the next 13 games, Tyreek Stevenson will have the opportunity to slowly but surely develop as a spot drop zone corner, which I hope to see him never play again, right? So the development that Stevenson will get is, I'm sure it's not nothing. It's a year's NFL experience, but I would argue he's practically playing out of position. And so with him playing effectively out of position, what experience is he really going to get for when the Bears inevitably switch defensive styles next year? I don't know. And if I sound like a doomer to you, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. It's more that in watching this Bears team, I'm frustrated with their future direction. Now, somebody said, and I completely agree with you, as a matter of fact. Let's see. I'll close the poll for now. That somebody mentioned, Dark Wolf, forget about the last 14 games, and it's not too bad. Yes, I actually totally agree with you. I very much vibe with that. But we can't. I have an absolute minimum of 13 more streams this season, and we're going to find fun things to talk about, without a doubt. But games like this make me frustrated because on offense, if Fields plays well, people buy stock back in. And then when everybody gets so excited about something going well, they almost lose sight of the picture. Like, I'm excited that Fields had his day, truly. Fields cracked 300 yards. Fields had 4 touchdown passes. This rules for him. I'm very excited for him. The Bears losing is a huge bummer, but he's a big part of it. Not like he's a big part of it as in it's all his fault. But you have to remember that the Bears started the game. So they started the game with, I think they started with a touchdown drive. Let me see. No. So they started the game with a stop. Let's go drive chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh man, I suck. Point is, they started with a stop. They scored 4 straight touchdown drives, not counting the Hail Mary drive at the end of the first half. And then on the next 4 drives at the end of the year, at the end of the game, the offense fell apart. Like, they ran into the mud. They actually scored on themselves at one point, and then the Bears lost the game by 3. Unfortunately, for as excited as I am for Justin Fields, that's a huge loss. And is it the defense's fault? Yeah, duh. But the defense gave up 24 points as the Bears lost 31-28. So either Fields scored 21 points because we're going to subtract the 7 that got allowed to the defense, or we're going to pat the defense on the head for their second best defensive outing of the game. Neither makes me feel good. The point is that losing sucks, and the point of the sport is to win. And the moment that we start separating, hey, he threw 330 yards and 4 touchdowns, and that's awesome. And we didn't beat the worst defense in DVOA charting history. Does everybody in the chat know that? Like, let me pull this up on Twitter purely because it's pretty wild. So let me see. Denver defense. So the Denver Broncos, according to the guy who does DVOA, is the worst defense ever tracked through 4 games. And that's tracking all the way back to 1981. So they, for instance, have all these different defenses listed. And that's right. You're seeing that this defense is worse than the 2008 Detroit defense. Now, there's another thing that you'll notice if you take a look on this DVOA chart, right? And this is how DVOA works. Basically, the higher the number, the worse you are, right? The 10-ish defenses listed here, you'll notice that none of them, save the 2016 Detroit defense, the 2016 Detroit defense, are within the last 15-ish years. And why does that matter? That it just effectively means that this performance, while exciting, is, you have to give it a grain of salt. And as we go through the film, I think you'll see why. And I'm not saying, I actually don't know. That's a good question. Why there's an asterisk here. So we're on the same page. I don't know why. But the main thing I think I'm trying to take you through is just, it's a really exciting day for Fields. As we watch the tape, this is going to stand out. We've made a lot of fun of the MJ50. Hope you're doing well. Rates went up again. Separate conversation. So you're going to be amazed at how bad this Broncos tape looks. I think as a Bears fan, watching the offense, I am blown away. At how bad this defense is. Like, Flus's defense, amazingly, is better than this. And you'll see why. I mean, so, Akusai, we made Denver slightly better, 1% better, basically. I'm not surprised. Let's see. I'm with you, Haplo, that ultimately we need to fix the D-line. If we can re-sign Jalen Johnson, I would love to. Jason, the good news is I don't think the Bears will trade Andrew Billings. It just doesn't make sense. Like, Andrew Billings is not only balling, but so Andrew Billings is balling, but also he plays a core position, defensive line, specifically, obviously, that nose tackle position that'll work in any defense. Like, there's not a defense where Andrew Billings just like doesn't fit. And Trebro, unfortunately, yeah. I mean, let's get into the tape. Let's get into the tape, and then everybody will see it. It's a little more obvious that way. Austin, who do we get to replace Flus? I don't know. Normally, you get interim hires in these cases. Normally, you'd ask the DC to run the team. And then, look at this. The DC is already gone. So, I don't really know who's going to run the Bears. You tell me. But it is wild to just think of this hole that the Bears have dug for themselves. And Trebro, hey, the good news is Justin Fields. Okay, so let's do one more stats thing. I know we're a little distracted, but let's go NFL Next Gen Stats. If you haven't seen this, it is really cool. To just see that, let me see. Fields. What is this? Week 4. Here's the passing chart for Justin Fields' week 4. But the main thing I really wanted you to see is this sweet plus 18.1% completion percentage over expectation. Fields was balling. Like, the throws that he hit were exceptional. And we attacked the middle of the field. There are so many things that you're going to see that Fields did legit better. His drop pace looks better. His anticipation looks a little better. His ability to hit a throw and certainly to get the ball out of his hands took a step forward. Like, there's a lot of really cool things that I thought happened within this game. But at the same time, John, and granted, I don't have JT's Patreon. And if I did, I didn't have the 2 hours to watch his breakdown this time. Like this week in particular, just given the quick turnover, means you got to bump up podcasts. We got to bear with us episode that's dropping tomorrow morning. That we recorded at like 4 today. But even within that, while I am, John, very excited about a lot of the things that the Bears did, they kind of dusted off the 2022 playbook in a lot of ways, and Denver let them do it. And that's good. We like we like being able to move the ball. But if you're hearing me, because now I'm just worried that I sound repetitive. Let me get the text change. The big problem that I have is that I don't know if it's replicable, right? It's exciting that it worked, basically. But let's just dig into the game and you'll see it. We'll try to find an organized way to go about this. Let's see. That is not the Bears offense, is it? So that's going to be week. Goodness. 4. Let's go Bears. Oh. What happened to the Bears offense? There it is. Yeah, the Fields movie this week was Patreon only, and that's totally fine. I mean, especially after weeks and weeks and weeks of the Bears becoming some of his highest viewed content, I don't blame him. But so, anyways, let's get to it. Yeah, here we go. The mechanics part was absolutely better. So, for instance, there's some fun stuff within these designs. I appreciate the way that they approached a lot of this. Like, we get a basic 2-receiver formation. It felt as if, to some degree, Luke Getsy was able to simplify the offense, in part because he didn't have 3 receivers to feed. So instead of attempting to feed 3 receivers, they just tried to feed 2. You get a nice little, not quite full house, but like these are 2 tight ends, right? You've got a little bit of pistol and 2 tight ends flanking you with a running back in the backfield. It's nice. And so you're able to run a quick little bootleg that involves you just smoking Zach Allen up front. Like, look at this. I think it's hilarious just watching Kmet get in here and bang. Take a little air out of the guy's balloon. Get the ball to Robert Tonyan. Get upfield. Pick up a first down. Nice and easy. Now, ultimately, it's a rollout, right? Like, there are an amazing amount of these play action rollout designs that the Bears are going to break out. And they're awesome. They're just completely connected to the running game. And when you need to throw, I don't know, maybe some people will feel like that's getting too hung up on things. But so from there, let's see, Donald, it's not hard for Tonyan to have his best game as a Bear. All he's got to do is go 60 minutes doing something positive and nothing absurdly negative. I appreciate this little, it's not an RPO. It doesn't look like an RPO at the very least. And Lucas Patrick is getting smoked up front. But you know what? If quick little rhythm throws are what we need to do to get ourselves in rhythm, then hell yeah, let's do it. But so one thing to note, because this is the key, watch the Broncos defense and what it is that they're trying to do. And so within that, the Broncos are basically going to play the entire game, certainly the first half, in various forms of man coverage. Here, they're going to have this safety roll down, this safety roll up, and they're going to play penny front up front with everybody else in man. And this is a great start to the game. Quick throw, boom. We like it. It's as easy as you're going to find, too. Like, we love easy. If I ever say something's easy, that's not intrinsically a poor thing. It's not. Because most other teams certainly seem to have it easy against Chicago. And we like it for them, too. Was Mahomes beating the Bears difficult? That's kind of the point. That's why we railed against it so much. Easy is easy. We like easy. Like you're saying, Akusai, I thought it was almost as if DJ Moore took it extremely personally, the different ways that everybody went after his one drop of the season. Worth remembering, in that same game, later in the game, DJ Moore pulls down a one-handed grab that nobody really cares about because, to be honest, the drop earlier in the game was way more important. At least the game was still vaguely in hand. This game, he pulled down everything. Like everything. The guy's awesome. I think he's awesome anyways. Um, let's see. Does it surprise me that we don't run out of the I formation? Not really, if only because running out of the I can be a little bit telegraphed, and there are a lot of different ways to do things. It is hilarious to me as a disliker of the quarterback run game, the different ways that the quarterback run game did not work. In this one, especially given that once I don't think you can kill this play once you see that the motion isn't carrying anybody, but pulling DJ Moore across the field and taking nobody out of the Detroit or out of the Denver personnel grouping here basically made it to where suddenly the Bears had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you might feel like you have a hat on a hat, and that's going to go great until nobody gets the second level to stop these guys. So once Herbert turns upfield and doesn't really make a block, and who's this? Larry Borum loses the kickout block over here against whoever that is. This play is over, and Fields is taking a free hit. So there you go. Like when you say it's got a reverse jet option, does it really? Can you reverse this? Let's see. Maybe, Donald, but I don't think it's an option, and it's certainly not something you're anticipating. Yeah, it's not an option. You just go. I don't think the Bears need this like heavy dose of quarterback run game that everybody is constantly telling themselves that they do. It's a sweet scalpel here and there, if you ask me, but it doesn't need to be an every down hammer. I appreciate the fact that we're getting into quads, right? So that's 1 and then 4 on this side. This is a great way to overload the defense. And it generally will expose what they're running, at least to some degree. And in that, it looks like the Bears wanted to do a draw, or maybe it's like a draw spear screen, and Fields gets smoked because who's that? Is that Nate Davis? Let's see. So Davis leaves and Zach Allen just jumps it, and nobody blocks 42. I don't really know what happened here, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know quite how these like situations. I don't know how bluffs and draws are supposed to handle defenders that just blast through the line of scrimmage. Because whether this is play action or not, 42 is just coming straight for Fields. He's right to do so, and he hunts Fields down. There's not really anything that Fields is gonna do about it. And I'm not expecting him to. Maybe Nate Davis needs to come out wider to hit 42, but because like what the you can see that that's what he's supposed to do. But also when he comes through, like Nate Davis, he's expecting to slice directly behind the offensive line and hit a 42 that's at least surfing the edge instead of somebody who's so far behind him that the rep is over before it started. So, like you're saying, Reinhardt, I think maybe lacking reps is a good way to put this, but you don't really know. And then why do you pull the right side with no back? Because so this is bash is what it's called. Basically, you're running like what I've seen called GT counter bash. So that's your guard and your tackle. When people say GT, it is guard tackle. That's it. So GT counter and then bash means back away from the run. So if there was a back here, pretend Khalil Herbert's standing there, right? The fact that the quarterback would be you'd have the back here, you'd have the back come across Fields' face, and then you'd have the GT hit this way so that Fields, in effect, is in the direction of the run. But why would the edge scrape? I don't know. I have no idea, new poster. To me, this is one of those designs where when it doesn't work, you go, why did we think this would work? But I'm sure it's worked for somebody. At least I have to say that, right? Then on 3rd and 16, we get Fields' first throw of the game, and it's nice. Now, we'll go through all the different pieces of it. I think it is awesome to see the way Fields rips this, and look at the improvement in his footwork. I don't know what happened, but this is so much faster. Look at that. Snap, pop, 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 pop. Is that 7 full steps? Does he seriously take 7 steps there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sure, but it'll do. Now, could we throw this a little bit sooner? I don't know. You be the judge. We're I am only being a butthole about this because there are so many people so excited. I think it's cool to be excited, but a lot didn't change. As cool as a lot of the mechanics were, a lot of things looked pretty much the same. This is why you go get DJ Moore though, so that he can break, still be open, still be open, still be open, make you a catch for like 15 yards. I think the pistol rules new poster. But so this is against Patrick Surtain too. It's a really good corner and a really good route. Let's see. The back with hold DE, giving the DE, like instead you do, yeah, pretty much. G Station, I am really surprised that they did that without a back, but that's how it goes. Akusai, Moore's really good, and Surtain in particular is exactly the kind of guy who's going to struggle against it. But great operation element from Justin Fields. I mean, what is this? Like pop, 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 pop in the pocket. You really don't need a quarterback coach to be a quarterback coach, in my opinion, to see that Fields looked way, way stronger. And Demtrick, we certainly hope so. Let me shoot off a quick text message. Sliding in the pocket is, what do we call this sliding in the pocket? Let's see. It looks kind of like a crow hop, if you ask me. And I only say that because I've been watching so much college film lately. And for better or for worse, I did. Or like I am. And so I'm starting to, I don't know, I'm seeing a bunch of different quarterbacks, not just in college. I mean, I'm doing this in the pros too. But it's wild just watching different pocket mechanics because they look all kinds of different. Another thing that is hard to tell. So this looks almost like it's dagger. Just because you've got a big seam route right here and then the in breaker. A lot of times you'd run dagger with a clear out route there and then this, but kind of like you're talking about New England, one thing to monitor, if everybody in here would just monitor it with me, is it feels as if DJ Moore is the obvious read number one on this play. And it's where we go with the ball. And so we'll count through this as we get through Fields' different pass attempts. This is a sweet throw. This is a hard throw. Mentally, Denver lining up in this really soft man coverage look makes this as easy as DJ Moore is going to get. And all you got to do is keep the safeties uninvolved, which Fields totally does with his eyes. Big kudos to the way that he holds on this route to keep 32 staring directly at Darnell Mooney and not closing down on DJ Moore. We like that. Great throw. Like somebody mentioned, this is where DJ Moore lands, and he would need nearly inhuman body, like maybe Moore thinks that if he dove forward, he could get to the magical yellow marker. But I wouldn't be shocked if Moore thinks that maybe if he gets around the outside, he's got a touchdown. And so he tries to make it there. By the time he gets stalled by 27, the rest of the DBs all catch up over the top, and it's screwed, right? Prabat, there's a little bit of that. I mean, we'll have to get through the whole game, if only because I do think there's a part of me. I like citing my bias, just so that when I'm wrong, you guys can call me out on it, right? But at least in my opinion, there is also a part of me that wants to see Fields good at, or get better at the things we already thought he needed to get better at, instead of improving the things that weren't wrong in the first place. Let's go through a few. Pocket timing, like the feet thing that we've talked about now a couple times this season, that is new. That is a new bad thing. So getting back to quicker pocket tempo, that's good. That's we're back to normal now, right? Throwing and hitting an open man, that's expected. He did that last year. That looked just like that throw he made against the Packers to Chase Claypool. Remember where Chase Claypool ran, what was that? A dig route, boom, just like that. And then let me see, how did I don't remember how I switched this, but I can. apparently. Anyways, so we knew he could make that throw. It's not the throw that's the question. It just felt as if it didn't happen a lot this game. But that's okay. That's okay because we do get a bunch of sweet throws throughout the day. Let's keep going. This is the next drive, and this is really where the Bears start to heat up. So we get this short motion. I'm a big fan of short motion. Short motion on passing concepts is a good thing, but motion right now is hard not to be a fan of because as long as you know what you're doing, which is just showing a little bit of what the defense is doing, in this case, 27 walks with the ESB, you don't get a great visual of whether or not they're in man coverage. But with this guy lined up right here, either he's sitting in zone with this guy popping over the top of his head or something else is happening. But a lot of the times the Bears will use motion on runs. Weirdly enough, all across the league, a lot of people are kind of giving their runs away with the motion that they use. Lorenzo, are you saying live as in like as you can't wait to see it on Thursday? But so Bears run just a basic little slice. Khalil Herbert charges up the field. Moving on. Mooney fell down. Yeah, he got knocked down. Bummer for Mooney. 2nd and 7. Lot of motion on this one. And you could see a little zone tell very early. Honestly, I am surprised, Reinhardt, just because Valor's got 3 snaps, and I feel like him running a bunch of these deep options would make an awful lot of sense. But that's fine that they don't. So really great route by Mooney here. This is another one of those plays where, vaguely speaking, everybody's open. Yeah, John, it is sweet, isn't it? But so Mooney is running what I imagine. It's totally just your boy's guess here, is functionally the same route that Kmet ran earlier in the game or later in the game. This, to me, is part of where the interception gets so just a little weird, right? Because the way Mooney runs this like middle snag route to Moore's and Moore over here is just going to run a hitch, has me thinking that if this was true zone over the middle, Mooney just keeps running, right? Maybe he doesn't. Maybe this is a sit route either way. But the way Mooney runs it certainly makes it look like he's supposed to get to that spot, sell the over, and once he gets this defender to break on the route that certainly looks like it's about to happen, he then pulls it back. And Fields throws this thing really well. He sees Mooney breaking down, so we get a little bit of little A anticipation. Crow hops into it and rockets the ball. A little high, but who cares? Like, at the end of the day, I'm very a catch is a catch. So I'm certainly not going to get upset. Looks like we've got Plain Jane first down. Nice thing is, if somehow Mooney wasn't open, DJ Moore totally is. Damari Mathis, number 27, is not a very good corner. Not a very good corner. And Moore runs right by him, gets into this part of the zone. The safety doesn't collapse down. He'd have been fine too. This throw is sweet. The behind view of it's awesome too. We also get our first feature. I think you're right, John. Watching his body language right here, it looks like Fields nearly thinks he missed it. Armando, thank you so much. Let me know if I put the wrong. Let me know if I put the wrong link in there. Is the link to Robert Schmitz or is it to Run Pass Opinion? Let me know. But so I wouldn't say a lot Peyton rules, but he's high on occasion. But so it is funny seeing Fields' little hop where it almost looks like he thinks he missed it. But Darnell Mooney goes up against the ball. Hell yeah. Also, big kudos to Nate Davis. Bang. Right here. Where 64 is going to take on a one-on-one block. And he looks like what Ja'Tyre Carter looked like in the preseason, in the real season. I love this. This shot right here is awesome to me. Where a Bears offensive lineman, let alone a guard, looks as if he has actively fought his guy off to the point where 92 loses his balance and Nate Davis is fully in command. I love it. Thank you, Spectre. Let's see. Darno Wright does just stand there menacingly, doesn't he? He just short sets, pops his guy, says, "Yeah, you better run. Yeah, you better." Next up, 1st and 10. At snap motion rules. It is wild. It just looking at this, it's wild how often the Bears are using motion, because now I'm watching the tape like a fifth time and it's really sticking to me how often the motion is on a run play, because that motion right there is awesome. Like this is something Miami does. You can learn about this in Bobby Peters's latest book within my within the Miami offense, but they call it soda, where basically you have Mooney motion out to here and then charge up the field, and then you can have DJ Moore run some other route. Sometimes you can have the two. Sometimes you can have the two cross. You can do all kinds of things with that, and it shifts these corners' rules as the play basically gets started. So forces some communication and can create some problems. It's ultimately a zone read that it looks to me like the Broncos just scrape exchange, where they're going to have 5 crash running back. They're going to have 49 scrape over the top. Basic stuff that you do against college rushing threats, and 49 plays it really, really well. Fields tries to get upfield, but I don't know what tackling courses it took. I don't know what tackling courses that these linebackers took, but Fields' plant and drive upfield has not landed so far this season. I couldn't tell you why, nor am I going to try to. That's going to be somebody who's better skilled in biomechanics. But new poster, it does kind of feel like after Getsy watched Miami posterize this same defense, it clicked with him that he needed to use like a real offense. And another thing I do think helped. Okay, so I am not about to tell you that I think Equanimeous St. Brown is the key to anything. What I am about to tell you is that I worry, or I wonder aloud whether 3 receivers all demanding snaps was part of the problem over the last 3 weeks. Because now with ESB, you can play him exactly as little as you want to, and he ain't going to have no problem with it. You can pull out all your Kari Blazing game, all your 2 tight end, all your 3 tight end, all your whatever formations you want to pull out, and everybody's going to be fine with it now, because you don't have this guy, number 10, that would stand here and blow a block for you, meaning that you can get back to a lot of the wide run calls, like it tangenting a little. All of the Claypool drama makes me wonder, and the way that they pivoted the offense within once ESB came back into the offense has me wondering whether they weren't running tosses and other things like that because they didn't think that Claypool could hit his block, which to me seems ridiculous. Like that seems to me the like cutting off your nose to spite your face to some degree, that you would not run the running plays that are going to make your run game sing because you're so worried about your receiver blocking it appropriately. Like to me, that seems like a whole separate problem that you have to solve. But it is bizarre to me that the offense seemed to schematically open up a good bit after ESB leaves. Maybe it just took 3 undressings. I mean, it's always going to be hard to know, right? Because it's so funny, Reinhardt, that you mentioned ESB is just a better version of Claypool. ESB is just a compact tight end, like a compact blocking tight end. ESB might as well be Mercedes Lewis in plenty of ways. We're fine with that. I am. That's what he's good at. It's still weird to me, just saying, that they couldn't just have ESB active. Why did he have to be inactive like the whole time? Was Claypool going to be that mad if ESB got some snaps? But I don't know. I have no idea. But let's see. I got you, Spectre. Like, it does feel sometimes like ESB's doing Tanyan's job. Let's keep rolling. Because there's plenty more throws, and a lot of them are super, super sweet. Looks like this has to be a straight handoff purely because Fields doesn't look at the guy. Unless he's looking at him and I'm not seeing it. But Herbert charges up the field, doesn't get much. Yeah, we need to activate Velus Jones just so, John, we can give him 3 snaps. But hey, I mean, Velus got his first down, which we're totally cool with. This is an absolute man alignment like very clearly from the Broncos perspective, this guy looks like he's going to blitz. Not saying he definitely will, but you can see right here that the way the Broncos are spaced is a clear man indicator. So on 3rd and 6, Fields is going to get to wide receiver 2, and boom, we've got a conversion. Now what's the play, right? It looks to me like a pick play that you can run out of a bunch set, which is neat. I wouldn't exactly call it dagger. I've seen stuff like this called Omaha before, but honestly, this would send me back to my books to look for something. It doesn't really matter, right? But it seems as if DJ is we'd call it an alert, and then Mooney is the one. Why am I pointing this out? Because Fields kind of hangs on more for a little while. At least it seems that way. I don't know why it takes him as long as it does to get to. Oh, wait. Let me see Moore's route again. Gotcha. So it's probably Sale. So it looks like Moore curls his route at the top, meaning that chances are it's at least imitating Sale, and Fields wants the longer completion. At least that's what I would assume. But Moore gets jammed up pretty bad. The moment that he does, the moment this shallower DB takes Moore, bench switch. I like that, Reinhardt. Thank you. Mooney is really open, and he's still really open. And now we throw the ball. And it's a good thing that that he's so open that this DB takes so long to get there, purely because we needed a while to get to him. It is Moore's a killer, and I love the Madden talk. Honestly, I do. It's possible that this is an option route, but Mooney runs this like he's, in my opinion, running an out route. Just runs it well. Let's see. In that case, let's see that makes sense to me. I'll take it, New England. If Kurt Warner thinks it's an option route, then sure, probably an option route. But it gets us what we need at the end of the day. He's got to wait to see where. It also, frankly, explains a little bit of the lack of anticipation, to be honest with you, because instead of literally knowing where Mooney's going, he literally doesn't. And so he sees Mooney break out, figures exactly where he's going, releases the ball. Bears pick up a 4th down or a 3rd down, and we get an option route if that's the case. See, I didn't even pick that up because I'm much more accustomed to the option skip release. It's where I need to see more tape. To be honest, always can use more tape and more people explaining things. I'll take it every time one of these quarterbacks can give us a little bit more information. Also, the Bears handle a stunt in plenty of cases. He thinks Mooney took the wrong option. That's hilarious. Does he think Mooney should have gone inside? Like, boom, like this? Is that the thought? Because Mooney can't. I wouldn't say Mooney's wrong. He's silly open, but that's hilarious. It does, new poster, but I've also no, you're right. If anything, that has me wondering if we see way more option routes than we think. See, this is why it's so core to have to have quarterback coaches go through and watch everything, because they're going to pick up, frankly, plenty more than I am most of the time. I'll do my best. 4th and 1. Oh, we didn't get it because we came back for the ball too far. It is always bizarre to me how slow the Bears are when they line up for this. Like they go, what is this? They go in. You can clearly see Kmet go hut, and go on the second one. But I mean, take a look at the first hut. First hut, the linebacker isn't there yet. The second one, he and these 2 defenders are all lined up. It works. Like, this is cool. But it's wild to me that they run it so slow. And like you're saying, Reinhardt, they do it vaguely on purpose. Yeah, wouldn't it be, Spectre? I thought the toss to Fields is awesome. Dark Wolf, you're trying to take a hit off the back of your quarterback. So the whole reason, for what it's worth, actually in this case, I thought they did, new poster, do a little bit of tush pushing. Like right there, Herbert and Fields come in and shove him over the line. For what it's worth, the play doesn't make no sense. Here's the whole idea of it. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. So with Fields and Herbert and shotgun, what do you have on this defense, right? So take a look and remember how things change. What's going on? Where is the advantage, right? The advantage is that the linebackers are way off. This actually has a point. If you have your guy come in, get up under the center and quick snap it correctly, you can get your hats on all these defensive linemen without the linebackers getting in the way. So you can basically go body on body and be one of the forces pushing up behind them. When you do it on 2, like maybe you'll catch a jump, but the moment you do that, you let everybody start to fill the gaps. You snap this sooner rather than later, and you should be able to run through that gap very, very quickly. And Reinhardt, I get what they're hoping for. Doing it on 2 makes obvious sense. It's more that I would argue the whole positive of this play is a quick snap potential. But hey, it works. We love it when something works. And like you're saying, Dark Wolf, it the theory makes sense. The practice is a whole separate thing. This play, we killed something. I love killing to a toss run, get guys in space, and rip it. If he isn't pushing, John, I love it. Anything worth noting here? Davis gets out in space. Patrick is fine. Darnell Wright gets, I wouldn't call it worked. That's all in space. It's just a whole melee of bodies. Good little first down run. I love toss action stuff. It's what the Bears did a ton of last year. You're going to get a couple gashes here and there, and you certainly do throughout this game. But so, then what is this? 2nd and 7. They boot. They get everything they could possibly want. Mooney into wide open space. Throw is easy. Curiously enough, Fields comes out of this one with the same angle. He'll come out of this boot later in the game. But what totally works on this play is that despite the fact that there's a relatively solid amount of, let me see, it looks like they call some match. It's either man or it's match. I think that they do a lot of match throughout this game because as Kmet runs whatever route this is, this safety is going to ride with him. But so you get Mooney with a linebacker chasing him, and this guy is taken altogether out of the play. And so, boom. As easy as you could ask. Let's see. Is there any specific? Nah, Mooney and, what is this? Mooney and Blazing Game are just trying to avoid each other, which I always think is kind of hilarious. How you doing, John? Good to have John Harbaugh in the chat. And then, easy pitch and catch. Mooney gets upfield. Easy yards are easy, and we like them. I do think it's a little funny that so many people are saying that they feel like this is completely new, if only because I feel like the Bears have been running stuff like this for quite some time. I'm interested for everybody who's in the chat and watched JT O'Sullivan's video. What did he think was, quote, so new that it felt as if it was a new play caller? Purely knowing what you know about the Bears and what they did in 2022. I'm not going to disagree with a soul that would say that the current 2022 or 2023 offense has felt underbaked, especially within the run game. But as far as the passing concepts go, it felt like there's a lot of this stuff that they've tried to run before, but I love the addition of an option play because I think Fields is good at them. Like Fields, to me, plays much better when you're able to prescribe the read a little bit. And that's okay, right? Like this play. I think this is this one. Oh, yeah. Boom. Let's see. Because on this play, the Bears are going to do the only thing that's ever made sense, and they're going to motion DJ Moore from one side to another. And the moment you see this corner come with him, you know it's man, right? And yeah, the college touchdown, which is funny you say that at Kusai because the slot fade is a favorite of Fields' from OSU. But so within this, it's like you've got a man matchup, and we did this in the preseason too, right? Because when he sees DJ Moore, one-on-one in man coverage, he's going to sit on this read, and dadgummit, he's going to throw it. He does. I mean, snap comes, we're quick through our delivery, pop, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, crow hop, get the ball out, and boom, snipe. Also, DJ Moore undresses his man, but that's a whole separate thing. Let's go through that part now, because this is awesome. DJ Moore sells the vertical really well. Basically, all he does, because DJ Moore does a lot of really simple movements within his route running. Honestly, if you called him an uncomplicated route runner, I wouldn't blame you. He's literally just going to sell vertical until he sees his corner's hips motion up, and then he's going to break out the other side and put this guy in a blender. That's exactly what happens. So charge forward, see the hips open up, hard plant the other way, use your physicality, dump the guy on the ground, and now go make a play on the football. Could have put the football nearly anywhere. I mean, Moore actually extends his catch radius really well to pull this ball down, if you ask me. And I mean, we've all seen the replay. It's probably not a touchdown, but I don't really care because it's rad. Let me see. What did you say, John? More moving pockets, quarterback runs, and some route concept combinations is the main things that JTO raved about. Hey, QB runs, I'm glad he's so excited about him. To me, as awesome as they are on the whiteboard, I think Anthony Richardson has now entered concussion protocol twice. Fields has had a litany of injuries, and I struggle to look at those over the course of... So here's my thing. Sir Lord, it does not. When I look at the quarterback run game, I think of treating every game like it's a sprint and not treating the season like it's a marathon. I think that's the best way I could put this. People describe, if you ask any of the wives and girlfriends of NFL players, they describe their husband playing in a football game as being in multiple car crashes nearly every week. There's so much violence within these games. And so to me, subjecting your quarterback to quarterback run game, while I understand a bunch of football players would look and say, oh, come on, it's football, right? I tend to look back and say, why are we subjecting our guy to more car crashes, especially if we're just making this blanket assumption that he's going to have to take a bunch of hits. I am so happy for the people that love this. And hey, it's sweet when it works. It's sweet when it works. When you call an 11-on-11 quarterback run and your guy slashes through the defense and ends up picking up 11 yards and then goes down on an ankle tackle, that is awesome. HGNJ, you get one there. That's it. You said it 4. Sorry, man. Let's see. Let's see. Should be a lot more like. Thank you. New poster. I think that's brutal. While I get what you're saying, not prioritizing long-term durability purely because of future concerns seems just brutal to me. But so, regardless of where you think the ball is, it is awesome to see Fields hit the back of his drop, crow hop forward, and release the ball. It's a good enough ball. Also, I think this is a great example of Darnell Wright being Darnell Wright in the best of ways. And I think Cole Kmet, no, he just hard chips his guy. Wright grabs the shoulder pads and basically fist fights him. Like, at the end of the day, watch this in slow motion because I think it's hilarious. Do you want to know why it's not a hold? It's entirely because Darnell Wright latches his arms right there and then just keeps him in place. I remember I was watching an NFL referee talk about the Jets holding play that everybody mentioned, and he said, or the referee, I think it was a former NFL referee, said, if you've got the strength to keep the guy in front of you, then no, we're not going to call holding because, frankly, the defensive lineman should have fought harder. And that's a lot of what Wright does. He just basically wrestles, like out wrestles the guy. And that's like, in this case, he's just holding him in place embodying him, right? Big fan of what Darnell Wright's doing. I would pick him again and again and again, even if it doesn't work out. I mean, regardless of what happens in the future, the Bears having a tackle makes everything easier. I mean, everything easier. Like, let's look at Nate Davis. Nate Davis is a great reminder that the Bears' offensive line plan isn't garbage. They've just been pretty unlucky with the injuries and personal time that have been missed. So right now, I feel good here. I feel good here. We're bad here, but we're injured, right? We're bad here, but not like we're injured there too, frankly. Like, he should be here, and then we're injured here. So would love to see Braxton Jones come back. I am a Braxton Jones person. But at the end of the day, being able to rely on one of your tackles makes it that much easier to let Cole Kmet hard chip 0 here. And at that point, you're good. Like, look at how much easier this makes life for Larry Borum, that you don't have to help this right here, right? Love it, CJ Starte. So, boom, hard chip. 0's not going to get anywhere close, mostly because Darnell Wright is literally one of the only players on this line that's able to handle this without help, right? And so we have no idea, Eric. Honestly, we have no idea, but we'll see. Honestly, Dimtrick, I think it's going to be easier. Of course, WFM, so excited to provide. But so, do I think 65 will replace 62? 65 has been bad. I sure hope so, Peter. I sure hope so. A fully healthy left LT side. So here's the argument, by the way, about the Penn State tackle. So I think it would be really cool, in theory, to have 2 good tackles. Take a look at the Giants. Tell me that is helping them, right? And that's not like a sidecar shot at Evan Neal. It's more saying that, in my opinion, in the NFL, you have to have weapons. And you basically can't have enough of them. Because the moment that you think you have enough, Akusai, not what I meant, and you know that. Like, well, actually, maybe that's more to the point. Because look at Braxton. I mean, Darnell Wright could easily get hurt. We're just lucky he hasn't yet, right? And so within this, to me, like, you take a look at the Bears' offensive line, and you're always going to deal with injuries. But when you have, yeah, Jinx is right, Dark Wolf. I'm just going to do that. Zach, that's sort of another part of my point, though. Evan Neal was taken at 7, right? So he might not be Olu Fashanu, but that's where Paris Johnson, that's where Joe Alt is probably going to get taken. You don't know these guys are good just because their draft tape said they were good. It's sick that Darnell Wright is this good. And we're excited about that, and we hope nothing changes. Again, ooh, I hear the Super Bowl shuffle. Thank you so much, WFM. Thanks so much once again. But so, the point is that from a draft value perspective, you don't know you're going to get a better left tackle than what you have in Braxton Jones, whereas the chances of Marvin Harrison Jr. being a non-viable part of your offense is stunningly low, in my opinion, at the very least. Let's see. He's having a good season outside of the penalties. I'm not sure taking a top 10 OT would be a clear upgrade. It helps, John, that it wouldn't be a clear upgrade. But another thing I'm really trying to say here is that Marvin Harrison would be an upgrade over freaking DJ Moore, and DJ Moore would be an upgrade over Darnell Mooney, and Darnell Mooney would be an upgrade over the inactive Chase Claypool. Like, it is the Sewell versus Chase debate, but with a kink in it, Prabat, and that's that the Bears already have a good tackle. The Bengals had no tackle. The Bengals needed Sewell to, in theory, to at least start their offensive line. My whole idea within this is that because Darnell Wright exists, if Darnell Wright didn't exist, we've got a conversation. But because Darnell Wright does exist, then we can build an offensive line with Darnell Wright. We've already invested in Nate Davis. Then maybe we get another investment here, like a free agent or something. We've got Braxton. Maybe we bring in another free agent if that's really what you want to do. And then you spend like maybe a second or third round pick on a solid center that you get. And that's another thing, Zach. It's huge. It's huge how big of a deal Darnell Wright playing this well is. And to me, I look at a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr. Here's the deal, guys. When is the last time you saw a top 10 receiver, not first round receiver, a top 10 receiver? Exactly, Peyton rules, right? Like a top 10. Cedric Van Prant's pretty good, Tito. Cedric Van Prant's pretty good. But anyways, getting back to it. When's the last time you saw a top 10 receiver get drafted and suck? Unfortunately, probably have to go back to like Kevin White, right? Because Jalen Waddle might not be the best player on the Miami Dolphins, but he's damn good. Like, and we've had plenty of these top 10 receivers. Ruggs is probably another one. Akusai. That's up there. But the point being that Marvin Harrison is probably about as ready-made as you're going to get. I mean, again, like, I'll knock on wood, just so it's clear. Corey Davis really wasn't all that bad, Demo. I agree with you that he probably didn't live up to expectations, but that's sort of my point, is if you got but Sammy Watkins didn't live up to expectations, Zach, but if you drafted him, your offense gets better. Like, that's sort of the key that I'm looking at here. Jameson Williams is a great answer. Though, was he top 10? The honest question, because I thought he was closer to like 16th or something. John Ross is a great example. But what I'm really trying to get at, if you can't tell, is this idea when you look at the Bears offense and say, and you say, with Marvin Harrison, it is hard for your offense to not get better. With a sweet left tackle, it is very easy, I'm not even playing games, for your offense to not get better. Right? Because the moment that your left tackle rules, your right tackle rules, but your guard is hurt again and your center can't play and Nate Davis regresses, you're screwed. Like, the basic question that I would ask you is, what is your goal at offensive line? Everybody wants to be the Eagles. Go look at the investment that the Eagles have. Come back to me and let me know how many ultra high price and top 2 round guys are on that line. It's not as many as you think. Lines can get built in a lot of different ways. With a first round pick already on the line, that's great. We love that. With a big budget free agent already on the line, that's great. We love that. You can build a very good offensive line for whichever quarterback is playing quarterback, and the more you get a few extra electric receivers, the easier and more thorough you're able to build your offense, in my opinion, because cheaping out at receiver turns you into what the Giants are right now. Nobody can really separate. Daniel Jones is struggling. And on the other hand, Dark Wolf, I actually don't know, because Dallas used to, but now I don't know if they do. Let's see. I'm with you, Tom, where I think at the end of the day, you do need to like build up your offense as much as you can. You need defense eventually. Somebody asked earlier, would I take Verse or Chop? I haven't watched either of them enough yet. I think that both of them, to me, are more names. Verse seems like he's having an underwhelming start to his season, which is a darn shame. I mean, it seems as if from the outside looking in, it seems from the outside looking in as if there aren't any blue chip defenders, which a blue chip defender, especially a blue chip defensive lineman, would have been awesome. Like, if the Bears had the opportunity to take, I don't know, Khalil Mack, or when he's younger, or Myles Garrett, or et cetera, I would be all over it. I wouldn't be talking about Marvin Harrison if you could, but I don't think you can this year. Maybe you trade back from like number 2 to number 3. We're getting into too much draft talk. Let's get back to the game. Bears go motion, false start, too many penalties. Dallas Turner, sweet. Let's see. Would I be fine with the same offensive line this or next year, but with a new center? So Vaguely, yes, because it's worth remembering that Darnell Wright's going to be in year 2. Nate Davis is still going to be there. If Tevin, personally, in the nicest way I can say it, John, I think you have to plan as if Tevin's not going to be there. Not because I hate Tevin Jenkins. He's just hurt so often that I need a replacement for Jenkins, and then Jenkins and he can duel for the spot. That doesn't bother me. Like, I'm okay whether it's bringing in a free agent, or more than likely, I would try to draft like a player that could play center and guard, like a Tipman kind of type. But that's entirely because Tevin keeps getting hurt. Like, you at some point have to plan around it. Because like Sir Lord's saying, he is a dog. Like, we love Tevin Jenkins, and he can play. But he's so often not there that I don't want to sit here and say, oh, shucks, right? To me, all shucks is boring, right? I don't think that that's good planning. The Bears' offensive line situation, for as bad as it is, can we agree it's actually not that bad? No, I'm serious. I'm serious, right? Like, the Bears are down this starter, and then, or this starter, and then this guy got moved. He's missed a lot of time. This is the Bears' 4th unique offensive line combination, right? In earlier seasons, in 2022, in 2021, in 2020, right? This is, if you told me that we started 4 unique combinations of offensive line, we already are near Alex Bars plays his first game at center levels, right? Like, the Bears' offensive line depth has actually not been total garbage this season. you have to like give a quick little salute to the Bears offensive line, because while they haven't been phenomenal, they've managed their injuries kind of valiantly. And it's not good. It's just not awful. And you got to remember that the moment that you think your offensive line is terrible, go ask any other fan of not the Eagles how they think their offensive line is playing, and ooh, they get upset. Did anybody watch, besides me, that Monday Night Football game? That Giants offensive line is struggling. And if I've got any of the Giants friends in the chat, I'm sorry. And nobody thought Glowinski was going to be that bad. I don't think so. Like, so, and Dark Wolf, we could be, but the Texans are kind of going after it right now. Zach, I mean, that's the thing. I think that there's honestly this, like, I think of it as like the great lie, right? That everybody thinks that their offensive line is the only one that like isn't good, but 3 seconds of pocket time is not as long as people think that it is. And especially when you have a quarterback like Fields that has been making it look even longer, or like even shorter than that. And so you end up in these situations where people go, our line sucks. We can't even block anybody. And then on the other side, you realize that defensive player that you're suggesting your 4th round offensive tackle should be blocking is freaking TJ Watt. You know what I'm saying? Like, you look at some of these guys that are practically unguardable, and your offensive tackle is supposed to block them. Oh, and by the way, I saw somebody in Twitter that was like, how do you support Darnell Wright? Do you not see that he's given up sacks? And I'm like, are you kidding me? Not only is he a rookie, he plays offensive tackle. You think these guys pitch shutouts? You think a shutout is normal? Like, okay, I got a comp for you guys because I think it's interesting. You tell me if I'm going off the rails too soon. But to me, offensive line is like playing pitcher, right? And people act like the pitcher should never give up any runs. And of course, the pitcher's goal is to never give up any runs. But in the real world, even the good ones have like a 3.3 ERA, right? Which, just to remind everybody, suggests that over approximately 9 innings, the pitcher will give up approximately 3.3 runs. I think that's a good way to put tackles. Obviously, the goal is that they're never going to give up any sacks, but that's not going to happen. If Darnell Wright plays an entire game with no help at all, and he gives up half of a sack or 1 sack, that slaps. Like, that's great. You can do a ton of that on offense, especially if that sack wasn't even his fault, but that's a whole separate conversation. And so it'll be like, it's funny to see the way that fans react to or like react to tackle play, because I don't know. I just see all kinds of fans hold up absolutely unrealistic expectations for what tackles need to be. And let's see, half sacks are kind of stupid, right? But so we get this play. I think this is Fields' best throw of the game, personally. Just given the situation, I freaking love this throw. So Bears run a bootleg. They get a route combination that it is pretty nice, honestly, the way that they set it up. They go boom. They pull DJ across the formation. DJ Moore is open. Fields has to navigate a free rusher in Zach Allen, but he plants his feet, drives the ball, and hits him right in the hands. It's also awfully fun looking at this. I mean, this to me is just sad, right? Where you're playing man against DJ Moore from a condensed set. Like, am I crazy? Going back to the Broncos defense is bad thing. Why are we playing so far off of a team that wants to run so many crossers? Like, they're going to kill you with crossers, and the Bears did. So, Moore flies across, Fields rips the ball, and then Moore gets upfield for a nice little gain. The back view is sick. Bang, bang. Look at that. Come on. Right? Like, nice job navigating the rusher, plants the ball straight on him, gets upfield. Yeah, Blasey Game's a gamer. First and 10. Quick little pitch out, changes the rush point, and Roschon basically goes one-on-one. Actually gets stuffed. To me, John, I would tell you that the scheme in Denver is like vaguely better, but it's really badly executed, and they don't do a good job. So it all depends on what you think scheme is and like where scheme starts and ends, basically. But I love the toss out. Toss out gets us a nice little like assault at the edge of the defense. And the corner does a good job, so we only get 3 yards. Is this play I think it is? It is. Boom. So there's an element of you tell me what goes or like what happens here, because this is either man or zone, and it's legitimately hard to tell. But here's what I see. Okay, I see Roschon Johnson come out with this guy stapled to him. I see Kari Blasingame, a fullback, run upfield with this DB stapled to him. I see Darnell Mooney stretch this way with this DB stapled to him. I see the slot inside corner get beat by DJ Moore, and he's stapled to him. And then Cole Kmet runs into open space, and absolutely nobody is there. I'm with you, Pravat. It's obviously a bust, but I think it's man. I don't think it's zone. Maybe it is, right? But you're usually going to get a slightly more consistent coverage than this. But it's just hilarious because, frankly, he's the one who looks very obviously lost. And then the safety is also super duper lost. Like, the safety has no idea where to be. That is just utterly unhelpful in terms of like where the safety is. I don't know what he's covering, to be honest, like what he thinks he's covering. But I'm right there with you, Tom, where it's like, what is the safety doing? Is the linebacker supposed to carry the coverage? We'll never know. But the safety, let's see, safety badly plays the motion for Blasingame. I mean, it's hilarious that Blasingame is a part of getting him so wide open. But man, boom. And it's funny to me purely because DJ's totally open too, right? Like, I would argue DJ Moore just flies through this corner, and had you thrown the ball, like, he's going to go get it too. 100%. I mean, Justin Fields found the busted coverage and stapled the ball to Cole Kmet. Absolutely should. Absolutely did. As far as what the read is, it's legit hard for me to know, if only because he takes a look at the safety, takes a look at his guy, And his guy is, I mean, wide open with a capital W. Like, that is awesome. Bang. Softball swing. Everybody loves it. Sir Lord, that's just DJ Moore, man. So, like, toughest thing about DJ Moore to guard. Look at his build, and then look at Darnell Mooney's. This guy looks like a running back. This guy looks like a wide receiver. Said with love. So when DJ Moore runs into you and just puts his shoulders into your shoulders, bang, like that, you aren't stopping him. You can't catch man DJ Moore and expect to slow him down. It's just not going to work. I mean, DJ breezes through his guy, which is awesome. We love it. I want to envision somebody pitches the ball. Let's see. The thicker model of Mooney. Always get lost in the game script, but here's a really nice little run. We can't spend forever on everything, or I'll never go to bed, and then I will die. So we'll just go through this one really, really fast. But it looks to me like it's just inside zone, like split flow inside zone, with everybody going boom, 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 boom. But then Herbert takes it. Really nice pair of blocks right here by Mooney and Wright. Orlovsky TD if he beats the DB. Well, that's the thing. We've talked on this channel before about how hard this tackle is. Watch this thing. Watch this thing. That is a hard tackle. That is tough. Like, honestly, so check out what Herbert does after he gets up. You'll see it. He comes down. Herbert flips over, and he gets up looking upset. It's for the same reason we talk about on this channel all the time, where you as a running back are absolutely expecting to beat this safety. This is a legit touchdown. I think announcers often abuse the term touchdown saving tackle. This is a touchdown saving tackle, and man, he decks Herbert. Like, that is awesome. That is awesome play from the safety. Awesome play from the safety. Like, especially given where he's coming from and how hosed he is. Like, he's dropping into depth right here, and then he's got to break towards the open hole and now cut a runner off in full pursuit. Man, that's tough. That is hard. But massive gain for the Bears, obviously. And Herbert felt like he was flying, shot out of a cannon all day. This play, I'm sure everybody has seen, but it is just goofy. Honestly, John, I don't, or he would have had to like stutter step or like hurdle the guy or something, but it would have had to be sick. Like, here's another example of whatever the man coverage that the Broncos are playing just kind of sucks. Like, they're going to, at least the press man for the love of the game rep, they're able to stay like tight. But ESB just runs straight past Damari Mathis in honestly something that I feel like is just completely uncompetitive. I mean, look at this. Come on. Like, we're still not breaking. Look at 27. Look at 27. We're still not breaking. He probably is looking at it like, oh, well, it's a run play. I guess in that sense, the flea flicker just nails it. Like, the flea flicker, flea flicked. It's the flea flicker of all, or it's what? One of the flea flickers of all time. Is that what people say right now? Because Mathis's eyes are absolutely glued until he realizes he's hosed, and then he's just hosed. And the toss sucks. Fields actually has to do a lot of work on the toss because it is high, it is behind, and it takes forever. Here it is in real time. And now Fields has to chase it, plant his feet, crow hop, and throw the football. But it does look like a Lucas Patrick snap. The flick puts Fields straight into a hit as 32 screams down and comes and gets him. But yeah, CJ, it's terrible. Like, if you're going to miss this way, man. What are we doing? It's a terrible play. But then rip, and we found it. And ESB comes up with an absolutely crucial catch. Man, he's got to stretch, pull all them arms out. Boom, 2 feet. It's got to be one of the most athletic plays that Equanimeous St. Brown has made in his life. Like, this is really difficult. Trampoline, snag it out of the air. It's getting that second foot down that I think is awesome. Like, one, tap it, and you're in. Sean Payton challenging it was super goofy. Bears go stacked bunch, pull Mooney across. Now it's man. And would you believe it? Boom. Ref was hyped. Was he? I love it when the refs get lit. Yes. Was this when he came in? Yes. He went, or 33 goes full NBA official. I love it. Like, he goes, oh yeah, that's a catch. That's a catch, baby. That is a catch. The Bears crossed up the Broncos linebackers a lot. And it helps that they're running so much man. Like, sure feels as if the Broncos in this particular play ran cover one again. Tom, it does feel that way sometimes, doesn't it? Where for one reason or another, their coverage rules just involve two guys sitting in man, but the corners sitting in zone. It might be match, to be honest with you. Like, I might be sitting here thinking that it's man just because these guys are ultimately playing what I've heard called Meg coverage, where they're just following their man wherever they go, right? But they look super duper lost. Like, this to me is a total bust. And it's not on anyone, but I can tell you with near certainty that having this guy, and this guy all in this area and nobody man marking Kmet is, well, it's not really the goal, right? Like, look at 22 and 49. That's not defense, right? So then Fields rolls out and gets probably the easiest completion of his life. The weakness of cover one is honestly like winning a matchup. Like, cover one isn't zone, Slim Jim. It doesn't have, typically speaking, it doesn't have a weakness depending on the dudes you have at corner. If your corners kind of suck, then you're going to get hosed out there. But also, if your corners are really good, then they're going to make life tougher for nearly any receiver, especially depending on where your where your receivers are trying to break. 49 does seem like he's kind of all over the place. I think we've got to, purely because it's great. There are two things I want to highlight. I know you guys on this channel love violence, and watch Kari Blasingame hit his man, and then watch Darnell Wright as the play resolves. So Kari Blasingame comes across and just smokes 42, and then Darnell Wright buries his man, and the Bears get a sweet completion. Like, the scheme on this is good, but I wouldn't call it hard to me, purely because most of the ways that I've seen defenses handle this is when you're going to drop into a cover 3 zone, you're going to have this corner carry, let's see, what is DJ Moore running again? Is he just running a clear out route? So I would have seen most of the time this corner clear out. This guy would have more than likely attacked the flat. And so then he would have turned around and probably gone back for Kmet. And then it's a matter of Fields runs it. This block would have been huge. Like, this block basically springs it to where Fields probably would have ended up running the ball, or 49 would have gotten lost in here thinking he needed to take on Kmet, and you would have just had this jailbreak anyways. Against this formation, it totally works. Boom. Huge completion. Or at least a huge, big slashing gain. And again, here's the end zone view on Darnell Wright. Just grabs his dude by the shoulders. Yeah, you're going down, bud. He is strong as hell. Like, he's got great latching ability, great power. Darnell Wright is flat fun to watch. His feet are always going to need just a little more work because his top half does a ton of the heavy lifting in his plays. But man, that heavy lifting is awesome. It does look like 49 just gets fairly lost. 1st and 10. We're coming up on touchdown number 3. Here's one of Herbert's first, call him an angry run. Check out Darnell Wright digging out Zach Allen on this play. There's a bunch of these run designs that I just didn't look at too hard. This looks to me like it's inside zone, by the way. A lot of people are going to look at some of this stuff and think duo. But the fact that they come off to me is pretty plain about them this being inside zone. Allen thinks he's going to win that gap, and then he's going to push this back. It does, Q. Quinn. I got you. Absolutely here for it. And then that really, really helps. Thank you so much, Quinn. You have no idea. But so within that, let's go. Like, I love what looks like almost an offensive face mask right there from Herbert. Glad they never call that. That always rules, right? Let's see. Now you guys have been too good. Quinn is balling. I'm going to make sure that thing gets accounted for. We're going to give me just a minute to adjust the stream. So that's going to be
We're not here to start no trouble. We're just here to do a Super Bowl shuffle.
Just to make sure it's documented, because the bar's got to go up, right? When they'll call it when Nuke does it against the Packers, right? 309 Bears Crew. Is that a section number? Just picking up, Guillermo. Here, Bears go fake toss. The fake toss slaps. The Bears have actually gotten in trouble. I've seen the Bears have issues with this one before, and it's not like it's some bad read or something, because obviously Kmet gets smoked. He's open, and then the safety drives on it. Safety does a good job of ignoring the up and out route, which is something that I see a lot in the red area, where when you're within the 20s, obviously the safety's not going to pedal to the hell, right, or to the heavens, man. I got you, Guillermo. I got you. Thank you, though, because I'm from a Dallas area code, so 309 doesn't. I wish it spoke to me, but so I agree with you, Khalid. This is huge. Like it's a huge test for Fields, and he is there early, Sean. Like as much as I could joke about this being not open, it's a flag, and they draw, and like it draws a flag. So, boom, flag is there. Kmet gets the call. And with it, the Bears pick up another huge offensive play. Because now that puts us at what? The 3-yard line. And come on, we know what play this is, right? Hit him with play action. Hit him with it again. Fields rolls down. It is funny looking at this play. Fields does not do the wrong thing. In fact, Fields shares the ball and saves himself a hit. Because I think 32 or 22 here might have blown him up if he just booked it for the corner. But it's hard to know. Because Fields is so electric that if you told me he could make it there, I'd believe you. But I love the creativity. Like, when you can get Fields out in space, this flat out slaps. Like, it's everything he's good at. It is everything he's good at, as he just draws literally all of Denver's attention. I mean, I'm talking 1, 2, 3, 4 defenders just all crash on Fields like he's without a doubt going to do something about it. And Kmet gets his second touchdown in as many drives. Sick play. Man, I love this stuff. Don't you say it, Akusai. They didn't call it, so I'm not going to talk about it. It is bizarre to me that like Lucas Patrick drifts down the field the way he does. Watch Darnell Wright and Nate Davis, unsung heroes on a play like this. It doesn't actually matter, but when Darnell Wright can hard stand his guy up like this, and even as the defensive lineman starts to rip on the outside of him, just keep him in check that little bit longer. It's going to help Fields. It's going to help Fields get that little bit further outside the pocket, and that little bit, Like, yeah, it's going to help him get that little bit further outside the pocket and everything in between. Wait, so somebody throws him a pitch from me, Demo, or from PFF? Reinhardt, I tend to agree with you. Like, there's some of this stuff that I think is hilarious. Where, let's see, would Herbert have scored if he got the handoff? Boom. I don't know. I really don't, because 49 would crash, 41 would get himself involved, and 91 looks like he's got the inside track. So it's whatever Blasingame would be able to make it back with it, right? But let's see. For me, Demo, I thought Nate was awesome. Like, let's see. Demetric, you got to remember, though, that, oh, I see. You mean it literally. Hey, especially when you're able to bluff with it, it can be awesome. It's one of the formations that you can use. If anything, there's something to be said for the Bears formation consistency, which is to say they don't really do it. But, hey, it works. And why would we be upset at something that works? Khalid, I want to see. So, Khalid asks, if Fields balls out for the next 10 games, what should we do? Well, probably I wouldn't say start immediately thinking about an extension, but if Fields takes that next step, absolutely that is on the table. Like, I'm serious. That is so on the table. Just the fact that Fields started the first 3 games hit and miss doesn't mean that his story is written. But also, as a quick reminder, Khalid, just one more time, right? We're not going to hang on this forever, but we're going to hang on this for now. Fields, we are talking about, let's see, did I seriously X out of it already? We are talking about the worst defense in DVOA history. So let's see him do it against a Commanders defense that isn't outstandingly good, but they play a coverage that we're going to see a little bit more of as we go on. So this is where we start to see it, right? So, Lord, yeah, exactly. So here, Bears take a penalty off of, I believe it's a false start, but I want to point out what the what the Broncos start doing so that you can see a trend that I am a little worried about. And for John and everybody else that watched the JT O'Sullivan breakdown, I am really, really interested to hear if they have a different take than I came away with, purely because I like getting a bunch of different opinions. I think that there are plenty of people out there, just saying, that are just like me, but they played quarterback and they're going to come and they're going to defend the quarterback that they see under nearly any scenario unless the offensive scheme looks good. And I mean, I get it. I really do, I promise. Because to me, scheme and quarterbacking tend to kind of go hand in hand, right? Where when your quarterback rules, the scheme that you run with them also tends to rule. Patrick Mahomes is going to take a West Coast offense and he's going to make it look phenomenal. It looked pretty good when Alex Smith was running it, but then Patrick Mahomes takes it and now it's awesome. The Eagles system looked pretty good, I guess, with Jalen Hurts as a sophomore, and then it takes an extra step once you get A.J. Brown, and it looks really good. The scheme with Mitch Trubisky looked bad, and Mitch didn't look good, and a lot of quarterbacks coaches came and said, how could Mitch succeed within this game plan? And you're not wrong. And then Joe, like you're saying, Joe, I'm interested to hear you expand on that a little bit. But within that, moving on, or moving through this further, it's like, to me, there's a marriage of scheme and quarterbacking talent that tend to be positive for each other. Like, Fields' legs, theoretically, should open up all kinds of things within an offense. But starting around now in the game, we start to see the Broncos play a lot more spot drop zone, where they are going, at least from what I can tell, to play a lot more true cover 3, where you're just going to have guys sit near the first down marker, and it seems to force out a lot more checkdowns. Fields has been playing nearly the entire game. Now, this isn't a great example because I forgot this is just a flat coverage bust. I don't know what the Broncos exactly are doing, but it sure looks to me like they called cover 2 and and this safety blows it and sits up front. right? Because you're going to get nearly everybody here, and this corner drives down. This safety decides that he's going to take a jet flight to Montana, and then what is this? DJ Moore is just wide open. It's a hole shot. You're absolutely right, Reinhardt. Like, he's also holy smokes open, which we love. It looks to me, though, like a coverage bust. Like, I would expect a standard safety to stop right around here. And I don't know if they'd cut the hole off. Like, I'm not about to look you guys in the virtual eyes and tell you Fields can't make this throw or something. But man, oh man, is this yawning open. Yawning open. I've seen a lot of quarterbacks in this specific case, at least, again, my 2 cents, will drive the ball to a spot along the sidelines to try to keep the safety away from it. But that's okay. Like you're saying, Joe, I'm with you, where spending, theoretically, the resources that the Bears have could be phenomenal around Justin Fields if the Bears, if the Bears found that Justin Fields was going to be able to support an offense. But I'll tell you, Joe, just thinking out loud, it's going to take a lot for Justin Fields to prove it, given that that would be his third head coach. There's just a lot of environmental factors where I can't help feeling as if the Bears have put Fields in a really tough spot if Flus gets fired, where I'm not saying Fields has to save Flus's job. It's just sticky in my opinion. It's a sticky situation. And as the bottom potentially falls out of the Bears record, I don't really know what's going to happen. But let's keep going with the game because we're almost at the half. We're not quite at the half, if memory serves. What is this? 2 minutes left. Run. Yeah, it doesn't help anything, Reinhardt, that you've got to extend him soon. And damn, like, quarterback extensions are massive, massive. 2nd and 9. See, this looks to me like cover 2, and then the Broncos play match coverage within cover 2, it seems. So they looks like we'll just go slowly through it. Yeah, I think it's cover 2. The Bears are so bad about their landmarks. So bad. That for remembering that safeties can adjust to like here and here nearly gets beyond me. Now, could we throw this? Maybe. Like, we would have to already be throwing it. Right? So you could say he's late if you want to go that far. I'm basically going to show you the options, right? Because I'm with you, Reinhardt. Like, celebrate the good days. But this is where, to me, if you read my whole Twitter thing or DBB post about where I'm worried about Fields versus zone, it's plays like this, where Fields gets a really good completion to Cole Kmet right here. Let me show it. Like, the Broncos are in a 2-minute drill. Fields throws underneath. Kmet charges upfield. We go from 2nd down to 1st down. We love it. But we have to remember that we're playing against a horrible defense. So we know we're going to be able to chew up yards, right? Should we have thrown this to ESB on what is a dagger concept? This is read number 1. Fields is looking at it. Is it open? Well, the corner is fading out. We know ESB is going to break in. We know this corner is tied up with Darnell Mooney, and this linebacker is on the inside shoulder of Darnell Mooney. We can drive this to that spot, right? I'll leave it up to you to decide. But I would be interested to hear what another quarterback thinks, because I know how much guys hate clicker play. Like, I know that there are tons of people out there that abuse the clicker with screenshots, and that's not my aim. I want to be as fair as possible literally anytime we do this. But man, it just has me wondering aloud, where is basically, to tell it in an explicit way, right now, if you call spot drop zone, Fields is going to throw to his tight end or a running back. we aren't getting any throws to wide receivers. We aren't getting any 4-yard hitches to wide receivers. We aren't going to get any we aren't getting any 4-yard hitches to wide receivers. We aren't getting any 8-yard outs to wide receivers. We're not getting any throws through linebackers. It's funny you mentioned that the linebacker is in his sight line, CJ, because I don't blame you. I don't disagree that the linebacker is in his sight line, but I also want to point out, and granted, I'm using an example of Russ. Some people would call Russ like a potential Hall of Fame candidate, that in the NFL, sometimes you have to make a throw where you buzz the ball right by a linebacker. In this case, I think there are a lot of people that would say that this throw isn't open, right? Where if Fields was going to throw this, they would say, wow, he fit a ball into a window that wasn't there. But in the, within the NFL, especially in tight zone coverage, I mean, especially when you're doing the red zone, you have to throw this ball sometimes. And to take you quickly both angles of it, to go behind, the linebacker's absolutely in his sight line because he's that close to the ball, but we buzz it to 14 anyways. Yeah, new poster, I'll let you make that call. And then when you see it from this angle, Russ is just throwing through him. Bam. What do you mean, CJ? Is this? And so that's not me trying to say he has to throw this ball. The choice he takes to commit is perfectly valid, especially when a bad defense backs up like they do. I mean, you're asking for it. You're picking up, what is this? I got you, CJ. You're picking up 10 yards. That's totally fine. But let's see, Sean. It is a similar throw. The difference is that the throw wasn't tipped this time. I mean, as silly as it sounds, Sean, if quarterbacks passed on every throw that would be an interception if they threw it badly, they would never throw the ball in the NFL, right? We have to not only be able to hit specific throws, but we have to know when we're going to hit specific throws, because the argument against the KC interception would have been throw to the spot route to commit instead. Just hit the back of your drop and drive it to the spot. But I get you. Slim Jim, I've been confused too. That makes a lot of sense. That frankly makes more sense. But it kind of was, Tom, right? They take a sack, you go back. And God knows I don't want to be the guy who's hanging everything on. Okay, I need to be so clear, because actually I am worried I'm coming across like some kind of a doomer. I am not trying to lay everything at Justin Fields' feet. I don't think Luke Getsy rules. I don't think that the Bears are in this amazing offense that would be so supercharged if Fields was this or that. The main thing that I see is Fields threw for 330 yards and 4 touchdowns. And there are a lot of people who are like, okay, so when do we start his extension? And it's like, whoa there. Let's slow down. This Broncos defense is terrible, and they allowed a lot of things. This play, for instance, is it's not really open. Borum gets flat beat. All the stuff that we call on this play doesn't really resolve. Best case scenario. Fields reads that it's going to be zone, maybe looks down at DJ Moore and hits this or something. But that's me rewinding, right? And I don't think that's fair. Frankly, even then, I don't know if it would have worked. To me, Fields started the season with 3 weeks that weren't great. We need a minimum of 3 weeks that are before we start talking extension. And if we're not talking extension, we're done here, right? I tend to agree with you, Tom. To me, the fact that they're probably trying to stop Zach Allen, but it would be awfully nice if we could help Larry Borum. It would also be awfully nice if Larry Borum didn't give up a quick pressure. But at the same time, yeah, man, this is bad. Borum just gets his feet caught up. Guy gets around him. Sacks happen, as the great Lester Wiltfong will say. So now it's 2nd and 16. Broncos run Tampa 2. Let's see. Because on these plays, I really want to be correct for you guys, right? Like Fields sees Tampa 2 and just kicks the ball out for what is sort of like a pseudo screen. Is this what we need to be doing on 2nd and 16? I don't know. You tell me. Tom, I tend to agree with you that more is open, but Fields is never looking that way. Fields looks to me like he's reading this safety and the field has been cut in half. Like I I don't know. It sure feels like more, especially given that this is Tampa 2, like is open. Mooney, according to the seam route he's running, might be if the play continues. But also, man, the Broncos play this so deep, probably not. Like you would need a superhuman throw to like get that ball far enough for Mooney to be even viable. If you were going to have like a Herbert Allen like rocket, you could just blow this ball past this corner because this corner, Damari Mathis, is so far out right here that sheesh. Like even with what is this, 29 staring at Fields while Fields works this way. I've seen so many quarterbacks, they will start here, and if they work quickly enough, they'll basically catch the corner cheating inside, corner or linebacker, and then just rip a ball past where they can do anything about it. But that takes really fast operation. Like you can't do that. You can't go from read. Let's say that the read was like, I don't know. Pretend those guys aren't here. Like pretend it was 1, 2, 3 or something like that. You can't go 1, hesitate, or 1, hesitate, 2, hesitate, 3, and still hit this window. You're going to have to either skip 2 altogether because you see this guy underneath, or you're going to have to go bang, bang, bang. And so far, Fields hasn't really shown us we can do that. But also, to exactly what the point Reinhardt is saying, I'm just talking. This looks designed. I mean, not exactly a screen, but kind of, right? And the Broncos play it pretty well. Then again, the way the receivers are looking sure looks like it's a pass of some kind. ESB goes out and finds work. Don't we love that? We pick up 4 yards. It's now 2nd and 12. But what I mostly want you guys, if you want to challenge me, and I'm totally cool if you do, challenge me by finding me examples in 2023 of Fields seeing spot drop zone, these like zone defenders that are just sitting in space and we don't check it down. Checking it down is never like the big bad, right? But if it's a screen, well, now in the middle of a 2-minute drill, we went from 2nd and 16 to 3rd and 14, which we're never going to be super duper stoked about. Here's another example of Field C zone. We check it down. Now, again, as we go through these plays, I can't say for absolute certain that all of these are open. For instance, like this looks to me like another example of we're calling dagger. Tyler Scott is going to be our dig right here. And I don't think Scott's open enough. I think this corner does a really good job of squeezing, like this route out here. Look at that. Oh man, there's some weird part or weird thing in the picture, it looks like, but you can see him peek out to this side and stay just inside the passing lane enough that I couldn't tell you for sure because Fields' eyes sure look like he's already moved off of Scott just in these next few frames. He looks like he moves off him right there. But then we get the ball to, what is it, Tanyan. Tanyan, in fact, cannot beat 4 guys in the open field, and the Bears are going to set for the Hail Mary, right? Because I don't think there's some like other thing that happens. So I don't think the dagger reads open. We check it down. Totally fine check down. Ha, Derek. Not quite, but nearly. Also, shout out to our guy, Nate Davis, who seriously, he took so much abuse in the early season and certainly the preseason. And here he is just stymieing Zach Allen. Like, remember, somebody go look this up. Zach Allen got paid more than he did. Like, this is a sweet one-on-one rep because Darnell Wright has to take on the edge guy, assuming that the edge guy's coming. I can't remember. He does. So Darnell Wright gets the help of a chip, and man, check this out. Check this out. I love this. Like, contact soaked. No problem. Right? Bang. Move him in. But Davis, on the other hand, is going to catch Zach, work back with him, get that right hand out, slows down to nothing. Boom. Shake, you don't need to literally extend Fields immediately. You'd pick up his 5th-year option in this case, but generally speaking, the sooner you work out an extension, the cheaper it is. If you're still trying Fields, that's one thing, but then Shake, you get into a separate conversation that of basically saying out loud, okay, if this pick that we end up with is really, really high, by extending or by picking up Fields' 5th-year option and sticking with him, we have effectively picked Justin Fields over Caleb Williams, Drake May, Quinn Ewers, Shooter Sanders, JJ McCarthy, whatever your quarterback is. If the pick that the Bears have is that high, then you've made a decision by not making a decision. Let me use another example. The Bears effectively picked Fields over Bryce Young. I have no issue with this. I think the team was in such bad shape that they needed Darnell Wright, they needed DJ Moore before any quarterback was going to succeed in this spot. So I would do it again, and I would do it again, and I would do it again. But this is the inflection point, because if we're not riding, we're getting off the train. And to me, this is where you got to be. And totally, I'm not telling you that the Bears should have, done what they did over magically going back and picking CJ Stroud. Like, I completely hear you. And New Poster, for sure. I'm saying within the scope of the offense, this the move that they made was much stronger to me than restarting the quarterback clock just for the sake of restarting the quarterback clock. I think Fields deserves a 3rd year to show us what he's got. I think that the weapons that they were able to get him are obviously enough to at least put 28 points on the Broncos and give people faith. So that's positive, because I really don't know if they would have done that without DJ Moore, who picked up over 100 yards and looked great doing it, and Darnell Wright, who's a big part of the protection sets. You follow what I'm saying? The defense is awful, for sure. But the defense is partially awful to me because the quarterback's the defensive coach's ideas aren't any good. So that's not really something we can fix with personnel. And let's see, I'm totally with you, Reinhardt. I think that, like, when you say Stroud balls out, really calls into question if they seriously considered one of these guys. It's totally possible. I think that Poles would have gotten eviscerated for taking a quarterback in this draft. I don't think that matters, right? Like, everybody's going to say, who cares about the media? I think people care about the media a little bit, but not enough to where it should actually make a difference in our decision. I'm just more talking than anything. What's the argument against another trade back where you essentially pick up more picks in 2025 that could potentially get a QB then? As much as you're going to try to make the defense better, slowly but surely, New Poster, the argument against that would be these guys only have, like, short contracts, and you have to add the quarterback because the quarterback, so obviously, like, everybody knows a quarterback contract is year 1, 2, 3, and 4, and specifically you're trying to compete in these windows. So you draft the quarterback so that you're ready for year 2. Take a look at what the Jags did with Trevor Lawrence. Lawrence and the Jags, they're kind of struggling right now, but that's the theory executed at the way that the Jags did it. So you would take the quarterback now so that, because remember, now we're going to track Darnell Wright. Darnell Wright is currently in his 1st year. Oh, come on. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Darnell Wright is currently in his 1st year. Then the rookie quarterback would be 1, 2, 3, 4, right? If you drafted the rookie quarterback in 2025, right? So now Darnell Wright is 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the new rookie quarterback in 2025, we're going to skip here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we have to extend Darnell Wright right around the time that we think the rookie quarterback might be good. And you can just start to see how the contract balancing is going to get a lot tougher than when the rookie quarterback, so this is the rookie now, 1, 2 is going to be when the overwhelming majority of the roster is still under contract and under control. And at some point, you do totally need a defense. Remember, New Poster, we have drafted 5 defenders with top 70 picks in the last 2 years. They are trying. They are just not doing a very good job. And while, of course, you want a first-round pick on your defensive line, the Packers have 3, and like Kenny Clark and Preston Smith, you want to stack defensive line talent. To suggest that the Bears are avoiding defensive line is, it's not the case. And I'm with you that you can't get edge that late. But to me, when you draft this high up, like you have to take the blue chippers, and the blue chippers this year just happen to be offense. Like, I promise, New Poster, I get it. Because I'm an offense person. I'm the person who normally says, let's prioritize offense. Here I am again saying, like, let's prioritize offense. I'm there. Like, I vibe with what you're saying. But you can read nearly any scouting report and you will be shocked at how concordant it is among, like, in terms of consensus, that the best guys at the top of the draft are just offensive this year. And maybe you trade pick 1, maybe, just for instance, you get, let's pretend that the Bears get 1 and 5, okay? If the Bears get 1 and 5, this is like verse or something like that. But if it's 1 and 3, I think that 3 is MHJ. And then if it's 4, it might be Olu. Or if it's 1 and 2, this could be a trade down to either, and I drew it long on purpose, it could either be 3 or it could be like, I don't know, 7 to 9, and you get a ton of picks for it because somebody would be coming up for like Drake May or something like that. So within that, let's see. Well, there's a reason, Haplo, that I just sort of left the top one high up on purpose, right? But so all this to say, I'm with you. Eventually, you need to take edge rushers. You need to sign some people. Hey, who knows who's going to hit free agency this year? We don't know. Like, for some reason, Chris Jones left it open for the Chiefs to tag him. I don't get why he held out, but he did. Chris Jones would be pretty sick in any defense. If he hits free agency, he's that 30-year-old that you go, frick it, screw it, Chris, take my money. But that's only if he gets there, right? And who knows? Maybe number 95 fades, but I doubt it. JJ as in Justin Jefferson, not Jalen Johnson, because, man, 2 1s. 2 1s for Jalen Johnson would be sweet. But so, yeah, Montez Sweat's there, Chase Young's there, and I'm not saying, New Poster, that any of these names are going to make you go, wow, gee, I love not drafting defense now. I hear you. But you gotta think that with the picks that they've invested across the rest of their defense, Danielle Hunter is a great example, Zach Thomas, that I tend to think that the Bears are going to have a better chance to upgrade their defensive line in free agency than they did this last year, where I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. And I'm not going to pretend to have a good answer for you. But the Bears are going to have the ability to add better than DeMarcus Walker on their, like, in this next offseason. And to me, that's enough. Like, it's not enough to be amazing or great, but it's enough to be better than this. Because I'm with you. Right, what we have right now is untenable. We agree. But I also think that as much as everybody in here, because I think you guys are awesome, as much as many people in here have said, we want to win games. Like Jay Sanders, I could care less about the defense, build the offense to win us games. Yes. Also, I think there's a point where you say, take the blue chipper, right? And if it's Marvin Harrison, that's your blue chipper. Like, if you have the opportunity for Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison, you take the opportunity for Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison. And the whole reason I'm talking about all this draft is not because I'm out on Fields. It's practically looking at the situation, saying it's just going to be hard for the Bears to figure out a way to keep Fields on the roster unless Fields so balls out that he makes drafting a lot of these quarterbacks unreasonable. That's very possible, by the way. I mean, possible. The problem is that, so, okay, one more Twitter thing, right? But I do think this is neat, or at the very least, something interesting to look at, right? So here is Ben Baldwin's tier list right? He divides everything into offensive EPA per play and defensive EPA per play on your Y and your X axis. You will notice that the Broncos are one of the only teams in the schedule that are Quinn. I thought you weren't going to be here, but anyways, here we'll keep going. You'll notice that the Broncos are the only team on, or one of the only teams on the schedule that are in the tier above like the Bears. So not the same tier, because none of the teams on the Bears schedule are in the same tier, but just one above. And so then that means, in theory, that the Raiders and the Panthers, based on current tiers, could be really close. But the Commanders will be a tough game. The Vikings should certainly be a tough game. That one's just a rough matchup overall. The Cardinals are going bananas right now. And then, of course, like the Chargers, the Packers, the Lions, like a lot of these teams are pretty good, and they may give us trouble. But it's more to say that, for instance, Jay Sanders, let's use an example. You mentioned 25 touchdowns and 3,500 yards. Right now, Justin's on pace for 29 touchdowns, 3,700 yards. But the Bears have played 4 games, and one of them has been close. And that's not all the defense. The Bears ultimately scored what? 14? 20 points. The Bears ultimately scored 20 points in against Green Bay. But they had 6 up until the point where the Packers had 24. Then they evened it to 14, and then they got spaced again, 31 points, pick 6, etc., right? Like the problem that I see, just talking out loud, is that there were a bunch of statistical things that we went through and said, like, okay, Fields has to do this. Like, Fields has to hit these benchmarks. And right now, he's actually on pace to hit a lot of those benchmarks, but we do have to make sure we don't miss the forest for the trees, right? So that we can say, like, okay, is the quarterback helping us win games? Because I'm with you guys that we have now lost so many games that, I don't know, this is totally just my opinion, but it is easy to hit a point where we have lost so many games that we start to compartmentalize what the quarterback is and isn't supposed to do so hard that we forget that at the end of this game, all the Bears needed was 3 points, or frankly, not turn the ball over like that during the fumble drive, and they probably win. And so I'm with you, Eric, that at the end of the day, you got to expect to say the same. Let's blast through a lot of the offense. That's the thing, totally me. Like, I'm curious to know too, is there a world where the Bears fire Eberflus, and they did, and maybe they would have gotten it, maybe they wouldn't have. I wonder what would have happened if they kicked there. I know tons of people think there's no way that they don't get scored on. I tend to think that there's a decent chance that they go to overtime, and then who knows what would have happened. But like, if they fire Fields goes ballistic, chances are at that point, you got to think the Bears at least won 4 games, right? Just because you got to remember, new poster, if the new head coach comes in and he's got access to Caleb Williams, he's going to take it. If he's got access to quarterback 2, he's probably going to take it, right? Like, do you think so? Just because you got to remember how commonly Reinhardt tweet one to me, just because I know you know what I'm talking about. Like these EPA charts that are out there where I hate saying this. First of all, like Reinhardt mentions, the My Guy thing is big, but everybody, have we seen all these different EPA charts where every time Fields gets put anywhere, Zach Wilson is pretty much right there with him? It's heartbreaking, but it's happening a lot, especially in 2023, which is not what we want. Here it looks like, whoop. I don't know what's happening there. Let me fix this. Gosh, Haplo, please don't. Please don't do this to me. I am really interested to know why. I think Herbert screws this up. Like, I understand that there's a safety sitting right there. Quinn, that would not be surprised at or surprising at all. And Slim Jim, I think everybody's tired of it. Truly. Nobody likes a new quarterback. Just so we're all on the same page. But it looks as if Herbert takes a look at this. He must think Whitehair is going to come off, but instead Nate Davis comes off, and Nate Davis totally picks up 41. And had Herbert gone this way, now you're one-on-one with the safety. Instead, you're one-on-one with this corner. So either way, you're getting one-on-one with the DB, and we don't beat him, but that happens. AC, I'm not so sure, because here's the thing. AC, imagine if you were the GM, right? I don't want to get too sidetracked here. We've got man. We'll get there in a minute. So AC, you're the GM, right? You told the owner you were about to win, right? Or at least you were going to win more in 2023. And then instead, you got the number 1 pick again, one way or another, right? And this guy, Justin Fields, is not somebody you're bound to. You don't have to stick with him. You draft anybody, you draft freaking Johnny Two Shoes at first overall. George McCaskey's going to give you 3 years to figure out if he's any good. Like, you're going to get time. You're going to get an extension. You're going to be sitting pretty because now you got your guy. That was their guy. That was Ryan Pace's guy. This is your guy, right? It's preservation as much as anything else. Like, and let's see, if not fired, Caleb Williams might buy Poles 3 years. Exactly. Like, that kind of stuff makes a difference. And so, like, because I'm with you, AC. Like, I don't ever want to make it sound like I think Poles, I don't know, secretly hates like somebody here or there. But anyways, Prabat, it depends on his jersey. Johnny Two Shoes is going to be a future Hall of Fame left tackle if he's wearing a Packers jersey. But if he's wearing a Bears jersey, no, he's going to be the bust he's always been, right? Exactly, Slim Jim. The problem is that you have to remember that Ryan Pace got his guy in Mitch, and then they got 4 years of Mitch. And so I don't know why they let him draft Fields in the first place. That never made any sense. Look me in the virtual eyes and tell me that made any sense. Like, I'm happy they did. Fields has been fun. But how did it make any sense for a GM in his 8th year to draft another quarterback on a season where they had to make the playoffs? That didn't make any sense. And Joe, for what it's worth, people didn't think we were going to be contenders. They thought we'd be competitive, right? Like, not number 1 overall pick competitive is all I think it was supposed to be. It's what I thought it was. But there you go. This route, by the way, is sweet. That's what I'm saying, Tom. They should have absolutely already been fired. So here is motion to DJ Moore. Then we get Matthew Brown. We'll talk about it. I'm not blowing you off, but we got to talk HC contenders when Matt Eberflus is under a little more pressure, especially on a quick turnaround for a Thursday game, right? Haplo, I set the bar at 7 wins. That's a low bar, especially with the Bears' schedule as I saw it. That Tampa game, super winnable. This Packers team, super beatable. Like, if the defense wasn't the second worst defense in football, look at this again. Do we see this? The Bears are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got them as 10th worst. That's really not so bad. What, like 22nd? For as much as people have talked about this offense, like 22nd in the NFL, that could be worse, right? Where are they on defense? Well, you've got the worst defense in history, and then you've got us comfortably below the Raiders, the Cardinals, and the Giants. There's legitimate distance here. It's always hard to tell based on where they put the dots, but assuming that the dot is dead center, you're looking at a defensive value of roughly like 0.1. And then what is that? That's like nearly 1-1 for the Raiders right there. And then if the Bears are there, you're looking at 0.215. And then the Broncos would be like 0.29 or something like that. So you could argue that, like you're saying, Zach, the distance between this and this is shorter than the distance between this and this, which, that isn't great. Let's see. It is a classic Bears offense, isn't it, Lorenzo? But so all that to say that I don't think that Fields is like off course or something like that. This is actually pretty normal, I'd say, season for what Justin's done so far. Maybe not like, I'm not trying to say that everybody's going to sit here and think that Justin Fields has been like the best version of himself, or this is exactly what we wanted to see. So far, it's been a mixed bag, especially after this game, right? But it's the defense that's been the real letdown. I think everybody generally knows. Yeah, look at the Browns, right? But so, exactly, Eric. What we need to do is we need to hire somebody who doesn't know anything about football. Because if they know something about offense, then they're going to screw up offense. If they know something about defense, they're going to screw up defense. So we have to hire somebody who doesn't know anything. Who would that be? I don't know. Maybe we make Ted Phillips the head coach. That could work. But so anyways, we went man. And now, no, because then we're going to get bad special teams. Can't do that. Like, DJ Moore's just going to run a whip route, and he's going to be wide open. Saturday, that's it, Alessandro. Boom, boom. Mooney comes across the face, too, to help set a natural pick, right? And you go out and back in. Can it get any easier? You tell me. I love it. This is great for Fields. Like, this is offense on easy mode. Don't we like offense on easy mode? Also, this is DJ Moore being a beast. And he is. Like, and if for some reason they drive down on Moore, you've got Darnell Mooney on a corner route. This is great. Like, honestly, there's an aspect of this where I'm sitting here like, where's this been? Like, this, I totally agree with JT. Like, moving DJ Moore, getting him into an advantageous position, keeping things relatively simple for Justin Fields, and running a half field read on a big passing down, because this is like 3rd and 7. I don't know how the Broncos just let themselves get put in a blender, but they did. Like, to me, you're not giving yourself any chance to succeed on this play. But we as the Bears fans should freaking love it. Drops back. Let's see. What is this? Pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plant. 1 pat. Throw the ball. Great pace. To me, it is clear that when Fields knows where he's going with the football, he looks like a completely different quarterback, in my opinion, than when he's firing through reads. When the Bears are able to pare things down so that he knows where he's looking and knows where he's not, it rules. And he looks great in it. Bears get beat here. I don't know if they tried to do too much. I'm sure there's some other offensive analyst that's got a thought of some kind. The Broncos, like, match cover 3 totally falls apart if the Bears are able to protect, because Darnell Mooney, I would argue, is very, very, very well separated. But that's a whole separate question. Darnell Wright gets beaten to the inside. Khalil Herbert takes one good look at Zach Allen coming at him and says, "What if I didn't?" And just turns around instead. It looks like Blazing Game doesn't get 42. This is the second time that somebody's pulling across to deal with number 42, and they're not there in time. I think 42 is actually the one who's caused the fumble. So he got us a few times. Bummer. Well, let me see. I mean, we obviously don't get the throw off. Yeah, no, they call it a sack, as they should. 2nd and 18. I love pulling Mooney across the formation like this. It's zone. Good throw. This is it. If there's a play to get excited about, it's this one and another 3rd down that's coming up later, where you're going to see Kmet just run a little sit route on 2nd and 18 and give ourselves a much better shot at 3rd down later because we go, pick up 9 yards right here. And this is that exact play I've been looking for. It's against zone. It's Fields hitting the back of his drop and throwing it on time, get it to the receiver over the middle of the field too. That's a big deal. I didn't make a big enough deal about it the first time. That's a big deal. Prabat, don't say those things. Don't say those things. A corner pressing on cover 2? That's illegal. Kmet comes across in motion. Fields is going to take a look. I agree with Fields. This is his best throw of the game. I think he thinks he's in man because the first step right here is just stepping up on DJ Moore. It doesn't really matter, though. He may think it's zone. It doesn't, he's just throwing a slant, and he does it with a man in his face, and Moore goes out there and makes a sweet catch. This is freaking great. I'd argue Lorenzo, if it's not his literal best, it's his, first best. And, Prabat, that much is obvious. You'll see, and it's very clear. But Fields throws under pressure. This is a sick arm whip, and boom, it's Eberflus, Slim Jim. So when you watch this play in slow motion, you'll see that Patrick snaps it, and none of the offensive linemen move. It's very clear that he snapped it on the wrong timing, because while the wide receivers are ultimately just watching the ball, the defensive linemen or the offensive linemen know the snap count, and nobody moves. The only reason that Wright doesn't look embarrassing is because Khalil Herbert smokes his guy right there. So kudos to you, Khalil Herbert. That's a sick block. Fields does a great job just whipping the ball out and getting it to DJ Moore. That's awesome. Huge completion. And I mean huge to move that ball. Here's the reverse from Velus Jones. He's a sweet runner. Honestly, he is. When he gets the opportunity to just charge with the ball, that's a sweet little move. Gets downfield while he's at it. Did they call a face mask? Did he draw a face mask while he was at it? What's the penalty on? Oh, it's a block in the back? Oh, it is. Look at that. I love this stuff. Skip step, gone, see ya. Velus can tote the pill. I wish he could do anything else, because he could tote the pill. Whew, Fields does a good job getting this screen out. For good old Mercedes. Borum loses so fast. Holy smokes. Not to rewind and fast forward forever, but man. Borum just loses instantly. And that's not your average screen loss. That is just instant loss. Problem loss. And then Wright gets out into space. I mean, Wright plays like a first-round pick. Dynasty Mancan. The interesting thing about Velus is that for as many people hate on him, I would argue that Velus Jones is that gadget player that Cordero Patterson and Laviska Shenault are always drafted to be, but he's drafted in the correct slot. Yes, he's old, and I know he's struggled, but if he can figure out a role in the offense, he's gonna be kind of fire in that ultra gadget role, but he's got to get onto the field, and the offense, frankly, has to be healthy enough to where he can be on the field relatively consistently. Man, I wonder if Fields is just looking at the fact that they've got all these defenders just camped out over here. Khalid, there is a day where we will talk about Ben Johnson. I promise I'm not just ignoring you, but we keep getting sidetracked with draft stuff so often. Like we're over 2 hours into the stream and we're not done with the offense yet. So I want to see if we can't finish this. Taplow, I'd be really curious. Really curious. Good little run up the middle. Davis's run blocking was really nothing to write home about. But his pass pro was so good. And in my opinion, honestly, as great as it is to have guards that'll go make some space, displace in the run game, you need pass protectors, especially in the modern day. And it doesn't bother me if he's really good at pass pro, because if he was a really good run blocker that sucked in pass pro, we would complain a lot. But him being an athletic enough run blocker to do the job enough that, like, an inconsistent run blocker that can make real plays for us in the passing game, yes. An inconsistent pass blocker, but he can make plays for us in the run game, depends on where that is. Like, that works a little better when it's left tackle because you can chip, but on the interior, you don't really get help. Like, not really, especially if the defensive coordinator knows what they're doing and can line things up well. Prabat, I think there are a lot of players out there whose calling card is not what they're billed to be, in my opinion. Look, that's just old hot take Rob's opinion as we talk through this. But there are a lot of players that I see. I think Davis is a good example, and I think that, like, Tremaine Edmonds is another example where a lot of people look at Tremaine and they say, big man is fast. He must be violent, and he is not that violent. And so Nate Davis, everybody calls him a mauler. I think he just kind of, like, Q, I'm interested to see if you've seen this. I think Nate just doesn't dig at people the way violent people seem to. Darnell Wright, for instance, gets into a bar fight with you in the run game. Like, Darnell Wright wants to put you on your back. I don't believe Nate Davis wants to put somebody on his back at the end of the day. And that's totally fine. Yeah, Khalid, I did. But also, that's partially just because you got to remember that, like, guys, social media, I will say this one time, and I will really try not to get caught saying it again. I don't ever lie on social media. Anything that I say, I can at least back up and say, okay, in the moment, I said it because of this. And any talk that you see from me about head coaches is either me memeing on the Packers, because at the time they were blowing the Packers out, and I hate the Packers. Who doesn't hate the Packers, right? Like, I think the next tweet that I made, Slim Jim, was something to the effect of, wow, why'd you hire me so quick? Well, you blew out the Packers in Lambeau. What, did you think I needed your resume too? Like, so there's an aspect of joking around about how that's enough, but also the work he's done with Goff, etc., is really fun. But anyways, so getting back to this, oh man, where were we? Nate Davis, to me, doesn't seem like, exactly, he's smaller. Like, I've seen a lot of big maulers. They seem like they want to just fight you. And Q, to your point, Nate Davis seems more like a technician in the run game whose feet don't follow him the way that they do in the passing game, and that's fine. But it's his stuff in the passing game. It's the way he looks to help people and locks up good defensive linemen that means nearly everything to me. So these are plays where I just don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't think there's anything here. Not really. But again, this is spot drop defense. Check down. Do we never have the routes? Do we, like, because on this play, we go spot drop, check down, tackle, no gain, right? None at all. And so the wide receiver block assignment, let's see. No, it looks to me, Alessandro, like what he sees. You got to remember what Mooney sees from his perspective. He sees his quarterback throw the ball to Herbert, and then he's going to lock into a blocking assignment because he saw him already throw the football, right? AC, I'm with you. I also want to see Mooney go off. Point being, like, it's just a correlation I would like to see less of, right? Like, snap, it's spot drop zone, I am throwing it. Or, like, I'm checking it down. It looks to me like this play is some variation of fuzz. Always. It looks like it's like you've got a seam, you've got a corner, and you've got a slant. What's the concept? I don't know. But that seems like it's what it is with like a little swing check down, which is nice, honestly, because you get the effect of a full field read with you get the effect of a full field read with all of the route combinations that would normally come with something slightly more progression based. It's an interesting zone beater. And Q, I would hope it's coached, but you have to remember, like the thick line I am drawing. Let me literally draw the thick line just so that everybody knows what I'm talking about. I guess technically the line would be here. Is Q eventually against zone coverage, we've got to throw between 5 and 15 yards. Like, we have to attack this bucket. It doesn't have to be this week specifically. The tape is the tape, right? But think about it, Q. In week 1, the Packers dropped into a bunch of spot drop zones and we checked it down a lot. In week 2, it was as if Fields got told, push the ball down the field. So the Buccaneers dropped into a bunch of spot drop zones and we took a bunch of sacks because we didn't check the ball down a lot. Then in week 3, they didn't really drop into spot drop zones. They dropped into really aggressive, badass Steve Spagnuolo zones. That's a whole separate discussion. And then in this game, we were cooking. We were throwing to receivers on freaking every play. And then all of a sudden, we start seeing in this late phase of the game when the Broncos dropped into spot drop, we checked the ball down, and it worked sometimes. And the Bears score on this drive. It's because, okay, I'll skip to the end of why do you freaking care so much, Robert? It's because when you take a look at the team that the Bears are going up against, right? Let's see, yes. What scheme do the dadgum Commanders run? Right? They run. Can you see it? Can you already tell? It's cover 2. Like, this is what they do. The Commanders run a lot of what the Bears do. And you still get like a roboting linebacker and a lot of the things that are normal in today's day and age. But this could be a real challenge. Like, Ron Rivera Lovey agreeer in some ways, but it certainly sounds Reinhardt like he wouldn't call himself a disciple or acolyte. G Station, I'm interested. Like, because I would expect, technically, you'd think Fields would probably struggle against this. Like, and is Jonathan Allen going to be able to beat Cody Whitehair with this same move? I mean, I would assume so, but I guess it remains to be seen. But Rivera's got some dogs. Case the Chargers run some weird stuff, right? Because don't they run a bunch of the quarters, like cover 4 things? And G Station, I'm with you that like that front is really what matters. And if you take a look, like watch the ways they're getting into their zones. Like this is Rivera cover 3, right? So you're starting with a disguise, right? Where you're going to bring this guy down. And it looks like you're going to bring him up with him right here. Let's see. Yeah, they're all Fangio, Matt Brown. Cali Chi-Town, how you doing? But like, if you want to give some credit, like in the world of how is this defense being run, they coach it better, right? Like here's just 2 reps. And can't you already see how these zones look dramatically stickier than the way the Bears are playing it? Like the Bears teach everybody to play eyes to the quarterback the entire game. But you can see that like 57, for instance, is ready to run the vertical if that's what he's got to do before he passes it off to the safety. The Commanders aren't some sparkling stalwart defense, and the Eagles certainly got theirs, but you can see how they're forcing the windows to be Miss Smitty K, how you doing? Just a little bit tighter. And that's what's so important, I think, if you're going to do this. Like, for instance, 13 here, he's getting high load. This is actually a beautiful read by 13 as he sees that he's about to have Hurts coming over the top of him, but it freezes him for just long enough that Hurts gets this ball down to AJ Brown in exactly the play that we wanted Fields to make to Cole Kmet in week 3. And again, Fields is getting there. We've made more of them. We hit a spot route to commit earlier in this game. But then, what is it? AJ Brown is able to just drag his like huge self and 2 dudes across the line of scrimmage or across the line to gain, and we've got ourselves a first down. That's it, George. Or that's it, Derek. But it's just interesting to me watching this Commanders tape because for everybody in here, and Q, I know you're not doing previews anymore, but you could just see it, can't you? Like this is a defensive line that is going to be able to allow Fields or like to allow the Commanders to drop 4 all or to drop 7 all freaking game. And so Fields, who so far in Robert's opinion has not played great ball against drop 7 coverage. I don't know if 13 is Forbes, honestly. Pravat, take a look on our lines or something, because I'd look it up, but I'm just going to keep the film rolling. Like, to me, this is a rough matchup. Like, exactly, Alessandro. And they're going to press guys. Like, the way the Commanders are running this, they're willing to have their nickel in what looks like a press set, because right now it looks like they're bluffing cover 3, and then it doesn't matter anyways. I mean, Reinhardt, you mean the super squat? The ultimate man? Like, I don't know what you'd call this, but it's like, I am the most intense man on the field. Or maybe he thinks if he squats really nice and low that the safeties won't be able to see the ball. I don't know. I don't have any idea. But let's see. I actually didn't case. Do you know why he does it? It's because of Kelsey. That's interesting. But it's a good test. This is a great test for Fields. It really is. Because it's not a defense I would expect him. And look at this. This is man. Oh, man. That snap is fast. And look at that. Case. This should be illegal, right? Like, look at this. Look at this case. A snap that hits the quarterback in the hands where he asked for it? What? No way. Right? Like, that can't be legal. He must be on performance-enhancing drugs. Lucas Patrick has taught me that if you're going to snap from the shotgun, you got to have the ball out here, sometimes up here, and it's got to be slow too. Like, there's no way a quarterback could catch a snap that fast. But, which is hilarious, Callie. But so, look at this. Like, I love the fact that the Commanders do all of this adjustment within the motion. Like, look at this. I think this is interesting at the very least. They're going to have Forbes sit in here and the DB come over late, which I would actually think implies zone. Why would you switch men out of nowhere, right? But this is man coverage. This is just really well disguised. And Hurts does a really good job of seeing that he's got a great leverage advantage right here and ripping the ball. Boom. And it's actually pretty cool. Like, remember, we're talking about a Commanders defense that is, according to Defenseometer here, somewhat below average, right? So I'm not trying to tell you that this defense is like God's gift to defense, but you can see, I think, on this tape, the coaching difference, right? Like, you tell me if you feel differently than I do, but man, I can't help feeling like this defense. Oh, I love that. I just went on a whole tirade about how much I hate blitzing from depth, but there is something I think is it that got the hairs on the back of my neck standing up a little bit, that you've got this plain Jane freaking cover 2 look, right? And you're gonna blitz out of it. That's freaking cool. Like, it doesn't really work. It forces a super quick throw and you give up a first down with Chase Young in coverage. But there's something about this, like, pin your ears back, don't show them anything, and then you see the snap and you go, freaking go, man. And you're just ripping. Like, that's fun. If only Chase Young in coverage was like a good, I don't know, a better plan. It's the Eagles. You got to try stuff, but it's fun watching, man, this is the defense. This is the season that I wish we could have had, where I said I really started watching defenses like on tape from a Fangio scheme. So a lot of this stuff seems somewhat stale to me. But at least this kind of scheme we can look at and say, okay, this guy's balling, this guy's not. This is a chess match, right? Like here we've got, what is this? Are they going to drop somebody off? Yeah, look at this. So this is the Commanders rushing 4, but they're going to drop Chase Young into coverage. And so then let's see what the call on the backside is. Is it 3? It looks like 3. Where obviously it doesn't really help that Chase Young and 57 here kind of cover the same like space, but you get your cover 3 zone setup out of a replacement rush. That's fun. And again, not everything has to always work, but in this case, the replacement rusher is the one who creates the pressure. Because when you look at this blitzer, even against Kelsey, like Kelsey knows somebody has to pick that guy up. And then as he does a good job keeping his hands off of him and working past what looks like it's probably Daron Payne, he's able to get speed into the open field to force Hurts to move. And then Hurts is on the run, ultimately picks up 0 yards, I guess. Brandon talks ball. I'm using Epic Pen. You can use Screen Brush if you're on a Mac. But it's cool. And they're flying. Man, I hope the Bears play tempo is ready for this, because doesn't this defense just look faster than the Broncos defense in the open field and the Bears defense, unfortunately? But like the way they're moving at the snap looks like they are buzzing. What's this? And they put another blitz on? Riverboat Ron. Gunning for it. Also a really intriguing call, if only because the they've got a really great setup for a wide receiver screen, and 29 might need to just like come downhill. And he doesn't. He rolls up. So this is a nice they got us, but I'm curious as to why they thought that would work. But maybe the Commanders are willing to give that up so that they can get to third down. Reinhard, you have to be pulling my leg, because some of the things football coaches do, I would almost believe you, but that's the thing, WFM. Like, I want to get back to the point where we can watch the Bears defense and ooh and ah. Because here's the thing, fam. Like, I love doing this, and the more people that go through and watch everybody's tape, like the more we get the JT O'Sullivans, and now it's what is it? It's oh god, who's the guy who like just jumped in? I'm not talking about Chase Daniel, even though his was kind of like a Nerf bat. Like Chase Daniel managed to look at a not very strong game from anybody and exclusively blame. No, Jenkins has been there. Jenkins has been doing this for 3 years. It's Kurt something. Like Tim Jenkins is great. I ain't got a word to say about Tim Jenkins. He's been out there grinding. But so we've got like Chase Daniel jumped in, and to me, it's very clear that Chase Daniel is doing it because it worked for Chase Daniel. Warner's cool. That works for me. Was it Kurt Benkert or was it somebody else? No, it's not Kurt Warner. Good guess. It's the new one. It is Kurt Benkert, isn't it, Tom? Thank you. Not everybody else said Benkert also, but I just saw his tweet the other day about week 3 Justin Fields, and I was like, nobody wants to review weeks 1 or 2, do they? It's Sloter. Thank you, Reinhardt. It was Kyle Sloter jumping in that I was like, what are we doing here? Like, I'm so glad we're getting more quarterback analysis, but everybody wants to be QB school, huh? And happy for him, but nobody's out there doing defense, right? And I'm not saying that I'm going to immediately become, I don't know, QB school for defense, but at least we can watch the defense here. And there's tons of this stuff. Like, for instance, the Commanders, they're kind of getting bullied on the ground game. I mean, he's brand new to it, right? Khalid, I would assume that they are going, let's put it this way, Khalid. I think the Bears offense got a boost of confidence. Absolutely, I do. I think you are dead on. But also, right? Matt Brown, Vast does do D, and he's gotten a lot better at it too because it's presented. Anyways, so let me see. What was I going to say? I think that the Bears, like, wait, what? Bro got kicked out of the NFL and used Madden to practice for football. That's wild. That's wild. But so the Bears' confidence has to be up after this last game. But this Washington team isn't the Broncos. Remember, the Bears' confidence was up going into the Packers game, and then they got smoked, right? So it's all going to be a matter of how these guys up front handle the Bears front. Nate Davis being back, that's a real positive. Tevin Jenkins potentially being back, also a positive. But they have some more daddies in the trenches. And like 92 in particular, is that oh my gosh. There's a kid from Arkansas who I have forgotten his name. But if I saw it, I'd know it. That might be him. John something. Starts with an H. Which lines are we going to see? Right. Yeah, Reinhardt. It's Ridgeway. Right, G Station? You're totally right. Big stomp. Tom, I tend to agree with you. See, to me, this is the technique that I'm lost why the Bears don't do this more often. Watch him. So this DB is going to play eyes to the quarterback the entire time, but when the tight end breaks in on him, he is 100% like he is stopping his feet and getting in front of the route. It's so simple, right? But you watch the way these DBs are playing these guys, and they aren't like, we've got a nice little fist fight going on over here. And it's sure part of it's because we already released the ball 100%. But the Bears DBs play so passive. It's like they wait for the ball specifically to get thrown, but they don't also try to cover any routes. It's like they think literally just standing there will win them a route. Whereas here here it looks like it's not literally man. I don't think it's literally man. Is it? No, this might be cover one. We haven't gotten to our defense, Dynasty. Yeah, it's because I just get sidetracked. And on a Broncos game like this, the whole thing can kind of suck. Like, we've lost 14 games. There's not much to talk about. Watching this defense is way more fun, especially because what you're really going to see is like a bad offense, the Broncos offense, who should have played better, but the Broncos offense shot themselves in the foot over and 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 over. I would keep saying it too. Like, the Broncos just took nasty penalties, made dumb mistakes, and deployed some really silly route combinations against the Bears, against the Bears defense that I would have expected better from. This is Kelly. What do you mean? Is this the Bears game? Not this isn't. Let's see. See, you can run on these Commanders. In part, I wonder because Chase Young just like leaps out of his gap. And then it doesn't help that this DB, who it wouldn't surprise me, that looks like it's Forbes. So Forbes follows his man inside. I've seen a lot of really good offenses do this. You want to talk about how like the strong get stronger? Like the rich get richer? So this 13 here is going to, what is that, Quez Watkins? Is it? Actually, who is that? Now I would have, it's Zacchaeus. But so a lot of offenses will do this where they will have this receiver stem really hard, run like he's going to run a slant, and then go pick off one of the backside DBs. And if you do this well enough, he might even be trying to pick off this linebacker. If you do it well enough, it will look like a slant. You will get great momentum. I guess in this case, they're just having him charge up and go dig out this DB. So just like the front side guy. But if you do it well enough, you'll get 2 for 1 because the cover corner will stick to you like you're running a slant and you'll block somebody. And that's exactly what they get right here. So he walks into the end zone swiftly. Yeah, G Station, It kind of is. Don't worry, though. We've got one of the worst 3 techs in football. Khalid, do you want to be the Bucks defense? I love it. I'm a total zone guy. Like, I love zone. I think zone rules. The Bears are embarrassing, like, in terms of how they run their zones. See, look at this. Look at the physicality within this pass off. This looks to me like it's cover 2. The way the Bears are running it, it's cover 2, but their spacing looks good. No, it's not. It looks like it's cover 4. Looking at it again. But all the same, like, it's still a zone, right? But 13, Forbes, is going to, I don't want to say like convert it with man, but he's still going to play tight to his man because that's what you do on defense. You play tight to your man. Whereas the linebackers, like you see Goddard right here, like he's going to get passed to this center linebacker. And as he comes through, this linebacker isn't looking at Hurts. Like, look at this. I think this is awesome, right? Where Hurts is where the entire Bears defense is staring at Hurts exclusively. Like, this linebacker peeks at the line or at the tight end that's coming for him and gets back or like gets depth again so that he can stick with Goddard. This linebacker, on the other hand, punches in, catches a crosser coming for him, and jets back out to cover that. And then, yeah, Hurts just throws it away. X, I guess sort of. We were discussing the Bears offense, and we will get back to it, but I'm having so much fun. Like, to me, I'm referring to Justin Jones in that case, the dynasty. But the point is to say, like, when you watch these linebackers and when you watch this battle with Forbes and whoever that is, I think it's Zacchaeus again, right? Whoever that is, doesn't really matter. You can see the clear differences between the way that the Bears are letting their DBs play and the way that the Commanders are letting their DBs play within very similar zone assignments. Because what the Bears do in cover 3 and cover 4 is going to look like this, or at least it should, right? So you end up with an incompletion and a first-round pick in Emmanuel Forbes getting to taunt A.J. Brown. Seriously, A.J. Brown. Whereas the Bears are just giving up completions left and right. Wherever you want to go, they're there. And it's not hard. I'd be so curious, Case, and I would be, man. See you next week, Reinhardt. Your boss is going to be there tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Well, I guess tomorrow now. Is it midnight yet? Nope. Let's see. What is this? Looks like cover 1 and Forbes gets beat. Looks like if the Bears want to succeed, they're going to succeed with DJ Moore. Just go get him. More on, what is that? Like more on AJ Brown. Problem is, I wonder if you're going to get as much man. If only because the Bears are going to do all right against man. They're not going to have any issues with it. It's these, like, this looks like 2. Is it going to be cover 2? It sure looks like it to me. And this is that throw that, look, it's not the money throw, right? This isn't everything. But when the Commanders run cover 2, looks like all Hurts is going to do is hit the back of his drop, take your 5 yards, right? Just pop. 2nd down and 5. In a very, like, I'll do this all game if I have to kind of way. I'm not saying Fields has to, one way or another, but that's the throw that I want to see even more of. Because it's a throw I see a lot of other quarterbacks make with relative consistency. We'll go just like the rest of this drive, and then we'll finish out with Fields. Fourth and 1. They're going to tush push. I think they get it. Oh, no, wait. Okay, I said I'd finish out the drive. They didn't get it. New poster. I see a really nice mix between man and zone in this, but I totally get what you mean. A dirty, nasty D line. That rules. So we go check down. This is the final touchdown drive, and then we'll talk about what happened in the rest of the game. 3rd and 7. All right, so you be the judge. What do you think happens on this play? Right? I want to show you this angle. Let me see. Boom. Boom. So I'm really interested to know what Fields' process was on this play, if only because to my untrained eye, the Bears call a play I kind of like, where they have DJ Moore on a sail route out here, Khalil Herbert completing the sail combination right there, and then they have Darnell Mooney right there coming across the formation with ESB. So we've got the sail, we've got Herbert, Mooney coming across, then Tanyan is running this like mesh dig. Yeah, I know, Case. and ESB is running the other way, right? Now, I can't remember specifically what the mesh read is, but I can tell you from watching Justin Fields' head that he checks his mesh read, 1, and then he just stares at Mooney, 2, and he gets Mooney. It's great. This totally works. But does he get Mooney because he looks at the defense and thinks, like, oh yeah, they're in zone. They ain't got nobody on him. We're going to be fine. Knowing that Robert Tanyan is about to draw 27? Or does he catch a break? Because Tanyan puts, it's not 27, it's 32. Tanyan puts 27 in conflict, where, here, I'll fast forward it. Tanyan bluffs a block and then breaks in. And I mean, tell you what, assuming this is on purpose, they are perfectly timed because Tanyan holds him, breaks just as Mooney's coming into 32's view. And at that point, there's no catching Darnell, and he's able to get out there for an easy completion. And it's hard to call it anticipatory, if you ask me, Khalid, when Mooney's just running straight. Like, if anything, you could argue it would be anticipatory. Look, I'm not trying to litigate an anticipatory throw, but I would expect an anticipatory throw to be the kind of thing where you throw it knowing the guy is, like, breaking. It's on time. Sure. For sure. This is a nice throw. It totally. Against zone coverage, too. It's exactly what I want to see. But Fields dropping back and basically staring Mooney down surprises me a little bit. Or maybe he doesn't stare Mooney down. Now I'm talking it out with you guys. Maybe it just so happens that his head follows Mooney because he's got 49 dropping here, and then he works to the other side. He now sees 32 and this guy following ESB. And then he throws to Mooney. Okay, no, that's it. Yeah, that's him going through everything. Like 1, 2, 3. And he identifies 27 in the middle and then gets it out to Mooney. Boom. That's a good play. That is good quarterback play. We love that we get a clean pocket for it, too. Then we hand it off to Roshan Johnson. He's going to dive forward. We can't spend forever on this. Good little work by Nate Davis. Digging out a guy he's got leverage for. It almost does, Case. Because his helmet traces Mooney as he goes through his reads. But maybe that's part of the point. Khalid, I think playing one back is the best way to go, so this doesn't bother me at all. Another hammer up the side. Bada bang. Jay Sanders, we don't really know. And then the play. Roll out, cut back, dance the guy, throw to Herbert. This rules. Darius, you talking to me? Or somebody else? Rolls, push, gets through. This is awesome. Who doesn't love this? I think it's hilarious, too. Just because the line stops playing. Like over here, these guys have been standing still. Literally standing still. Like, they just sort of watch and then realize the play is live. And they're like, oh, yeah, we did it. We're in. Ha, ha, ha. This is that stuff that everybody gets gets so excited. As you should. I mean, you're putting this guy in a blender. Awesome, awesome physical play. Yeah, Tyler, don't you worry. You got plenty of time. Man. His athleticism really is something else. And check him catching Khalil Herbert wiggling free and into open space. Finds him, delivers the ball. That's awesome. That's what I figured, Darius. Tomic gets conservative, and that's fine. We miss Tanyan. He comes streaking open, but you're allowed to miss once. I don't think Fields has thrown nearly any incompletions at this point. But we like this full house formation, and we take contact. Unfortunately, Darius, one example doesn't change the greater point, especially in a drive that ultimately results in a touchdown. That's awesome that we see an example and we see a spot. But that's the thing, Tyler. We're getting to the fourth right now, and to me, this is where I don't know if they're the problems. I guess we're gonna see. But I would expect if they are problems, we're gonna see it against Washington. And if Fields balls against Washington, that friggin' rules. Like, that's great. But we've got to see, let's see, they're building connection with his playmakers. He's starting to trust them more, hence the interceptions. I hope so. They can't result in interceptions forever, but I hope so. This play on second down, I remember, it's a matter of what you think he should do. I'll let everybody in here make their own choice. Looks to me like it's a man pick play, right? The Bears think they've got man, and vaguely speaking, they do. Let's see. It imitates zone, but in many ways, it is clear out, pick, commit. But Fields must be worried that he can't either. He doesn't think he can stick the ball on commit, or he thinks he's got to throw the ball way out here, so he doesn't like it. Rolls out, looks for another play, doesn't like it, move on. DJ Moore is picking as hard as he can on this play. Linebacker gets in his sight line, dive forward, get what you can. Hey, it's no hit, and it's positive. Like, it's a good use of athleticism. Absolutely. Look at Whitehair standing up. Zach, is that Zach Allen? Probably not. Unless it is. Zach Allen's a big dude. It is Allen. Good job, Whitehair. Maybe. But he gets the yards. That works. Hey, Glitch, I don't blame you. 3rd and 5. Here comes a pressure look with a little bit of man. Kmet's the guy we trust for it, and he doesn't come up with the play. There's a whole lot of trusting Kmet that I just sort of, you make the call, basically. Like, it's easy in hindsight. Who cares, right? Why does it matter? But it is weird to me. It's weird to me that we're gonna take Cole Kmet. Like, you say tight end on a defensive back, and I go, hell yeah, right? Like, I get how excited it is, but also we've got DJ Moore with all this space. We've got a wide receiver on one of Fields' absolute favorite routes. Just run up and get out to the sidelines. And all this is abusing the power of the clicker. I'm going to blatantly abuse the power of the clicker. But on this angle route in particular, especially just begging the question, looking at it again, Case, I wonder if it's an angle route or if it's an option route. Because if it's an option route and he's stomping his feet like this to set up an inside play, like, I think he could have turned over his shoulder and been the other direction. But, it's a play that doesn't go the Bears' way, and it becomes an incompletion. Oh well. To this point in the game, it's not that big a deal. I think this is that first 3 and out. So suddenly, it's 21-28, right? Because Denver scores. Let me see. It's 7-28. Denver scores. Then it's 14-28. This is where we were. Now it's 21-28, right? Pressure's on us a little bit. So first play action. Looks like some element of match zone, if you ask me. Man, rewatching the game again is always interesting, where I see things just a little differently than I did. But they cut off the wide receivers pretty well, so we're going to check it down. Herbert gets a really nice, what is this? Like, Herbert gets a really nice little gain, but it comes back because Darnell Wright holds. And Darnell Wright's handsy. I'll take these. Like, you're not going to get that holding call every time. And he doesn't. If he gets one holding call and that same technique leads to 30 great blocks, you'll live with it, I think. Yeah, look at this. Is this Larry? Bang. Dunk. There you go. Pull him across. They're in man. Herbert gets upfield. This is when we start to get angry Herbert. Just a little bit. A little bit more. Bursts up the field. Picks up the first down. There we go. 1st and 10. I get the impression the Bears wanted to chew clock and wanted to use what had been working. And I mean, it had been working. Like, absolutely everything that they do on the ground, especially if it's in space against these DBs, is going over like fireworks. Good job by DJ Moore to tie up his man right here. Tie up Surtain just a little bit, and then get upfield, take out 29, and put Surtain one-on-one with Scott, just to force some extra communication and some extra decision-making. Also, it's always interesting because every once in a while, you'll see a defender like Zero blow this play up and make these plays look like they're the dumbest thing on earth. But Tyler Scott gets away from him like the play expects you to, and suddenly you've got a wide receiver in green grass for like 8 yards. Nick, I don't know. Because 4-0 is bad, or what is it? 0-4 is bad, but 0-5 is that much worse. But maybe, especially with some of the style points, I don't think you'd fire him after this one. Or maybe you would, because it's a huge comeback loss. We get so far away from it, especially by Tuesday, especially when you ask me at Tuesday at 11:20. I'm so nearly delirious that, like when it comes to these games, sometimes I don't even have a take anymore. I'm taked out. Now we're going to run it. Is this it? 1st and 10? Yeah, this is it, isn't it? Boom. Fumble. Take it back the other way. Score. Tie game. Which sucks. 0-3 or 0-2 to 0-3 is almost season ending. 0-3 to 0-4 pretty much is season ending, and then 0-4 to 0-5 is yes, your season is over. This play is, let's see, 40. Yeah, 42 is like not this time. The interesting piece about this is that like the moment that they pull this man across, let me see. Kudos to this defender. He just does not care. Like, he's going straight for Fields. He's had enough of these. The Bears have run enough bootlegs that he's not about to fall for it. The ball fake is not great. I don't know who to blame, so I'm not going to pretend to know. But thinking from the perspective of this defender, does Fields ever get close enough to really sell the ball fake? Not even kind of. And so he's coming for Fields outrageously fast. AC, I actually take a little bit of issue, like with saying this is Getsy being too cute, if only because the Bears have been running these boots the entire game. This isn't anything new. It just doesn't work. Like, if the Bears had, whether it's taken a sack or whatever else, we would have been totally fine with this. But there's a lot going on here. For instance, let me use an example. And I'm not rubbing salt in the wound, I promise, but it's the only example that I can truly pull up on command because I remember where it is. Let's see. Man, that was hilarious, wasn't it? So, early in the Broncos game, right? The Bears pulled Jaquan Brisker up on the line of scrimmage. And so the moment they do that, like Jaquan's got a man inside of him, he can just bake the quarterback. In this case, it's Russ. So he's going to be coming from under center, right? Brisker hesitates and plays the run for some reason. But look at the way that Russ handles the situation. He comes out of his fake and immediately is going to push upfield because he has to, right? You have to take your first few steps straight back up the field just in case you've got a defender bearing down on you. And if Brisker was sprinting, he'd have been right here. And had he been right there, Russ probably would have done the same thing he did, take another huge step backwards, and basically hit a fadeaway throw that in this case he just would have dumped it somewhere. Brisker would have hit him. Maybe you knocked the pass down. Very possible. But the whole purpose of Russ's footwork, when you take a look at every step here, is avoiding that fumble. Because when your back is turned, you have no idea. Somebody is sprinting at you. Somebody's sprinting at you, and you can't turn it over. You can't turn it over. It doesn't take a crabby person on the internet or a bright person on the internet. Like, it doesn't take bright, happy, crabby, this, that, to know that, especially in a 21-28 game, you can't turn it over. But, and sure, I'm with you, new poster, that the play fakes are fairly different because Russ doesn't get close to the RB because he's faking a toss, whereas Fields comes back. JT thinks that he took this play somewhat lackadaisical. I'm not going to pretend one way or another. But these turnovers can't happen. And AC, if there is something to worry about, it's that if Fields is a rookie, this game rules. If Fields is a sophomore, this game rules. Because Fields is a third-year player, we look at these turnovers and we go, why in 3 of the last 4 games have we scored on ourselves? Like, at some point, the turnovers do have to stop, right? And Case, that would be really interesting. If you could do something like that, and maybe you'd love Kmet to go get a piece. But me personally, I'm not a schooled quarterback. I could just tell you this can't happen and show you the all 22, right? And you're totally right, Slim Jim. Like, it has to, let's see, let me see, Michael. You don't care if Fields got a deeper or better fake. He's getting laid out. The Broncos sold out and stayed with Fields no matter what. Yeah, I'm with you, Michael. Him getting hit, I don't have an issue with. I mean, the Broncos got you here. This happens. When it comes to naked keepers, sometimes if the D end crashes, you're dead in the water. But also, Fields curls towards the defensive end, whereas JT O'Sullivan would point out and say, you've got to get further backwards to dump this off to your guy in the flat. Or, at the very least, don't fumble it. Like, don't try to pull the ball up and give the ball away. Tight end does not have to, I mean, I hate to just, get argumentative. The tight end doesn't have to chip there because the tight end is part of the passing play that they're trying to run. The whole point of doing these keepers, goes away if you block somebody. Like, if you don't let this guy run himself out of the play, wherever that is, you're losing a man downfield, which is part of the whole reason these plays work in the first place. And like you're saying, John, I get what you mean though, Michael. It's more that the moment that you lose some of those threats in the open field, the passing window gets that much harder. But all the same, you can't fumble. Everybody knows that. But a brutal turnover, all the same. 28-28, on to the next drive, right? And here, Bears use a little bit of fast motion. Nothing's really open. You can go through if you'd like to, but we check it down. Herbert runs like a maniac, and Mercedes Lewis holds. Breaks 1, breaks 2, breaks 3, and then goes down. And Lewis does hold. It's a bummer, but it does hold. He does hold. At least you should keep 1st and 10, if memory serves. Wrestles the shoulders. Sets him down. From there, the Bears pretty much just decide to run the ball. To run the snot out of the ball. 28-28, they're like, let's just go establish our will. Nate Davis digging somebody out. He's got all the leverage there, but it's still fun to watch an offensive lineman just go move somebody. Second and 5. You tell me, is it open? Your call. But we go to the check down. We eat pressure. We rush it. Incompletion. He's had one all game. No matter what happens, it's still a great game. But when I talked about either whether you want to call it not going through reads or worrying about his play in zone, I'm pointing at plays like this where I'm like, why didn't we get a completion? Not even to the running back. Because everybody's going to point on a play like this and they're going to say, why on earth are we going to complain when he had to throw it with pressure in his face? It looked like he had a throwing option earlier, and we didn't like it. So we checked it down. We had pressure by the time we checked it down, and we take a hit, and we don't get a completion. But that's fine. 3rd and 5. I think they take a penalty here. Yeah, it's false start. So then 3rd and 10, we make a play. Like a hell of a play, too. It is, they call man. Fields looks, scrambles. See ya. How fun is he to watch in the open field? It rules, right? It clicks with him. Oh, shoot, this is man coverage. And just bolts. He covers ground so quickly. And Darnell Wright does a great job. Ooh, I didn't realize that. Like, I love this Nate Davis rep. Personally, Q. Like, because here against, he sets against 0, realizes Zach Allen's coming for him. Wright must call something to him. Like, he might be yelling, stunt, 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 stunt. Because Davis just turns around, the 2 pass guys off, and then Davis sticks with Allen left, sticks with Allen back right, and then Fields gets out. Here it is in real time, just so it's clear how long this takes. Block, transition, stick with the guy, I'm out. It is, John. Wright and Davis slap. Oh, I got you, Q. There is nothing. Nothing illegal about shouting at each other. And the Bears seem like they did a pretty good job of leveraging Fields' legs as just a general threat, getting these ends to come around wide. Where the Broncos were dead set on doing it too. Run play. Hate to skip everything, but there's a point where we got to finish up so that we can at least touch on some of the defense stuff. Boom. Toss out. This rep from Herbert is unreal. Herbert goes and just drives his feet down. And check this out. Like, so Herbert gets hit. Clack, clack, clack. 3 hits right here. And then just drags him and everybody else another 10 yards. Like, look at how hard he gets hit, too. You want to talk about momentum? You want to talk about physics? Boom, boom, boom. Like the 42-yard line. And then just drives. Finds his way downfield. Picks up like 10 extra yards after plane contact. Darnell slaps. Both of them. It's gotten that way, John. You could tell what we emphasized in the offseason. Also, kudos to Kmet. Because Kmet pops out, hits 49, and he and Darnell, again, I love these plays. I think these plays are hilarious, where Darnell's going to get away with a like a legal hold, or at least it's not legal, but it's not a penalty, just based on severity. And then Herbert rips up field, does what he does. Snap, handoff to Herbert, veers. I actually think ESB misses this. Seriously feels like it sometimes. Yeah, because ESB comes up and kind of Claypools the guy, I say with love, where he just whiffs. 41 gets around him, blows the play up. Q, it feels like when you're wearing a nose tackle, like a defensive tackle jersey, you should get better. Armon Watts had some decent snaps. I don't know. That one's stretching it, honestly. But like nose tackle, the literal bear thing happens. And then running back is unbelievable. And linebacker. Those are the Bears that you seem like you just put on the jersey and you get better. What I love about watching Darnell Wright are snaps like this, honestly, where you can see the upper body strength. Like that contact right there, that's normal. We expect this. It's this part where he benches him, right? And it helps that Zero is also probably explicitly trying to gain the edge. So that is like, he's also probably trying to get off of Right. So looking at it again, it's two guys both like getting what they want out of that play. But then from there, Right just remains latched until the point where I just realized he totally holds, huh? Yep. So that's when Right holds. Man, when going from talking about how great a rep is, turns into talking about a penalty. His latch is good enough that if you battle hard enough, he'll get called for a hold. And I guess you take the good with the bad, right? He's a rookie. He's got to learn it. Run up the middle, 2nd and 16. They got the timing really right on this, but also, man, do they get a great call to work out for them. Denver picks. From Chicago's perspective, Denver picks the perfect time to crash this backside of the edge because they don't get it. You would imagine that if you're going to crash this, just like the Bears do, or just like Denver does, you would try to work outside, right? Doesn't that make sense? Where you'd try to jump this out? Yeah, good job by Fields. Fields has to stretch. Get every piece of length that he can to get Scott the ball as Scott takes it around. And then Scott turns 2nd and 16 into the 3rd and 5 that we all know. Q, it's every play. It's every play. Which, why not? Make him call it. And then make him call it again. Like, hold on the edge. What if you didn't get there? And then Scott's off to the races. Like, look, I know that nobody here likes penalties because so I believe that you pretty much need to take penalties as often as you can, not literally as often as you can. Ride with me, but exactly, John. It's if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, right? Make them call. Make them call. Make them call it. I love the fact that Wright, feeling his guy get away from him, just says, "Yeah, what if you didn't?" And the referee, who's staring right at him, just lets it go. Which, the moment that happens, now you got a cutback lane. Like, you absolutely should do this. And to everybody saying, why did Scott go out of bounds? He's a wide receiver. And he's like 180 pounds. I'm not saying he should. I'm saying he will. Velus wouldn't have. Like, say what you will, Velus Jones probably plants his feet right here and dives upfield and says, I'm going to freaking score. They're going to, what is it? They're going to have to send in the National Guard to bring me down, more than likely. Just because that's what Velus does. Velus got to the sidelines, broke 2 tackles against the Vikings, and raced upfield for a score because he's basically pound for pound a running back. Scott is not that. It's just it's something I had to learn from watching Anthony Miller, who did the same thing. You give wide receivers the ball, they are going for the sidelines. They do not want the smoke. Like, we're happy with 11 yards. Just because based on the personnel, yeah, we're happy with 11 yards out of 2nd and 16 in that situation. Seriously, John. And then this was unbelievable to me because the part where Khalil Herbert picks up the 5 yards is awesome. Good job by Darnell Wright. Nate Davis, like, kudos to Zach Allen. Zach Allen gets paid $15 million a year. The guy is going to make a play eventually. And against Nate Davis here, he totally does. Davis is trying to hold that inside gap, but as Herbert bounces outside, he gets reached. But holy smokes, does this DB just hit Khalil Herbert with the force of Zeus. Like, Khalil Herbert has been plowing forward for all kinds of, all all kinds of momentum. But on this play, oh no, he got stopped very fast. And I guess it helps that there's a man with his arms around Herbert's legs. But that's a huge play. Yeah, Lorenzo, in the world of football's a game of inches, that is like that play by 32. 32's had some huge tackles, and he was willing to put his body on the line. He gets down, he thumps Khalil, and the Bears go to 4th-1. So this is totally not Fields' fault. Wright doesn't get to his assignment. Everybody knows, right? I thought it's hilarious, John, that analytics said to kick the field goal here, because on Bear With Us, I talked about how I'm a wuss and would have totally kicked it. Like, I totally would have kicked it. Just being honest with you, after going from 7 to 28 to 28 to 28, I am kicking it. Like, old school, like, do I believe that my team was going to pick up a yard and a half? No. No, honestly, new poster, for me, it would have been the fact that, like, as the head coach, I would have been like, we are reeling. We might not, there's a decent chance we don't get this. Based on the way we are playing, there's a decent chance we don't get this. And the Broncos offense is messy. They may make a mistake, or we can hold them and force overtime and go from there. But that's just totally me. I tend to agree with you, Nick, that shotgun is bonkers, but it's worth remembering that this, if memory serves, 4th-1 is lying to you. It felt like it was closer to 4th-2 to me. Now, I don't know, because I can't see the sticks based on this all-22 angle. But I would have sworn the line to gain is like here. But I'm glad, Cade, you thought the same thing that I did. If only because while Fields, clinically speaking, Fields should absolutely not pull this, because this defensive lineman is sitting on it and ready to make a play. He probably will. But there is a younger version of Fields from 2022 around week 9 or week 10, right? That totally would have gotten the yards. I'm not saying that Fields, he's just playing different now. He threw the ball a lot more. First 300-yard game. Friggin' rules. That's great, right? But it is funny to see that this now is a no read, because there was a day and age where Aiden Hutchinson surfing the edge was not enough. I'm gonna take the ball and I'm gonna run with it. But we go uphill. Darnell Wright doesn't get our block. Neither does Cody Whitehair. Really, neither does Lucas Patrick. Nobody does. Like, honesty, I don't quite know why we're running straight at Zach Allen. That's totally a separate question. But Wright should go basically set the D end and then go get the linebacker. He's a step slow. The linebacker does a great job just ripping through the hole. Honestly, like 49 here makes a play. Just blasting. And Bears turn it over. Immediate next play for the sake of storytelling. If memory serves, it is. I don't know if I can find it, to be honest with you. Touchdown. Immediate next play is this. Thank you so much, Michael. I'm right here for you. Thank you so much for liking and subscribing. That really helps. Really does. Next play is this. Rip. Cover 2 beater. And I don't want to say the game is over, but man, you could just feel all of the collective air go out of the balloon immediately. The Broncos hadn't even been setting this up all game. They had just been not throwing this for a reason I can't really explain to you. Like, I watched the game. I was shocked they didn't go at our corners more. And then, all of a sudden, they did. And Elijah Hicks is, like, I'm not a DB coach. I don't absolutely know. But when you're playing cover 3 like this, I know Hicks is just like Hicks's depth is always insane to me. Eddie tends to play this a lot closer or at least be aggressive one direction or another. I'm not saying Eddie definitely would have taken this away. I'm really not because this crosser right here, Jackson probably would have presumed was dangerous and the one-on-one would have been where it was. But I'll tell you in my opinion, there were a lot of plays where Hicks did not help. Like technically he turns Mims in here, but he also fat misses the tackle while also not being there, which is a bummer, right? But thanks so much, Quinn. Always happy to. And so then we've got the final drive, right? This is the for all the marbles moment, right? And the Broncos really are just going to sit in a bunch of spot drop zones. Nothing's really there. We're going to take Kmet on the check down. He goes, gets us in the yards. Clock keeps moving, but we pick up first down. So it's a fair trade. Then next play, this one's kind of hilarious. You get a whole bunch of hitches. We are going to pick Cole Kmet to ride with. I don't know why. I don't know how they're coaching it. But by the time Cole Kmet is totally covered, all the routes are resolved. You could probably throw it. I don't know. I'll let you guys make the decision. These plays, honest to God, like this isn't what I set the show up to do, to like sit here and nitpick at a quarterback. I feel like it's a conversation worth having because the quarterback is like the only yeah, right, Michael. The quarterback is such a conversation that just like 2019, I feel like it's all we have to talk about. But at the same time, I feel like you can over discuss the quarterback in heavy doses. And streams like this are not something I want to make a super habit of. If I really can choose, I want to get away from them because the chess match is way more fun. The chess match just gets boring when it's a checkers match. And in this, like, I really like the throw. It feels like maybe we threw it a little late, but honestly, throwing it late in this case doesn't make a huge difference. We're either going to make the contested catch or we aren't because Surtain's all over it. I like the placement. I like the way DJ Moore attacks the football, honestly, because DJ Moore takes what could be a route jump and instead defends it with his body. It's exactly what you should do. And while it's a bummer that he doesn't come down with what would have been a rad catch, making sure that it's either you or nobody is the job as a wide receiver one. And so that's a throw we want to make. Surtain gets involved. Pretty much just like a good football play by everybody. That's why they give you 4 downs. Good play by everybody except Cody Whitehair, who just gets beat. Exactly, Tom. I'll never have an issue with it. Here's old Cody. Rip. Throw through pressure. And you should. Fields looked much more comfortable in this game. Denver basically just hands the Bears a first down. There are some of these calls where it's like, I don't know if this is a Vance Joseph thing or what, but this felt too easy in the moment, and it's wild looking back that Patrick Surtain comes off the ball and basically offers DJ Moore a straight up free first down. But hey, you got to take what you're given. Can't play against a different defense when you're up against Denver Broncos. So absolutely cash in. Just go. And the nice part about this is if memory serves, like I'll take a look at the scoreboard here. You don't have a ton of time. You've got a timeout, but you've got some. You got plenty. Like you're moving along. You only need 3 points. So you're within what? Like realistically, probably about 15 yards of striking distance. And of course, you'd love the touchdown. But 15 yards probably is all you need. Man. Could we have thrown it? You make the call. Looks like Fields is reading dagger to the out. Here's the in, or well, it's dagger to the in right there. Fields sets. If you're going to throw it, you're going to throw it off this first hitch. Like, watch Fields' footwork. This much I know. Like, we get to the back of our drop right here, and we would hitch like the crow hop we've seen, and we would be throwing it through Lucas Patrick's man, which we've seen a couple examples of. Not an easy throw at all. It would probably look a lot like the Moore throw we just watched. But could you throw it? Maybe. You'd pretty much need to be releasing the ball right now. If that. Fuzz, we probably won't go through the entire thing, but we'll cover some highlights. I don't know if it's a weak call or not, to be honest with you, new poster. Like, I think anytime anybody gets intentional grounding, it's always going to bum that franchise out because intentional grounding has become something of a mark of shame. But in the world of who is he throwing to? I mean, it's nobody, right? Like, partially because of the throwing posture, you just know, like, he's got to actually throw it to somebody. So to me, it's the right call. If you've flipped the jerseys, I'd be pissed off, right? If there was no call. Because I'd be like, that's grounding. That's grounding. Come on. That's grounding. Evan, we're just finishing up the defense. But so you usually get away with this. Like, but at the same time, what is this? We might fuzz. Like, I stuck with YouTube for forever because we built up the YouTube chat specifically, but I may just try to multi-stream. Why not, right? But so one thing worth watching here, Lucas Patrick's play doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm not trying to turn everybody in this chat into a straight up hater, but like Lucas Patrick basically doesn't engage his arms until there. Lucas looks just like exhausted, honestly, which isn't an excuse, but everybody else at least has their arms. I hate that I'm nitpicking on this, but it's serious. Like, everybody else has their arms in like an athletic position, right? Check you out later, G Station. But like, Lucas gets hit before his arms come up. And then when Nate Davis thinks that he's passed off the man and he sees Darnell Wright in a huge late game situation, Davis leaves to go help his man. And then the DT just walks right around Lucas Patrick. He must, new poster, but to me, wait a minute. I don't know. "2022 Fields certainly might run this. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me, Q, because like the Bears, you got to remember that Broncos drive was pretty short, all things told. It's the huge Mims bomb, and then they immediately go 3 and out, don't they? Like, I think it's really interesting, just as we talk through it, because it's right, totally me. Because Q, everybody wants to run the ball until suddenly your offensive line is wiped out. For better or for worse. So then it's 3rd and 22. If memory serves, the Bears pick up a little bit here. Yeah, we get Kmet wide open, and we take it. Why wouldn't we? They cover everything else. Kmet gets out of bounds. 3rd and 13. Oh, yeah, the fumble 6. So then they sprinted, and then they were on the field. Man, they may have been just super duper gassed. And then here's a pick. I love the anticipation element. I love the fact that Fields is throwing it and trusting his guy to go get the ball. That's good. That's a huge improvement, right? And in year one, I don't know. There's an aspect of when I look at these plays and I'm like, what do you want me to say? Right? I wish I was kidding too. Like, I feel like I'm about to give the most boring answer on earth. But I sit here and I look at an interception late in the game that you were winning by 3 touchdowns. And then the offense handed away a touchdown. And you get the chance to come back late. Why is there an interception? Whose fault is it? Does it matter? Are you allowed to just be upset? Right? Because the Bears are 0-3. They have not won a game, or they have not lost a game within one score, right? They have given a defensive touchdown away on all, or in 3 out of 4 of these games. The only game where they didn't give away a defensive touchdown was a game where they scored no points until the 3rd quarter. Who's right? I don't know. It's all about their playbook. Let me see. Michael, I know you're in here. You wanted to hear my thoughts. It all depends on how the Bears teach it. And Fields, or what is it, Kmet, in his post-game interview said, I read match, which they're in match. Like, you could call it match, you could call it man. Same thing in this case. I read match and I ran our match rules. And Fields says, Kmet thinks Fields read zone. And then Fields said, I read man, and Kmet did the man thing. But I thought he didn't want to do the man thing, which doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Like, hearing Fields say, yeah, he stuck with what we planned to do, but I wanted him to just play football instead. I don't really know. But at the end of the day, I'm just bummed it happened. And I don't know whose fault it is. But you hit the point where, okay, so it's the age-old off-season problem, right? Fields had, 8 games in a row that came down to one score at the end of the game, and they never went well. ISM fumbled, and Velus Jones muffed a punt, and Darnell Mooney bobbled the ball at the goal line, and Dante Pettis didn't catch it, and you go through the laundry list, right? Equinemius St. Brown dropped the ball against Miami. Cole Kmet went knee to knee with a Lions linebacker and nothing worked. Knee to knee with a Lions linebacker, and he would have been wide open, and Fields couldn't pull the ball down in time. Like, you can just parade through these games where you say, well, that one had a valid reason, and that one had a valid reason, and that one had a valid reason, and that one had a valid reason. And this one has a valid reason. I mean, there's a clear miscommunication. And like you're saying, Lorenzo, this is totally fine outside of the part where we lose the game because of coaching problems one way or another. And Fields is creating a pattern across 2 separate years of not being able to close these games. I'm not about to take a hot cup of coffee and spit hot fire and say, this is who Fields is or whatever else. But I think you guys would agree that it's going to be pretty hard to get chest-beatingly excited about Justin Fields in year 4 if we're never winning games, especially if you have the chance to win them late, right? Like, you tell me, if I was going to tell you that Justin Fields was never going to be the guy to win these games late, and that if you were going to win these games, you have to win them in the first 3.5 quarters, because if it becomes a true pass situation, then you think your quarterback can't do it. Do you extend that guy after year 4, even if he's pretty good in those first 3 quarters? Like, it's a question you gotta ask. And Cade, the big problem here is that Kmet is explicitly deciding to drive out, and then Fields, in theory, would get the ball there. And so, while Kmet could maybe drive on the ball, you got to remember that he doesn't see it until there, and at this point, you're talking about a half second. Like, that's real time. Slow motion is going to make it look like he sees it and has this anime moment where he can think about what's going on, right? In real time, 3, 2, 1. It happens that fast. So, super anticipatory. Honest to God. Like, if the throw was stapled to where Kmet is, it would have been one of the most impressive throws of Fields' life. The fact that we're attempting it is badass. It's awesome, right? Um, but within that, like it's a huge bummer that on this 3rd and 13, we get picked off and we lose a game that we had in hand. Like it, I'm right there. No, I don't. I completely get you, Cade. It's totally fine, Michael. No worries. I'll take that spot. If Carolina stays bad and they give you number 1 and Fields stays decent, then I think you have to take Caleb. I really do. I think it would be hard to come up with a scenario where the Bears get the number 1 overall pick and you don't take Caleb Williams. Like, and that's okay. But so Austin, I don't know if I'll ever like do hockey content. Maybe if that's where the money is, that's where the money is. Eventually I want to do this. I would love to do this for a living, but that's a whole separate conversation. But so within this, it's like, to me, Michael, that's honest to God the hardest part that Fields has to deal with right now. And again, it's worth remembering for anybody who joined late, we are talking about a phenomenal Fields performance against the worst defense in history so far. Could change. But the worst defense in history, worse than the 2008 Detroit Lions that ended up going winless, right? To who's the starter next year? Fields, Rookie Williams. You'd probably start Rookie Williams. I'm not trying to say that that's like the best plan ever, but chances are you'd get your rookie in and go with a Bryce Young style year, except you do it with DJ Moore at an absolute minimum, and ideally a relatively strong line. The same line everybody in here is getting excited about Fields having. Fields would have that plus another year's worth of investments, and hopefully a healthy Braxton. I hope that injury isn't long term, man. Like, whatever's going on, because it doesn't sound like they've said a lot about it, but like a neck is a problem. Like, exactly, Zach. Like, you'll have a relatively experienced starter. I'm not trying to say Caleb Williams is going to come into the NFL and just light it on fire. That literally never happens. But within that, let's see. If Fields plays decent and wins a few, and you draft Caleb, they trade Fields. They both won't be here. Yeah, exactly, Michael. I don't think both will be here. I don't think Fields is the bridge starter under any circumstance. But I also think if you have the opportunity to draft Caleb, you probably do. If you have the opportunity to draft QB2, it becomes a better question. But also, Michael, just talking out loud. So, look, I go where the film brings me, right? And a game like this is awesome. A game like this is really awesome. It's the Bears offense whooping because that's the thing, AC. I really appreciate that attitude. I think that's really important because the offense needs to be good. The offense needs to be something we weren't worried about. I got to tell you, AC, I wasn't worried about the offense. And then they got gutted against Green Bay. I wasn't worried about the offense. And then Tampa Bay shut them down. They had a sweet scripted drive and a sweet drive in the late third. And outside of that, they had no answers. And I mean none. Like, I'm 100% with you, Nick. It's not a QB problem. First and foremost, it's a coaching problem. And Michael, the coaching problem is what makes it an issue. Like, the coaching problem, like the fact that you have to probably replace your head coach makes keeping the quarterback that much harder, which is really complicated. And maybe new poster, but I don't think it's going to be that simple because Caleb would theoretically inherit a team that would be better. And then he'll get his rookie year where people like me are going to say he's a rookie. You have to remember that Caleb Williams would be week 4, right? Like week 4 with Justin Fields right now. This is week 30 and the standard is different. Like, Fields would inherit an even better team with the number 1 pick, but he'd be in year 4 of his contract. You would have to pick up his option and then extend him. With Caleb Williams, you get a worse team the immediate year, like his rookie year, but a way better team in his 3rd year than what you could probably field around Fields because you have to pay him $50 million. Like, Daniel Jones has had 3 head coaches and Justin has a way higher ceiling. Kate, but are we saying that like it's a good thing for Daniel Jones to have had 3 head coaches? Because I probably wouldn't. Like, especially since Daniel Jones and the Giants might be kind of stuck in a jam right now. Like, that offense can't get out of second gear. And so let's see. He said, "Man, John, I don't know about that. I really don't. Like that would be awesome, but I really don't know." Fields' only chance is to somehow win enough to give us a bad draft pick. I agree with you, Joseph. I really do. Like in theory, if the Carolina Panthers won 2 games, ended up with the 3rd highest pick overall, and the Bears won their way down to 9th, then you're probably sticking with Fields. But outside of that, it seems like you're probably changing quarterbacks. Also, I really don't want to I don't really want to get too low or like so I want to be somebody who doesn't get too low or too high on one game. So far, pretty much all of the data we have on Fields points in a specific direction. It's not a positive one. And that doesn't mean it can't change. Like you're saying, AC Adam, if Fields goes full on, I believe, and just lights the league on fire, throws for 250 to 300 yards against nearly every defense he faces, and just becomes everything that everybody wants him to be, then that freaking rules. And I'll eat all the crow and do whatever is necessary. I'll do cartwheels, I'll do backflips, like that rules. But I remember waiting on that for Mitch too. And it took me around halfway through 2019, his 3rd year, before I realized it wasn't coming. And so I don't ever hear me talking about Caleb Williams as if it's a sure thing. It's not a sure thing. Statistically, though, there has not been a quarterback that has blossomed as late as Fields would have to now blossom that has sustained that blossom. Does that make sense? Josh Allen had already blossomed by now. Jalen Hurts had already blossomed by now. Like any realistic comp is going to lead you to Tannehill. And I think Tannehill makes a lot of sense, especially the part where he changed teams. Like Fields figuring it out in Chicago is the hard part. I mean, I don't disagree with you, A-Glitch. Like, I don't. And Cody, did Kurt Warner figure it out on his first team too? Like, Tom, you mentioned Geno Smith. Great example. That's going to involve being like in the league for quite a while. And and Cade, Vic technically needed to change teams before he found it as a passer. And that's totally fine. Like, within like, so somebody mentioned MG, you mentioned what would it take me to make me in on JF1? Honestly, pretty easy. Like throw the ball on time at the back of your drop in or like a sail zone coverage 5 to 15 yards downfield. Like the Hurts throw that we saw where he just took the free 5 yards is the kind of stuff that's going to get you out of playing spot drop for an entire game. And that's awesome. Like that's great because you're going to loosen up the defense and allow you and force the defense basically to go back and forth, calling man to try to take that same route away because a free 5 yards on every play is free. And then you just keep on going. Point being, like Callie, you mentioned, could JF1 succeed in a Ravens offense? Lamar gets the ball out, man. Like he does a really good job moving in the pocket and distributing. And so, yes, but also it's more complicated than that. I don't think that it's like the Bears are running a West Coast offense. I don't think it's an offense issue. Let's see, Donald, we kind of already just passed it. I think Fields right now looks really awesome when he knows where he's putting the football. And against Denver, he knew where he was putting the football pretty often. And it was awesome. A lot of other teams have left him more confused on where he's putting the football. And it slowed him down. And it leads to the negative plays that we've seen that could just shoot a hole in the boat. Right? Like in the Broncos game, to use an example, Fields played pretty much as perfect a first 3 quarters as is possible. I don't even think that's hyperbole. Like Fields threw for nearly 300 yards, completed 300 yards in the 4th, and from there, everything blossomed. It was great until we scored on ourselves, which can't happen. And it's totally fine. I mean, you have to remember, that I'm sitting here in position where I have to talk about a loss, right? It can't end on, and that is great. Like that's a last year thing. It was last year where we said we want to see Fields get better and also lose so that we can raise our pick. It's year 3 now. We got to show progress in terms of wins, or why did I show 3? Wins and losses, right? And Drex, if the Bears have picks 1 and 2, what kind of offer would you want to, like, what kind of offer would you want to give up if the Bears had the chance to take MH Jr. at 2, if any? I don't know, man. And let's see, because if the Bears did have picks 1 and 2, like, I would probably just, at this stage, having done no film study, I would offer the team at 3 to come up, and I would take whatever I could bully out of them. But that's about it. The Donald, I think it's a little of both, right? It seems like zone. So as I see it, and this is totally just your boy's opinion, right? And New Poster, it's definitely not great luck, right? But because the standard isn't no turnover worthy plays. Not really. But also, we're talking about him playing the worst defense in history as of now, which muddies the water. I mean, it's a great game. It's a great game. Do you think this, like, let me put it this way, New Poster, because this is really what I'm getting at. Do you think most of this will work against Washington? Because Washington's a really good defense, and Donald, Washington's going to tighten the margins, and if Fields won't throw it against if Fields won't throw the ball like he did against the Broncos against the Commanders, it doesn't matter, right? Or if he throws it and it gets tipped and it turns into 3 interceptions, that's not really progress. Like, and so let's see, how can it be this bad? I can't believe it. I can believe Justin isn't the guy. I've been worried about this since he was drafted, but this defense is shocking. No, I agree. It's really terrible. Most teams throw that route down the hatches. Mooney ran the same route earlier, and it was a hash play. Which one? Let's see. Specifically, which route down the hashes? Let's see. That's the thing. Like, oh, and yeah, so we'll see, Drex, what happens. I really appreciate you, by the way. But just to fully answer your question, because I really appreciate that super chat, I think you just have to feel out what happened at 2. If there was tremendous action for May, you have to consider it. You have to. Everything has an opportunity cost, including just taking Marvin Harrison Jr. at 2. And if somebody trades up for Marvin Harrison Jr., then maybe you take Olu, or you market that number 3 pick to whoever wants to come up for a quarterback, because maybe somebody will, but that's a whole separate conversation for later. And New Poster, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, Fields against the Broncos played pretty doggone well. Very doggone well. Now, we didn't win, but played pretty doggone well. And Joe Burrow got smoked. Like, Joe Burrow did a terrible job against Tennessee Titans. Why aren't people jumping on him? He's made a Super Bowl, right? He's thrown for over 4,000 yards. Like, the, what is it? Like, we look at Josh Allen. Josh Allen turned the ball over a bazillion times against the Jets. They looked terrible, right? Not just the Bills, but like the turnovers were awful, right? Josh Allen has run and thrown for 5,000 combined yards. And in the last 3 games, they've put up 35 plus on every team they've played. Like, Justin Herbert, I think, is really good. And Justin Herbert has made the playoffs at this stage. He's a year older than Fields, but at least it's not 23 at this point against one of the worst teams that you're going to face on your schedule. Like, it's really hard, New Poster, because haven't we been here before? Where we are finding the angle that makes us right rather than looking at what all of the data is pointing towards, right? I mean, let me see. Purely because, I don't know, I want to try to, let me see. It's quarterbacking efficiency, early downs versus late downs. Let's see, early down EPA per play, late down EPA per play, and you've got Fields and Mac Jones in the bottom left here. Fields and Mac Jones, because this chart basically cuts this way, where it's like the higher you are in either, the better. Fields right now is better than Desmond Ridder, Daniel Jones, Zach Wilson, Joe Burrow, Bryce Young, Aiden O'Connell, Kenny Pickett, and that's it. Is that a good list? Is that what are we good with that? Right? His early down EPA looks like it is, let's see, so that would be cutting it here, better than all those names. His late down EPA per play, it looks like he's better than Anthony Richardson, Geno Smith, Gardner Minshew, Trevor Lawrence, Bryce Young, and Aiden O'Connell, with Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder, Daniel Jones being, let me see, better than him on third and fourth down. That may just be noise, right? It's totally fine. I mean, it's good with it is one thing, AC, but it gets tough because if we're going to like circle this and be like, then I mean that's an awful lot of quarterbacks. Like, it's not as if it. I find it hard to believe that when you look at what is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 quarterbacks, that if we are working to justify what, I mean, I'd have to look at this more. Let's see, Herbert might be on his way to a third HC, but at least he's done it in that's a whole weird situation, to be honest with you. Like, we may as well not look at the film if we're gonna go down this route. I mean, I hear you, right? But like, new poster, don't you feel like you're working awfully hard to find a way to make your point? I mean, it's okay. It is okay. It is totally okay to be like, I just like him, and I like the way he plays, and I like the vibe. Let me see. Jordan Love is higher on the list and winning games by throwing go balls down the sidelines and hoping for PI or for his receivers to make adjustment. I will challenge you on that because there are a lot of things Jordan Love are doing that works. Like, and Drex, I'm with you. I'm not about to stump for Jordan Love, but in my Jordan Love video, I talk about how well he plays on time and how well the Packers offense does within that. That's awesome. Like, it does work. And when the rookies and him are on the same page, they can make some plays. And then other times, they just get shuttered, right? And no, I get what you're saying. Like, Donald, I am totally right there with you. It's more that as somebody who's just trying to take as, like, top down a view as I can, like, it gets tough. Like, where I'm staring at Fields and you see the fun and you see the sick stuff from 2022, and I see that we're not throwing with anticipation yet. I see that we're inconsistent at getting to read number 3, going back to not just Tampa, but also Kansas City. I see that we are running an offense that's entirely about moving the launch point. It has nothing to do with throwing with, or like, not nothing, but it's very, like, we are de-emphasizing throwing from the pocket. And I wonder how, like, that's going to work long term, right? And it's not because I hate Justin Fields. It's because, new poster, if we were to weight each team based on the defense that they went up against and the defense that they played it against, Fields' best game is Dallas 2022. That was phenomenal, and the defense was phenomenal. And this one is really great. It's a great football game. Fields plays great within it. He looks better than he ever has in nearly every piece of his game. And also, it gets the biggest grain of salt out of all of them based on the defense he goes up against. We have to settle there, don't we? Don't we? So then, if he what would be coming back to earth, right? Like, at what point, based on what happens on Thursday, let's say that the line plays okay on Thursday, but the game plan looks a little bit too close to what would you call it? Like, the game plan looks a little too close to what people would describe the Kansas City game plan as. And Fields looks okay within it, but ultimately the Bears lose. They lose like 16-27 or something like that. Like, the question totally is why, Donald, but also it's gonna be, I don't know, man. Cause like I really do care about the why. I really do care about the why. But I also know how football is going to treat this. And while Fields has plenty of talent, Mitch had plenty of talent. And then he got acquired as a backup, and now he's still a backup. Like, talent and quarterbacking is really hard. It's tough to marry the two, right? Because let me use your exact point. New poster, you are dead on. On every EPA chart, it's Brock Purdy, it's Tua Tagovailoa, and then finally somebody gets in here, right? Like Josh Allen, Mahomes is there. Look at Baker, for crying out loud. But if I said quarterbacking is really hard, we probably all agree, right? Like, I think anybody, when you look at talent, would look at Kirk Cousins and say he is dramatically less talented than Justin Fields. Wouldn't everybody agree? Right? Like, we would all agree that Kirk Cousins is less talented than Justin Fields. But Kirk, for his entire 15-year career at this point, has been better than Justin Fields. Because quarterbacking is about like little bitty pocket movements and being able to whip the ball with your elbow when you're under pressure and and trusting your guy when you absolutely need to and throwing with near blind faith at times that's called anticipation by others. Like, none of this is easy. You take a million hits depending on what kind of play style you're playing with. And I'm not trying to say Justin Fields can't be better than Kirk Cousins, but Kirk's definitely better right now. Don't you think? Like, Broncos game included. Would you rather have Kirk or Fields start a game for you with the game on the line if I told you it was at noon and it wasn't on primetime? Right? Let me see, Donald. And it's also about the talent you have on O, the talent you have on D, because it matters whether you're getting easy downs or hard downs. Totally agree. And the Bears' talent isn't that bad. And the Bears coaching is a real problem. But Donald, I also did this dance. You and I did this dance, didn't we? In 2019, where we went, oh, Mitch is the issue. The moment that the Bears get rid of Mitch, the play calling is going to change. And it did. It didn't get like explicitly better, but it did change. Nick Foles' offense didn't look exactly the same as Mitch's offense, didn't look exactly the same as Andy Dalton's offense, because with every coach and with every quarterback pair, you get a different offense. Would you agree that if Bajan entered the game, it would change? Not for the better, not for the worse. It would change, right? That's the trouble that I'm having. It is impossible for me, just like it's impossible for you, to separate what of this is Fields. Like, when the Bears run terrible route packages against zone, I think you and I agree, don't we? Like, the Bears zone, anti-zone routes kind of suck. They don't overload anything. They don't challenge spacing. They don't seem like they help anything. But are those the concepts Fields likes against zone? Are those the concepts that the Bears want to get against that look? Is that on the play sheet because somebody asked it to be? How are we going to know? we have no idea. We have no idea. We have no idea. And new poster, I disagree with the premise. Like, Williams absolutely won't have to play well as a rookie. He won't. Because while you get a massive trade haul trading back, it is very easy to say, to the general public and to your fans, yeah, Fields was bad in nearly every efficiency stat. We wish him the best, we wish him well, and we're on with Caleb now. Caleb's a rookie. He's growing. We're ready to compete in our second year. Everybody's done it. And just like, honestly, new poster, just like what happened with Mitch, there will be a contingent of Bears fans that will believe that getting rid of Fields, if that's what happens under any circumstance, Fields could throw 40 interceptions. And there will be somebody out there that thinks that getting rid of Fields is the dumbest idea that you could possibly ever get into as an organization. And they will ride that until it's dead. I can think of multiple names on Twitter that have still not let go of Mitch. And that's okay. Like, fan how you want to fan, for sure. For sure. Right? And don't hear me trying to tell anybody that Fields definitely sucks. Like, Joseph, that would be interesting. Like, I don't think it would help because I do think it would open the door too much for locker room controversy and all that stuff. Like, for sure, new poster, Williams will have to play well at some point, but it would be his second year. That's generally when pressure and expectations seem like they marry up. And in your third year, you definitely have to be very, very solid, at least from what I have seen. Like, that to me, new poster, that is what I've seen people do. Like, you draft a rookie quarterback and you pretty much check out on whether anything bad happens. But if something good happens, like CJ Stroud and some of what Richardson's doing, you jump on it and you immediately start telling people how great your situation is. And Tom, I kind of tend to agree with you, where I think if you don't think your guy has a shot at being top 10, top 5, it's just gonna be hard because it's let's put it this way, Tom. It feels to me like riding with a quarterback that you don't think will actually be top 10 really ever is optically similar to what we think of when the Raiders sign Jimmy Garoppolo and ride with him, right? Where you're like, but why? In plenty of cases. Like, man, John, is it that bad? And Nick, you're totally right. Totally. Like, with new coaching, Nick, maybe this is the magic phrase, right? If the Bears brought in Kellen Moore, I bet he could make Justin Fields look better. I really do. Like, really strong coaching makes the details work. The defense looks terrible. Really terrible. Really terrible. And it's not because cover 2 is a bad defense. It's because the way the Bears play cover 2 sucks. The way Donald, I think it is laughable that the Bears are so underprepared for spot drop or match zones, given that that's what they practice against. Like, I have thought this is hilarious. How, against their own defense, do they seem so lost when they're so strong against man defenses? Does it make any sense? Right? And I sit here trying to be in the middle, like trying to find the truth, because you got to remember that, like, oh man, Joseph, you say that, apparently that's really hard. Ace, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Nick, I don't know why bringing in I don't know why the Flus hire was the Flus hire, but it is what it is, right? We're now a quarter of the year through year 2. And if we do fire Eberflus, the fallout is just going to happen. And the Bears may run like a run and gun Veer style offense, and the defense may just be terrible. Like that might be how this goes. But let me see. I was just reading John's thing. Training camp being so back and forth was a true indictment. Damo, it's sad, but it's true, right? And John, I mean, the other thing that doesn't help in this case, at least in my opinion, is that there's this clear class of team and quarterback that are competitive and battling, like, constantly. And so, I don't know. One thing that doesn't help anything, Donald, and this isn't coming at you, this is just talking about football, is that when Fields takes too long in the pocket, people will blame the offensive line. And then you look at the offensive line statistics and you go, how could a quarterback survive getting pressured on 80% of his dropbacks? And then you watch, like, now, John, let's make sure that we keep things light enough, because BS argument is a fighting tone. And I know you know that. But that doesn't mean that you can't challenge the premise. Like, Donald, let's keep going down this road. if Fields' time to throw is the highest in the league, right? And we're eating pressure on 80% of our dropbacks. But PFF has stated that that only 16% of those dropbacks or whatever are Fields' fault. Like the you end up in a situation where we're looking at the offensive line and we're asking them to be something that 90% of offensive lines in football aren't. Like Jalen Hurts, if given 3.5 seconds to stand in the pocket, will also get pressured. And then he may throw the ball, he may not. It depends. Like Jalen Hurts isn't even, I don't know, gold standard for quarterbacking. I'm just picking somebody that holds the ball for a while. Same with Mahomes. Like if he holds the ball for a while, he will get pressured at some point. And then people will look at that 80% pressure rate and they'll say, how could anybody play quarterback in Chicago with an offensive line like this? Even though even though the quarterbacks that get the ball in and out are succeeding. And we know that generally. Like Stafford is succeeding, to Purdy is succeeding, to Goff is succeeding, etc., etc. It's funny you say that, live like temperance, if only because a lot of the quarterbacks that may not be the greats but are the very, very goods right now, like I tend to think that they're all getting the ball out of their hands, right? You got to hold the ball if you want to make miracle plays happen, but you have to distribute the ball if you want to get 5 yards on first down, for instance. And it's just way more. I think that you can take a statement like you got to hold the ball if you want to make the miracle play happen, and you can miss how many of the huge turning plays in these games come from timing and anticipation. Like regardless of which team you're playing with or against, you have to throw at the right timing, or a lot of these windows just aren't open. Like, honestly, Donald, it's funny you say that because I feel like Mahomes looked great in the first 3 weeks and his receivers flat let him down. The Jets game, I don't know what happened. Like, honestly, that looked super mortal. But we're talking about balls that hit the receiver's hands, which then they drop them, or in Kadarius Toney's case, he even dropped one into the hands of an opposing player who took it back for a touchdown. New poster. I think if you took Eagles Jalen Hurts and you dropped him into the Bears offense with Nick Sirianni, and that's all you got, that the Bears offense would look a lot more functional. I think DJ Moore, this offensive line, Darnell Mooney is actually a solid little offensive component. We came into this year, didn't we, saying this is an average offense. And it is. Like, we can't just change the narrative because we don't like the current results, right? Just Hurts, I still think it gets better. To be honest with you, I think the play calling just looks different. I think new poster, if we got to see into that alternate galaxy, we'd say, why are they running that? Why are they running that? Like, why aren't they running that for Fields? And then we'd go, oh. Or we wouldn't. Maybe we wouldn't. But it seems that way. Like, Getsy seems like a dingus, so that doesn't help anything. But I don't think I think Fields plays a style of football that makes himself look like the best player, nearly no matter what he does. Like, let me say this, it may be controversial, but it is what I believe, that because Fields holds onto the ball so often, it makes his offensive line look terrible. When Fields throws the ball, it's to somebody who's wide open, which makes him look like throwing the ball is an objective, obvious good. Then when he runs the ball, he looks like a superhero. So you build up this visual case that Fields is amazing as the offense turns in below average performances week in and week out. Week in and week out. And somehow, Christopher, if you're still in the chat, the game ends on an interception over the middle that has some kind of miscommunication or forced bad read every single week so far. You look at the games like the Vikings-Eagles game where they stopped calling passes after Hurts threw an interception that could have been picked by 2 safeties against a bad defense. Totally right. I mean, bad stuff happens. Like, there are plenty of teams that find plenty of ways to win. And absolutely all these things apply. Absolutely all these things apply. They apply. I mean, you end up putting this all in a position where it sounds like Fields' best game has to be worse than all these other players worst game or mid game, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like my whole ism, I guess, is Fields has some serious drive killing plays that he hasn't ironed out of. But moreover, his work within structure has always been a matter of how well can we boot? How well are we running the ball? How well can we identify where we're going to throw the ball before the snap? And how long can the offensive line hold up? And we'll see what happens as the Bears take on the Commanders. It's a better defense, even if it's not an amazing defense, right? And I don't know what's going to happen. I'd be lying if I said I did. But we've got a lot of film pointing us in the wrong direction. Don't we? Like we've got the KC game where the offense came out outrageously limited and did not look good. We've got the Tampa game where Fields seemed like he missed plenty of receivers all over the field. We've got the Green Bay game where he missed plenty of receivers all over the field. I am looking at the film. Like, if you're talking about the Eagles film, I'm looking at anticipatory throws, I'm looking at taking your gimmies, and I'm looking at a guy that runs, frankly, with more power than Fields does. Way less speed, but more power, which is part of why they run him so often. I'm looking at an operator that keeps the offense on schedule and screws up plenty of plays, not unlike Lamar. Like, it's, to me, one thing Lamar does really well is move in the pocket and get the ball to where it should go, and then he misses it. Lamar has a hot load of inaccuracies, a ton of inaccurate moments all over the place. Like you mentioned, missing wide open receivers. That's Lamar, 100%. But he's keeping the offense on schedule. Tick, 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 tick. There's not these moments where it feels like Fields is rushing or pressing the way that you get with other quarterbacks, because, I mean, they're going to have moments where they rush or press. It's the NFL. But I don't know. If I said it feels different, even when I'm watching the film, is that enough? Or do I have to convince you that Fields, not Getsy? Getsy has to rule. The offensive line has to rule. The wide receivers have to rule. Like, the tight ends have to rule. Everybody has to rule. And Fields has to just flat suck. And there has to be no gray area and no in between. I agree with you, Donald, that I think Justin is leaps and bounds better than Mitch at what he's good at. And Mitch threw the ball. Like, it's these moments where Justin turns something down or doesn't like what he's looking at that I don't fully understand. And that's totally okay, new poster. I get you. I don't think they're the same either, Donald. It's more like, I guess we'll just have to see, because I don't see things turning out well on Thursday, but it's also partially at least because of the defense. The defense is exacerbating things, because Donald, the hardest part about Mitch, if you remember, I'm sure you do, is a lot of people had to argue against people that really liked Mitch that 14 points shouldn't win you a ball game. And the fact that it didn't matter, right? Like you had real games where the Bears rolled out and they scored 10 points and they won. Like, it's so tough. And then anytime Mitch did anything, you said it perfectly, Joseph Van Horn. Thank you so much. Wherever you are, you rule. I really appreciate you. Like the Tampa Bay game and the Dallas game, Donald, he looked great, and they justified everything. They justified everything for a long time. And I just can't help but feel like there's an element of like hanging on. Like, that's the thing. That and new poster, I think that's part of the problem, I guess. To me, this Fields absolutely looks better. But here's the thing, new poster. Okay, maybe I guess this is where I see it. I think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to look different against the Bears than he looks against the Steelers, to use an example. I'm kind of just picking one, right? Because to me, a quarterback under pressure and a quarterback against a defensive line that can move him, a pretty normal defensive line. The Steelers are a really good defensive line, but there are a lot of really good defensive lines out there. Like the Washington Commanders have an outstanding defensive line that is debatably the, third best in their own division out of 4? Like, the NFL is cruel and relative, and it's filled with studs. But Jimmy Garoppolo, the moment he gets truly comfortable, right, is going to become dangerous because he's going to start pulling off things that he only does in a red jersey. And to me, Fields, for the first time in his life, looked like he was wearing the red jersey in this game. He looked like he was playing backyard ball, comfortable, free as a bird. I've seen it before. Not just with Fields. This is what Mitch looked like when he played the Lions. And I think I'm just scarred from that. Like, Mitch looked awesome when he played the Lions. Mitch got sweet PFF grades when he played the Lions, if memory serves. Like, Mitch would look great because it was great. And within that, like, New Poster, this totally was a good game. But it was what I think I wanted to see was Fields looking better at where I think other defenses are going to try to attack him. And he looked a little better, a step in the right direction. But I feel like we're so behind where we wanted to be in year 3 that I don't know how long the road back is, because I don't really want to be charting this all the way up until week 11 if the Bears are 1-10 at that point. Not that the season is lost. The moment they go 0-5, the season is lost. And within that, like, it's, and Michael, that's the other problem, is that if Fields rolls out and the offensive line gets overwhelmed and Fields doesn't look very good, and one way or another he doesn't handle it, will that be Fields' fault? Not necessarily, but how many times can you say that as you get higher and higher and higher up the draft order? Like, and that's the thing, Donald. Justin Fields feels like that dude. Like, the way he plays is awesome. And Jeff Hughes has said a couple things on DBB pregame that really resonated this moment. He talks about how Justin Fields puts way too much pressure on himself. And in these late game scenarios, I can't help but wonder if he puts way too much pressure on himself. And because it doesn't feel easy, which is okay. Like, let me see what if we lose to Washington, I want, even if it was against he locked out of the building by the time they get back to Hallis Hall. Yeah. We'll see what happens. It was a really awesome game. Again, like, New Poster, you don't throw plus 18.1% CPOE nearly ever. That's insane to me. Like, Fields completed so many passes. DJ Moore looked awesome. Darnell Wright looked awesome. Nate Davis seemed to nearly get the only hard matchup of the day, and he looked awesome whenever he went up against Zach Allen. Though Zach Allen sometimes didn't look, great himself. The whole offense looked comfy. They ran the ball like maniacs. The offense suddenly looked more like 2022, which was so cool. But I mean, there's also, it's all scars. I can hear myself saying it, right? The Bears hung, was it 30? 30? 3 weeks in a row? Or was it 40? 3 weeks in a row? I think it was 30, right? For the first time in Bears history, right? The loss feels like, to me, New Poster, I'm amazed we lost this game. Let's put it that way. The loss, shouldn't it be unacceptable? Because while it's this is something I think somebody challenged me on. If it sounds like it changed, it's because somebody probably pushed back on it, and I think I agreed with them. Where somebody mentioned, why just because we like the tank doesn't mean it has to be acceptable, right? And, like, honestly, Donald, you really could. It is hard to give that game away. It's hard to give that game away. And one of the key plays that gave the game away was an offensive play. And it totally went against Fields. You're totally right. But do you remember, I hope I'm pulling out the right game. Help me remember if I am, New Poster. Was it San Diego where Mitch had this, like, really awful strip sack in, like, the late third that just iced the game or something? It was one of those games in 2019 where the Bears were ahead, the lead started to slip away, a big sack happened, and it wasn't technically Mitch's fault because I think Leno had gotten beaten around the edge, but we said the same thing at the time. We just said, you can't fumble there because that's what people say, right? And I'm with you. There's an element of this that feels almost like saying, I think it was really, really tight and involved, I think, a missed field goal at the end of the game. But it's, I'm frustrated because if this game didn't have that fumble in it, I can look you in the virtual eyes and say this. If this game didn't have that fumble in it, I go, really awesome. Some stuff we can still work on, but really, really awesome. But it did have that fumble in it. Because JT in particular has harped on Fields' like rollout style or like footwork multiple times throughout 3 years. And it came back to bite us in the most cataclysmically way possible. In a game where it just couldn't have happened at that moment, but it did. And this is me having an emotional take, I guess, right? Where we're on the doorstep of a Thursday night game that feels like a bad matchup. And I don't see how Fields steps forward, shows out. And I want to, but I don't see it right now. And I want to because I feel boring and I feel like a sad sack, to be honest with you. Like, I don't like this feeling. And the defense gives me nothing to enjoy. Watching our defense play is frustrating. Watching our defense play feels like an insult to football at times. Because it is, isn't it? Like, it's crazy how poorly coached they are. And thinking about how the offense gets anything right when a defense is so bad is frankly impressive. If you told me that we traded Fields to Atlanta and he went off like a bomb, I wouldn't be surprised. But that new poster, to me, I think that's part of what, honest to goodness, I think if we were playing the Bills, Fields looking bad would be that much easier to excuse. It is the fact that the Eagles just hung, 30 plus on the Commanders. And the Bills just hung 30 plus on the Commanders. And the Cardinals hung 16. Like, it's, AC, I think you'll vibe with this. It's the fact that we keep, it's the fact that we keep playing teams that you'd swear are beatable, and then we don't win. Like, and so the defense is a huge part of the problem. It's a bigger part of the problem. Like, look at any chart. It's a bigger part of the problem. I'm not trying to say it's not a bigger part of the problem. The issue is, what does Fields have to do to swim above the water and escape the riptide of a sinking ship? I think. And I don't know. I don't know what you can do. That's the thing. Like, I think Fields is really talented. I think Fields fits in a system where you run the piss out of the ball and throw it. I see Fields right now, and I see a very Tannehill-like player, and I would be okay with that. I think the Bears could run that offense. They just don't, for whatever reason, which is part of the issue that I have with Getsy. Because I think if you sat back and you ran like split stuff, where you basically did a little bit more max protect, you tried to turn Khalil Herbert and Roshan Johnson into a two-headed Derrick Henry. Good luck. And then you had DJ Moore and Darnell Mooney just scissoring deep, and all Fields is supposed to do is take advantage of the one high safety and freaking rip the thing. Like, that, to me, that's playing to his strengths. Mitch, you could try to do it, but Mitch couldn't throw the deep ball well enough. Like, within Fields' skill set, I think you could totally do this. And then you could just dump it, or you could have him dump it down wherever you want it to. Like, within that, let me see, Donald, you mentioned Fields' downfield accuracy is where a big difference between Tannehill and Mitch in a good way. Like, let's see, probably lower on Williams. And I totally get you, new poster. To me, just so we're on the same page, the part that really sells me on Williams, from what I have seen at this stage, is that I get the sense he has an incredible sense for the game. Like, when I watch him move in the pocket, when I watch him look or like read the defense downfield, he feels to me like a quarterback that fully understands what's happening and plays the game in slow motion. Yes, the cuts are insane, right? But it doesn't feel like instincts after you watch enough of them. To me, Like, Donald, what's wild to me, because you don't see this with May. At least in my opinion, you don't see this with May. I don't think you see this with Ewers. You don't see this with pretty much any other quarterbacks. I'll report back if I find it, like in anybody else. But with May, or with Williams in particular, he will bend left and then he will duck under a rusher and then he'll backpedal to get around an offensive lineman. Like, so the offensive line starts to form their pocket, and this edge rusher bites inside, and Williams will slide this way, and then he'll step back up as the offensive lineman recovers and drives him out of the play. And then he'll start to feel this lineman is starting to lose out to this side, so he'll wiggle this way, and then he'll just park himself here. And then he feels this lineman starts to lose while this one's working his way back up. So he'll just flip over his outside shoulder and backpedal, and then jerk this way when they all dive in too long. And then suddenly he's home free, and finally a receiver breaks open this way, and he just rips it on a gun, and the play takes way too long, and it would never happen in the NFL, and it's not real. But what is real is the fact that Caleb tracked it all, and that stands out to me, because I see a lot of quarterbacks that get outside the pocket and can't figure out where they're going to do anything, right? Where Williams really impresses me is his pocket presence. To me, it's the selling point. And I'm right there, because drafting a Lincoln Riley quarterback, that's gone great. That's gone great. And you end up with, like you're talking about, with downfield accuracy, it can be kind of spotty, and a whole bunch of other things that are totally there. Totally there. But it's that ability to manipulate the pocket that Donald's kind of mentioning, and the release is certainly helpful. I love a good release. I'm still in on Derek Carr, and I shouldn't be. Gosh, you flash some tools in my face and I go crazy. But to me, it's different, and I really, really, really love it. Now, Williams to me is a different conversation than, are we resetting at quarterback? That's the other problem, New Poster, is part of me isn't even trying to sit here and say it's a good idea. There's a huge part of me that's like, wait, let's see, he's definitely a first round talent, but yikes, if it goes back, you're screwed. If it goes bad, you're screwed for sure. But the trade back stops being appealing the moment you remember the office politics, right? Because that's the other issue, right? Like, if you stick with Fields, not you, because not me either. Like, as a fan, it's not so hard. But if you traded back from one, you got a bazillion picks, but then you never got back up for a quarterback, John Harbaugh, anytime. Then you never got back high enough to draft a quarterback. You never got quite close, so it always just made more sense to keep extending Fields. Fields ends up somewhere around the 18th to 14th best quarterback in football, which he's not at yet, right? Like, according to most metrics, he's lower than that. So he ends up around the 14th to 18th best quarterback in football, and your team ends up really talented, and you go to the playoffs a couple times and you lose. That's fine. I will take it. If that's the direction that it goes, I'll be like, okie dokie, that's totally fine. But I tend to think that the moment it goes bad with Fields, you're fired. People get fired. And your coach is going to want to get rid of him the moment things go bad, because that's what these people do. Like, to me, if you told me, New Poster, that there was a world where you could draft Fields again, but marry his rookie form up with the new head coach, that is much more interesting than fourth year, in my opinion. And Mario, I tend to see it that way too. Like, we get Mahomes and Tyreek Hill and draft Caleb. Man. Are you talking about MHJ? Let's see. Like, not great, but no real good opportunity to upgrade. Like, Eric, are you talking about the keep Fields route? Because I do think it's possible. Like, I think Fields to Atlanta is inevitable, John, and I'm really interested to see what happens. Because again, I think I think a pared down role for Fields could do his efficiency numbers well, even if his passing numbers would never be like crazy explosive. I don't know. We'll see. The truth is, the Fields we saw against Denver was a different guy, kind of. And so Yeah. The Fields we saw against Denver was a much more confident passer, was a much more polished passer, honestly. His footwork looked better. His release timing looked better. His confidence looked better. He looked more decisive in all of his reads against the worst defense in football. But it was a sick performance. 330 yards, 4 scores. Who's going to sneeze at that? Literally ever. I think, new poster, your Herbert thing, or like the Herbert part that you brought up, was actually pretty apt, if only because that does happen with Herbert a lot, where he has these gaudy statistics, not unlike Phillip Rivers, who wore the uniform before him, and then lose. And the same argument applies. I mean, I'll ask you the question, new poster. Is it a problem that Herbert captained or quarterbacked a 28 to, what was it, 24 to nothing, 28 to nothing, like, collapse? I think so. But that's just me showing that I'm trying to be consistent. Everybody's going to be inconsistent somewhere, right? But I don't like it when the NFL sets up a double standard. We don't get to call somebody clutch and make fun of somebody for being unclutch and then talk about how much we love Justin Herbert when he is part of the Chargersing, right? Like, to me, that's the issue. Within all football conversation. Another great example, new poster. Everybody talks about how badly they want anticipatory throwing. You know who does that really well? Baker Mayfield. You know what else Baker Mayfield does? Too much. Because when you throw anticipatory and the guy turns the wrong way, it's a pick. Like this play. Like, what people want is wins, right? Like, answer me in the chat if you disagree with that. You might. But to me, people just want to win the game. They want to win the game, and they want to look good doing it. And they'll find new ways to say that they want to win the game. And then they'll take the cool thing that other guy did, and they'll say, you have to do it. They'll look at Josh Allen, and they'll say, you have to have a huge arm. You have to run the ball. And then Mahomes will run the ball a little, and then he'll throw the ball a lot. And exactly, amen, Joseph. Win hits. But the point being that then Brock Purdy comes out. Brock Purdy looks so smooth. So smooth. Like, okay, so I'm going to say something outlandish. And it's not like I'm going to say it. I'm dropping it off. I'm putting it in the conversation, not because I'm like, I don't know, one way or another about it. I promise you. But just begging the question, like, is it out of the question for Brock Purdy to just be flat out good? Because to me, most UDFA 7th round quarterbacks that I've seen can't hit the 30-yard dart to Brandon Ayuk. And he has these like Purdy moments that are so bad. So bad. So bad. But he also has these Purdy moments that are so good. So good. And the, I don't know. Quarterback discussion just gets ugly, in my opinion. Because it's really convoluted. It's really hard to separate. And at the end of the day, the difference between a really good quarterback, like, I'm trying to think of like a definitively good one. The difference between a really good quarterback like Justin Herbert and a really bad quarterback like Derek Carr is razor thin from a physical perspective. Like, we had way more good moments from this in Fields' game. Way more good moments. I think the Broncos just get a little assist for a lot of them. And that's just totally my take. It's more like I'm trying to take the good and water it down a little bit than it is that I'm trying to make it a bad thing, if that makes sense. Basically, I'm saying it's really good with an asterisk, and on Thursday, I can wash the asterisk away. Like, that, I think that's the main thing. And I'm probably hit the point too hard a few times on Twitter, to be honest. Like, I will totally reverse course if we could chain 2 good games together. That is all I'm looking for. And I probably should have said that earlier, is hell yeah, do it again. Hell yeah, do it again. The interception, we've been begging for this. You know what would have sucked? Just taking a sack. Like, but so, thank you so much, Ace. Absolutely. let's see. I've heard the statements. I don't agree. They say that. Let's see. Larry Borman is going to get Justin killed. Like, or it sure seems that way. Joseph Ditka. The difference is good defense in in other situations. Probably, maybe. 94 of you guys are sickos, and I really appreciate it. We'll watch a little bit of defense because I promised. I did, but. The other thing, Drex, that does work out is like, I don't know. Shanahan's offense is so funky because like Shanahan designed this offense that's practically QB proof. When you really think about it, the Bears just desperately want or not the Bears. Shanahan in particular wants the quarterback to run things a certain way and to keep that quarterback within the bounds. And that's fine. That's fine. But it means, from what I have seen, that there are a lot of these quarterbacks, like Trey Lance, that get in their own way based on the way that they run the Shanahan offense, which I think is super interesting. You look at McVay, you look at LaFleur. They don't run the Shanahan offense. Don't we see it? They run similar offenses. They have similar principles, but they don't run the same offense with like explicit condensed sets and all these glance RPOs and a bunch of stuff downfield that all chains into the running game. Like, if you look at the way I believe Kyle Shanahan runs his offense, it's as if he cuffed his quarterback down. It's part of why Jimmy Garoppolo was like so electric within that San Fran offense, because when you are limited, it totally works. And then Drex, like your point, I mean, then you add the super dudes that they've got, and like Brock Purdy, his go-to decision is just drop the ball off to CMC. Never wrong. Never wrong ever. Never wrong ever. Imagine making good decisions no matter what decision you made. That can be the Purdy offense, so long as you get a completion. But that's not what Jordan Love is doing. God, is anybody else watching the Packers tape every now and again? The designs LaFleur is cooking up have me green with jealousy. Green. To your point, new poster, if you're still around, because I know you just said it's 2 a.m. Oh my God. If Fields got the support that LaFleur is giving Jordan Love, I think Fields would be cooking. I just don't know if it would mean the issues would be fixed. But I mean, that's a whole separate thing. It's a whole separate thing that comes down to that comes down to like a conversation about, I don't know, quarterbacks and honestly how you handle organizational losing, to be honest with you. Like, if Fields and this Bears team were decent and won 7 games, Fields was on the path to getting extended. Like, he could be playing exactly like he's playing now, and he would be on the path to getting extended. I am totally serious. It is unfair. Like, it's it is unfair. And I see that. The problem is I've seen a lot of quarterbacks get treated unfairly. And Jared Goff got shipped out of the Rams after going to a Super Bowl. Like, it's not out of the question Jared Goff goes to a second Super Bowl this year. And they shipped him off because the coach didn't like him. And a new coach coming in would totally come. Yeah, seriously, John. I mean, it's not like I think LaFleur made Rodgers or the other way around, but damn, they are going off in Green Bay. In terms of play design, they've got the rookies gaming. I hope that Green Bay team wins a good couple games. Like, and amen. Like, so we can see through the noise and decide who's good or not. Seriously. I mean, it's those rookies, like, man, Jaden Reed is showing me that tape speed, sometimes that even lies to you. Because Jaden looks faster in a Green Bay uniform than he did in a Michigan State uniform. Seriously. And Fuzz, I think you're right. It doesn't get enough talk that Jordan looks like Aaron Rodgers. Like, when he does things. And let's see, Jimmy G got Lance picked after he went to a Super Bowl. Totally, John. But then did Shanny want Lance? Like, you've heard the rumors. You've heard what Chris Sims said. Did he? And Joseph, I hope so. Like, I actually think Jordan Love needs a couple more wins to lock the Packers into the situation. Just letting you guys know. Like, I look at the wins like the Saints win. Those are great. Those are big, right? Damo, it's worse because it's a lot of them, and a lot of them went to the Packers in particular. I can't believe Kraft, who I warmed up to, and Reed are both in that organization. Like, that's hilarious. And Donald, that's the thing. I'm not saying they earned the Saints win. I'm saying it was pure luck. But come draft season, it will count, just like any other win. That's big. We like that. I I selfishly want the Packers to miss the playoffs, but if they did make the playoffs, like, oh well. And that's the thing, Drex. What I missed with Watson is, man, he gets hurt a lot. Also, can I just point out that nobody was wrong during the Watson Pierce Pickens debates? Like, it's funny to go back and think about that, where we talked about, well, what about any of these X receivers, right? Like, what about, or which one do you want? Do you want Pickens? Do you want do you want Pickens? Do you want Pierce? Or do you want Christian Watson if he's there? And the answer was yes. So far, Pierce has looked like a baller when he gets the ball, which is rare. Pickens has obviously made some crazy psycho jump catches. Like, and then oh gosh, Christian Watson speaks for himself. Like, he just pops left and right. John, I'll tell you, I think if you're going to shed tears, it has to be for Pierce. Just because I'm not saying I know the Bears organization, but they seem like they have a real issue with character concerns. It's kind of making them look silly at times, but Pierce would have been the choice that they would have jumped on, and I still think you can cry over that. Like, I'm more saying that I can understand passing on Pickens, and it does make me. One thing that doesn't help, I know it's not all in a name. Like, there's a tight end out there named Jake Butt. There's obviously, everybody's heard of General Booty. Oh, John, I'm not saying they stuck to their guns. Like, they've been kind of silly about the character concerns thing. But again, separate conversation. But like, does anybody else feel like there was an implicit problem with picking a DB whose name is so close to Brisket? Like, because it's just begging for it, right? There's not a lot of easy ways to make fun of Witherspoon. Like, there's not a lot of easy ways to make fun of a guy named Gardner, whose nickname is Sauce, right? Like, it's, I know it's not all in a name. I know I'm doing like 1 a.m. goofs, but like, we've thought about this, right? Like, Kyler Gordon, like, that guy can play, or at least the door is open. Maybe he sucks. Maybe he doesn't. John, it is like drafting a quarterback named Pickett. Like, I mean, what did you think would happen? Right? It's, every time when I was a rookie, I never said it because I thought it was way too mean, but every time I'd be like, there's Brisket again, like getting cooked. I mean, it's just right there. It's right there. So when in the defense, like, he gets cooked for like this is Jaquan. Let me see. This is isn't that a real thing? Certain guys have athlete names. I swear, man. I swear, Dark Wolf. You feel like you see it when you look at some of these. But so like, let me see. The play I'm thinking of. Why can't I find it? There it is. Is like, to me, this 3rd and 9. Here, I'll let you see the play. It's just cover 2. Bang. Boom. I would love to see Brisket squeeze this more. I mean, a wide receiver just cut straight across your face and caught a touchdown in front of you. What are we doing? John Harbaugh, I don't even blame you. Like, because, Donald, this is Jaquan Brisket. Like, if we're going to build another meme, like, this is Jaquan Brisket right here. Like, we're backing up and he cuts right in front of us. We had the position. Just stand there. Just stand there. Like, read him out. And if he somehow if he somehow stems up and goes over your back, either hope your teammate has you or eat the L, right? And that's the thing, Donald. I'm totally criticizing coaching. Like, but we're at the stage. The other thing that does not help Donald is that a new defensive coach is going to want to change the safeties. Maybe he'll stick with Brisket. I mean, Brisker wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. Brisker's anticipation got a lot better, but it can be so scheme to scheme that it's hard to tell because a guy like Tyreek Stevenson, what is in it to keep him? You get to keep his calves, you get to keep his arms, you get to keep his tenacity that he shows sometimes. Lately, he's just been getting baked out there. But I don't think playing a bunch of spot drop zones is why you got a long guy that is explosive, right? But man, the Brock pot is so good, Drex. Like, he's so. That name rules. Not to mention, Purdy obviously sounds like a southern man saying, like, oh, that pass looked awful Purdy. And it makes sense when you think about it. But let me see. If the new HC opts for a DC who runs a 3-4, how many of the players do you think would be a lost cause, if any? So it's funny you say that, Mario, because I think if they opted for a 3-4, let's take this setup. Nope, let's go back down. First of all, one of the good news about the Bears' whole situation is that if you're changing defenses, you got to keep your corners. Like, just because having good DB depth will translate, even if they're not system fits, and you start slowly bringing in new system fits. I'm a huge believer in Kyler Gordon. Mario, I'm interested to hear what you think about it, because he's pretty small. He's kind of specific, but his agility blows me away. And if he has, like, what? If he has gotten a feel for how to play different nickel assignments, those will translate because playing man at a nickel is the same, like in either situation. And any other zones that he'd have to learn would be a group project anyways. And the whole defense is having to figure him out. I think this guy gets a lot better. Like Tremaine Edmonds to me in a 3-4, I know he's been in a 4-3 all his life. But if you could if you could play two gap up front and you could have him be a side to side pursuit and coverage linebacker. I'm not saying you're going to get Roquan's value because you aren't, but you could get something similar. And that sticks out to me. At least. I don't know how TJ Edwards fits into the mix, but he's a good linebacker. He's plenty heady. I really, really appreciate Stevenson. I like Stevenson. You just have to play him out of this alignment, at least some. Do I have any DC candidates? Man, the problem is you got to remember, John, that like the DC is just going to be a guy that knows the head coach, right? And that's not a bad thing. Like that can be all kinds of things. But it just means that projecting let's put it this way, John, if the offensive coordinator or if the head coach is John Harbaugh or Jim Harbaugh, then he's going to go take like a DC that he knows from his college days. If it's Kellen Moore, he's going to take a DC that he's worked with at one of his two stops. And by DC, I mean like you're probably going to get like a DB's coach from another place or somebody that's been a DB and maybe he was a mentor to Moore and now they bring him in like what you had with the Rams cat whose name escapes me all of a sudden, which I'm embarrassed about. But it's all to say that like as much as I'd love to give you candidates, all of the coaches are basically offensive. Like the whole short list is offensive coaches. I don't think it's an accident either. Like it's so funny to me, Bradley, you bet everything's fine. I do need sleep eventually or I'm full over die. But the main thing that I look at that I think is hilarious, by the way. So I don't know if New Poster's still in here. I don't know who is in here, but I'll tell you this because this excites me. So the Bears went from young offense guru, right? That's what they had. And then they went to old defense. I don't know, vet. they will go back. Or at least we will get this. and and that is great, because now that we've already done that, and now that we're already getting through this, it will be hard to not get better. I don't know if we'll be good, but look at the Bengals. This year's sort of a weird example. Actually, you know what? Maybe this year, frankly, proves the Bengals' point even harder. I would love to be Cincinnati. Are you kidding me? A recent Super Bowl trip before then, or after the recent Super Bowl trip, another trip deep into the playoffs. This year sucks. But this happens. You know what I'm saying? Like this stuff happens to nearly every organization, where every once in a while you just have a year that flat doesn't go to plan. Like the the Bills. The Bills last year. I don't think they had nearly any fun. Like, they had a bunch of good Sundays, for sure, but the team always had an air of being just a little underperforming. And then it didn't work in the end. And the UCL thing with Josh Allen, blah, 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 blah. The point is that by being offensively minded, they went and got Jamar Chase. And they've constantly tried to infuse more into the offense. And they score points. And they are fun when, Joe Burrow doesn't have a calf injury. Like, it's all to say that I look at this and I think to myself, the Bears are going to struggle. Man, John, let's put it this way. If it's Ben Johnson, if it's Shane Waldron, if it's John Harbaugh, Jim, why do I keep doing that? It's because your name's John Harbaugh. I blame you. Not in a bad way. But like, if it's Shane, if it's Jim, if it's Bradley Slowick, if it's Brian Johnson has been a hell of a quarterback developer for as long as he's been in the league. If it's freaking Dave Costanza, I cannot remember his name all of a sudden. The Bucks defensive coordinator. Like, I struggle to imagine any of these names coming in and just blow it. Like Dave Canellis. Like, whatever flavor it is, it may not be the one you wanted. Not you, John. Like, everybody in the chat. It may not be the coach you wanted. It may be, to go all the way back to 2018, it may be John DeFilippo instead of Matt Nagy. It may be Frank Reich instead of, gosh, who else were the candidates around then? Like, last year terms, or whatever it was. It may be, how am I forgetting his name? Now, that was the Buccaneers coordinator. But the point is, like, because that's the thing, John. Like, I think the worst offensive coordinator would be, or the worst, like, offensive coach that you could hire would probably be, it'd be like somebody who doesn't call plays, doesn't want to call plays. I don't know. Honestly, Eric, I'm glad you asked. I think that there are a lot of people dancing on Daboll's grave, and I would point to that Giants roster, and I would say, I don't think the Giants are badly, like, horribly coached, but they are so undergeared from a talent perspective right now. And weirder, they did that same stupid thing that a lot of coaches seem to do, Eric, where they built this system for making Daniel Jones look good, and then they paid him to keep running that system. And it was like, it all made sense up until the point when they gave him the contract, and then it became like, wait, what are we doing? And I'm with you, Mario. I refuse. I'm going to raise my arm, and I'm going to promise to Mario. I'm going to promise to Ryan Fraley. I'm going to promise to John Harbaugh. I'm going to promise to Don Gooch, to Bradley Montero, to Drex Lightsworn, to John DeTalia, to everybody in this chat. I am not going to invent wild conspiracy theories that fit the narrative I want to tell about players and people that I like, because I justified this same coaching game plan all last year, thinking that people were losing on purpose. And it doesn't look like they were. All we can do is call it as the information seems to prevent it or present itself, we can contextualize it. You can absolutely contextualize it. Not everything needs to be truly black and white, but when an offensive coach puts his name on an offense, I'm not going to make the assumption he's trying to lose. Uh, like when a defensive coach puts his name on his defense, I'm not going to make the assumption that he's not doing it on purpose. John, I don't know what I'd do. I mean, I have to assume that if Eberflus got another year, like I have to assume that the Bears would have won 7 games. Like I have to assume that. Because there's no other way that I think that you can keep this. I don't even think Eberflus is going to last the next 2 weeks. There's too much buzz. Like, how do you keep it? Well, I guess the Bears already did that once. Never mind. I remember this. Don't you? It was where Matt Nagy was rumored to be fired after the Thanksgiving game against Detroit, and then he won that game, and then he did not get fired until the end of that last year. Like, it was, so we've seen it before. Like, you win Thursday and you extend things, but man, if they're 0-5, like, you've got Claypool sitting on the inactives list, you've got the locker room having to answer questions about Claypool and timing and blah 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 blah. Like, it's gonna be hard to keep him. And I don't even, that's the thing, Eric. Part of me, that's the thing. So John and Eric both said something I think is perfect. Because it's two ends of the spectrum. Eric said the thing that is smart, right? Which is ensure the tank, let Flus cook. Eric, if I could hit a button right here, a little play button, right? And it said, I am smashing that thing right now, right? Like, if I could simulate the season and just get to the end. Yes. Like, if somehow, as a content creator, I still hit the goals that I want to hit, like, while simming to the end of the season, then, and I didn't, like, miss time with my family, like, I still got to experience that, like, hell yes. Don't make me watch the next 13 games, right? But that's where, John, what you said is perfect. Like, where you mentioned, holy shit, we have to watch this many more games of this? This is awful. And, like, the worst part is, just let's call out the hardest, worst part, right? Is that if we, because Mario, this is the other part of this that I think really sucks. Like, we don't have Caleb yet. So the whole season, whether Flus is fired, whether Getsy's fired, whether Fields is benched, there's, like, not even anything to really watch for. Like, you could watch for DJ Moore. You could watch for the corners getting vaguely better. You could watch for Andrew Billings. Yeah, you got to watch for Andrew Billings, right? But there's, like, it just gets brutal. If the Bears end up kind of committing to one thing or another, not a tank, like, not a direct tank, right? But if the Bears ended up just getting really bad, like, and we're out on Justin Fields by week, let's say Fields turns in, Eric, not 1, not 2, but 4 more weeks 1 to 3 performances. They bounce back and forth. The Broncos game never comes back again. The lights don't turn back on. You get some 215-yard games where the game was over much sooner than that. You get some high turnover games. I don't know. Nobody ends up super stoked, right? Now it's week 11. Why are you watching the game? Like, I'm a promoter. Effectively what I do, sure, it's teaching, sure, it's entertainment. I am effectively a promoter. Why are we watching? Is it to watch Tyson Bagent? Like, I mean, it's so funny. And that's the thing, Mario. I actually totally agree that, like, no matter how bad it gets, I think they're gonna play him for a while. Like, the only reason Bagent gets in the game any sooner than that is injury or Flus thinking that his job is in legitimate question. Like, if Flus thinks that there is really a firing breathing down his neck, he could do some ridiculous things. But we don't know he will. Like, and that's the thing, Ryan. I can't say this enough. Playing Tyson Bagent does not just make them better. Like, it doesn't. I'm so curious, Drex, as to what happens, by the way. So, talking this out, if there's one other piece to this Bears puzzle that I want the answer to. All right, so let's say the Bears lose. It doesn't really matter how they lose. If you need to headcanon that they lose 3-6, or you need to headcanon that they lose 31-30, or you need to headcanon that they lose 45-13. It does not matter. If they lose, I want to know if you expect a fire sale. Because I would be really interested. I wonder what the Bears will do. Part of me thinks that if the Bears are 5-0 and you get an interim head coach and everybody in the org knows that the Bears are resetting outright, that it is just a matter of waiting until the next year, I wonder if the phones would be open, per se. Like, I just don't know. Players like Darnell Mooney, players like Jalen Johnson, players like Eddie Jackson, players like, I mean, there's no way they'd trade Justin Fields unless there is. Like, I'm just begging the question because I think it's interesting. Like, if you said on this Bears roster, like, you can take what isn't nailed down, what's nailed down? How much is nailed down? Right? Because I'm really interested. I'm really, really curious. There are all kinds of directions that you could go. And I'm with you, Eric, that you do need to sign Jalen Johnson. I love Jalen Johnson. I made that whole video about Jalen Johnson. If they decided that he's too injury prone, or they felt like they could get a second, because that's the other thing, Eric. You know who else would love Jalen Johnson right now? Dallas or Miami. Like, you might be able to get a surprisingly decent pick. Like, if you got those two in a bidding war. I mean, that's how these guys get paid, or that's how these guys get traded, right? Like, if you seriously, Drex, I mean, it's poor. Like, if you, Donald, could get Miami and Dallas bidding against each other for for Jalen Johnson, things get interesting. And you got to remember, John, I love Jalen Johnson. I think Jalen freaking rules. Like, exactly, Mario. There are teams out there that would love a corner. Are you kidding me? A corner? Everybody loves corners. And in Dallas, they just lost, obviously, Diggs. And so there'd be no working relationship, but you'd think about it. Fangio was a similar minded as the scouts that drafted Jalen Johnson, because they'd just gotten, like, Fangio had just passed on. That makes it sound like he died. Fangio had just gotten his job in Denver. Darnell Mooney, like, I can think of a team that wears red that needs receiver help, and Darnell Mooney would fit their offense wonderfully. I don't know what you would get for Darnell Mooney. I mean, you're talking about a 5th round pick, right? But Kansas City would have, I mean, I just find it hard to believe that Matt Nagy wouldn't vouch and be like, nah, this guy rules. Like, we want him. Because they're so bare. They're so bare. At KC would have to give a second if there was anybody else who wanted Darnell Mooney. That's the hard part, Donald. If KC's your only bidder, you might give him away for a 4th. Just because if you aren't going to pay him, you aren't going to. Mario, we've talked about this before, because I think you and I think similarly. I am very interested to know how many people on this Bears roster, if they do pull off back-to-back number 1 picks, like, how many of these free agents would just look polls in the eyes and say, there's no amount of money that's going to keep me staying. I'm so interested to know if there are people, like, maybe it's Jalen, maybe it's Mooney, that would look and be like, never. The moment I don't have to wear this uniform anymore, I'm not going to wear it. I'm with you, Donald. Money absolutely talks. Money absolutely talks. But I'm interested to see what happens there because I do also believe. All right, so I'm about to turn off my brain and go full meatball. But past a certain point, you do have to reestablish like a culture of winning. And there's an element of some of this stuff, some of it, where if you find guys that you've basically taught losing is okay after years of losing, and now you can't get them to switch out of it, I'm looking at you, Allen Robinson. Like, then what? Allen's an extreme case, but tell me that guy, like, is playing in Pittsburgh and was playing in Los Angeles with the fire he played with early Chicago. People change. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay to say that too, because the guys who want it, I think it shows up on the field. And the guys that want it enough, or they got old enough where they're a step too slow. Like, I'm not sitting here just dunking on Allen Robinson. It's more like watching him in a Steelers uniform when he's just like, I don't know, kind of just a guy is crazy. It's crazy. And then you think about his history. You think about the fact that his entire career was spent with Jacksonville and then friggin' Chicago. And it almost makes sense. 100%, Donald. Like, there's so much of it. He quit, and I just don't think he's unquit fully. But he gets paid, which totally works. Like, he did have something to prove, Mario. Totally did. Like, Drex, I think Kool-Aid would be way too high in the draft. I would do it. No, I don't know. I'd find some sweet second round DB that I'd get excited about. I was one of the few people that I could find that did not like Keely Ringo. That made me happy. Okay, no, I don't like it when somebody falls in the draft. I can't say that and keep a job in this industry. But it is nice when your eye matches up with at least what somebody in the NFL seems to think. But yeah, Bradley, 2018, 2019 was nutty. And then it's so funny, Ryan, because like, let's see, is there any great young corner like Jalen? That's the thing, John. Don't hear me saying that I want to trade Jalen Johnson because I think that there's easy ways to replace Jalen Johnson. I don't. It's more the attitude of, if you're going to lose him, get something for him. That's simple. Like, if you've talked to some of these players and you've talked to their agents and they are not coming back, then you might need to make a couple extra calls. Like, and that's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, you could do worse at outside corner than Kyler Gordon, but you will get baked over the top, so you need some solid safeties there. Like, I mean, Donald, I would argue that MHJ is kind of his own thing. Like, I know we always put these guys in that category, but like, I mean, what is he? I saw recently he's 6'3". First of all, I don't think he plays 6'3", which is not a diss. Either that or the Big Ten is really that big, which, geez. But he plays to me like he's a sprightly 6'1" and just bodies people as if he's DJ Moore, which is nutty. Let me see. That's the thing, Mario. Like, he'd be the big ticket item for sure, which is part of why I sit there and I'm like, you're either playing the comp pick game, which we aren't, or you're trading him. And trading him feels more likely. But you don't want to trade him late, or you end up like in a total separate area. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, it would be super deflating, but John, the 2024 Bears, in a world where the Bears go 0-5, would look really different from the 2023 Bears, I think. Like, maybe not literally new GM, but with the new quarterback and the new head coach and the new defensive coordinator and the new offensive coordinator would just come a lot of changes in personnel, I think. Like, you'd get a new left side of the offensive line, depending on what they want to do with Braxton. And again, I like Braxton a lot, but when you say neck injury, IR, I am going to panic every time. So forgive me for that. But let me see. Plus $100 million free A. or in free agency. Let's see. MHJ, DJ Moore, Mooney, Tyler Scott, Valus. What team has a better wide receiver top to bottom? The Bengals are up there, but it gets there. Like, let me see. I don't even remember what I said I was panicking about, to be honest. Which I'm sorry. I just can't believe I forgot. But it's more like, to me, I think that's kind of the core of, I don't want to like end the stream. Seriously, was Joseph. It got ridiculous. But like, I think the gist of what I'm trying to get at here is that like this loss to me hit different. Okay. Yeah. This is where I'll just cock my chair back and say this. Like, to me, this Broncos loss was absolutely wild because, to me, the Broncos came out flat on both sides of the ball. Bears mopped them up. And I mean, it was really the Broncos offense that was shockingly bad. Like, they got in their own way, left and right. Here, I'll just play some of the tape. You can see it. You're not going to see, like, I don't know, the worst offense ever offensed. They were okay. But the Broncos took constant false starts, like constant pre-snap penalties, held at the wrong time, and Sean Payton, as you'll see in some of this, looked cover 2 in the eyes and still called stuff over the middle, and the Broncos had to check it down. They went to the screen well one too many times. They practically gave the Bears a couple of what's the word? Like they practically gave the Bears a couple stops, which is premium currency in the world of a game like this. And then all of a sudden, the entire script flipped for no reason. Like, how up 28-0 is your culture so bad that one score had everybody in the stadium? There's no way, Donald, you weren't thinking about it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that your 9-year-old son had to deal with that, because that sucks. That sucks. And I look at this, like this game, and I think every Bears fan that has been a fan of this team for a minimum of 5 years saw the Broncos get 14-28, saw the Bears go 3 and out, and said, "Oh, so it's going to be like that, huh?" And then somehow, after that punt, not only did the Broncos score to make it 28-0, but on the ensuing Bears drive, the Bears offense, out of nowhere, scored on itself and then turned the ball over on downs. Like, I'm not trying to freak out, but there's something to me so ugly about a loss like that I don't know what to do. No, Mario, I'm getting there. Like, I'm getting there. I promise. Because I need to build up to this. The point is that, to me, the organization is rotten. I mean, the head coach needs to be fired. And that is a big thing to say. I see people say that all the time. I was there when people said, we have to replace Charles Leno. They were ridiculous at the time. He is still low-key balling in the team that we're going to face on Thursday. Like, people said, we have to replace Eddie Jackson. He's still low-key balling. People have said, we have to replace, I don't know, they name anybody. Like, that they'll name anybody. Alan Williams has one bad game. People 4 games into the Eberflus tenure said, Robert, when do you think we're going to fire Alan Williams? And I went, what are you saying? Like, people said, I don't know if Getsy's done enough to deserve his second year. And I was like, that's not how this works. Like, you don't just fire people. Not any organization. No organization does that. So the fact that, like, building all that up to say, the fact that here in year 2, game 4, we're talking very seriously about firing the head coach and figuring out an interim in the same season where the defensive coordinator up and left in what feels like the dead of the night. This is a terrible year. And if it is a terrible year, it's a lost season. And if it's a lost season, the storylines are dead on arrival. And that is just so sad. But it can become good. It really can. Like, Donald, you can look your 9-year-old boy in the eyes. And you could tell him, I don't have a 9-year-old yet. I have a 1-year-old. I'm really thankful that he can't watch the Bears. Did you know? So since the time that my son became able to see, which is about 8 weeks old, that's when a baby can focus their eyes. My son has yet to see the Bears win. It's tough out here for everybody. Like, but you could look your 9-year-old son in the eyes and you could say, boy, I don't know his name, sorry. And you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but just because, like, internet stuff, you know what I mean? But, like, you could say, young Gooch, William, when we cheered for Mitch, we cheered out of desperation. If it wasn't Mitch, it was nobody, because we didn't have a choice. We drafted Khalil Mack in the first round of the 2022 draft, or the 2019 draft, like, or whatever it was, 2020 draft. Like, if it's not Mitch, we are toast. We are toast out here. And that's not where the Bears are this year. Like, even loving Fields, even if Fields is your jam, like, the Bears are in a position to, like, to where a massive losing string will net them a generational quarterback and potentially another top 5 pick. Maybe even pick number friggin' 2. Like, seriously. And I look at this and I say, there's an actual off-ramp. Like, John, like, there is a real exit ramp to better times. And times that can't get much worse, because, y'all, Aaron Cromer, in Robert's opinion, isn't Alan Williams embarrassing. Like, at least Aaron Cromer was just a jackwagon. The rumors and whatnot that seem to be out there about Alan Williams are nasty stuff. And the defense is horrible. And like, it's so awful. But the 2024 rookie starts with Darnell Wright and Nate Davis. Like, that's the thing, Mario. Like, Mario, just because it sounds like you and I kind of see eye to eye, how many number 1 picks get a tackle of Darnell Wright's caliber at the youth of Darnell Wright's caliber, a receiver like DJ Moore, potentially an extra offensive weapon like Marvin Harrison Jr., let alone, God forbid, you either keep Mooney or you get another receiver like him, like a Jacoby Myers or an Alan Lazard, like whatever that looks like. Don't take the names too literally. Like, whatever receivers are available of that caliber. Then you add yourself that Braxton, we hope, comes back healthy enough to at least hold the position down. Then you add another guard, like, in free agency, of which there will be plenty. You figure center out. It doesn't have to be an expensive solution. Or maybe you go hard. You get Cedric Van Pran. Though I will warn you, there are plenty of John Michael Schmitzes out there that sound freaking awesome, right? Like, and then you watch the tape, and JMS is struggling right now. Like, I think he has a pass block grade of like 35 if you take PFF too seriously. And it is bad. Like, not just stapling a 2nd-round pick into your lineup doesn't automatically make you better. But anyways, the point is that, like, the number 1 overall pick, if it is Caleb Williams, or frankly any rookie quarterback, like, if it's Quinn friggin' Ewers, if it's Drake May, I kind of hope it's not Drake May, but that's a separate conversation. I'm not trying to hate on Drake. Anyways, um, that quarterback is going to jump into an offense that is way better than Adam Thielen, Jonathan Mingo, and DJ Chark if he's able to play. Like, and I look at that and I see like, plus, yeah, Mario, like that's before you get to the defense. Like, that's it's actually kind of sick. Like, I'm not about to try to look any of you in the eyes and pretend like the Bears offense is loaded. What I am trying to say is number one picks go to bad teams. Really bad teams. Really bad teams. Justin Jefferson never nets his team the number one overall pick. To start your career already with DJ Moore is a huge blessing. It's one that I cannot believe the Panthers didn't safeguard. Frickin' yeah, you can have Brian Burns. That's what I would have said. Like, if that's real that they said, no, you can't have Brian Burns, no, you can't have Derek Brown, take DJ Moore instead, they are complete dingles. And they deserve this. And I try not to be somebody who just like spits that stuff out. Like, I cannot believe that this story that the Panthers have concocted, that they are the ones who turned Ryan Poles away from an edge. Like, love you guys. Like, that they turned Ryan Poles away from a really good edge rusher that had not been paid yet to instead give away a really good receiver that had already been paid. Like, it's unbelievable. And exactly, Mario. Like, now they're shopping for DJ Moore. Like, I mean, it's wild. It's wild. It's wild. And then on the other hand, Drex, DJ Moore has Justin Fields in a lost season. Like, he's about to catch 1,200 friggin' yards. Like, DJ Moore statistically is going off. And he's been open for like a good 150 more. It's awesome. It's awesome. And then if you add Marvin Harrison Jr., oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Like, you just start to get this offense where, hey, I'm just saying, for as much as everybody wants to say it's not real, can't you imagine I don't want to give anybody chills that the Bears can't live up to. The Bears have ruined a lot of things. But if Caleb Williams was going to run around in the pocket and make magic and chuck the ball up to like somebody, wouldn't Marvin Harrison Jr. or at least DJ Moore make an awful lot of sense to be that somebody? Like, every good quarterback has a Travis Kelce on the other end of what they're doing. At least one. Because they pull the defense. Like, they move everything around. That's a huge part of this, is like that one-to-one connection. And oh my God, what offense would you have to freaking run? What offense would you have to run that Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison and Darnell Wright and DJ Moore couldn't get it moving? Like, that's the thing. That's the thing, John. That's kind of what I'm trying to say here. Like, you guys tell me that I'm crazy if I suggested that Caleb Williams throwing to Marvin Harrison Jr. and DJ Moore is the equivalent of Joe Burrow throwing to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, but it's Caleb Williams styled. Like, Williams' receivers at USC are not huge dudes that go up and get it, right? Instead, you get a lot of fast guys that run into open space, right? And that to me is DJ Moore. And to me, if you turned DJ Moore into a T. Higgins-esque second weapon that should be a first weapon because Marvin's just that good, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Like, it's sheesh, man. Like, it's not as simple as tracking down Caleb Williams. But at the same time, the Bears kind of own their own destiny right now. Like, they control both picks of two teams that are winless. And the best part is that Carolina has played a Saints team that is not very good, and they blew them out. And they have played a Falcons team that is not very good, and they blew them out. And they have played, gosh, it's so fun talking about this. And they have played a Seahawks team that is pretty good, and their quarterback wasn't playing, and then they were competitive. And then that rookie quarterback came back. Kirk Cousins tried to hand the game away. Kirk Cousins couldn't give the Panthers the win. Two end zone interceptions, with one of them being a pick six that you could see from a mile away. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, the Panthers' schedule is hard. These were some of the easy games. Like, and it is just bananas looking at this Panthers team and being like, oh my gosh, they are really awful. They are special levels of awful. And yes. So Mario, you asked earlier, like what you were asking about ESB, basically saying like, hey, would ESB lose value? I'm interested mostly because I think ESB, so I say this with all love, I think ESB is a pretty terrible receiver. He's just a phenomenal blocker. And the Bears do offense so poorly that we make ESB being a phenomenal blocker. We have made that look hard. Like, I know, Mario. Like, but I'm not saying this to just like kill Equinemius. It's more like Equinemius does not get in and out of his breaks well. He's not particularly handsy. Like, he's okay, but in the world of right, Bradley, like in the world of speed, he's not fast. Like, he fuzz. It's just a completely different position. Like, and a completely different mentality. Like, which is fine. It's more just like converting somebody to tight end is incredibly difficult. I actually think ESB is as good as he is, but like you're saying, Mario, you're going to lose a lot of value if you switch to a spread. And I would be pretty blown away if anybody playing with Caleb Williams wouldn't want to run some variation of a West Coaster spread offense. His release makes that really easy to do. His experience with Lincoln Riley sets you up for like quick slants and a lot of the other bread and butter West Coast concepts. Like, it fits too well. And the moment that you do that is the moment that, while ESB is helpful, like, you want more of like a juju guy. Donald, as much as I think so, I think you'd be best bet to quite literally go the Mahomes route. Like, I'm not going to say, there's this like joke in my head that I keep telling myself, this isn't real. Robert does not want this. But, there's this offensive coordinator that has recently taken over like a really, really high profile quarterback's offense. And he just hung 41 points on Chicago. And, apparently Andy Reid thinks he just rules. And he's actually got offensive and actually head coach experience before this. And for all we know, he could potentially mold and shape it's a total joke. It's a total joke, but it is hilarious to me to think out loud this idea of, well, if you looked at the boxes that we are about to check, like, we want a young coach, but if he has some experience, a lot of Bears fans are going to go really, really hard over that. Like, if you knew he had some head coaching experience, then that could be a +2. Oh, he's worked with a quarterback like Mahomes. Like, you get it? Like, you could, if I took the name off Matt Nagy is a head coaching candidate that people would go nuts over. But I think he's there to assume the role in Kansas City, to be honest with you. I think Ben Johnson makes too much sense. I think Brian Johnson is another interesting name. Like Bieniemy would be something. I'll tell you, Eric. Have you watched? Mm, mm, okay, I know we're here for Bears defensive film. So I have heard that Bieniemy is flat out like hard on guys. I think Waldron does make a lot of sense from what I've heard. But man, oh man, I got to show you this. Let's see if we can find any good examples immediately. Bieniemy's formations rule. Like, keep an eye out for these little stacked sets that you see at the bottom over here. Like, no, Donald, what I'm going after when I talk about like being hard on people is it's 1 a.m. and I'm forgetting his name. Singletary. Like the whole like so hard on people that this will not work. Like untenable in the face of losing. But what if he doesn't lose? Drex. Okay, so you guys want me to get to my Coke theory, like my Robert's on crack now theory? I want everybody to just sit back and think. Okay, so there's this day and age that where when the Bears hired Matt Nagy in 2018, there were two jobs in the NFL. You were either a head coach or you were an assistant head coach. Or you were an assistant coach, technically, right? That's it. Offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator. That is a nominal title that the media would give people. Your technical job, according to the NFL, was assistant coach. And you could not poach an assistant coach from another organization because lateral moves aren't allowed. And so when Matt Nagy, who grew up in the Kansas City ecosystem, got a head coaching job, he literally did not know any coaches. There's no way. There's no way Matt Nagy looked at Mark Helfrich and Harry Hiestand, who was good. Like, Harry's good. And looked at, honestly, even Vic, like, and others, and said, okay, hang on. These guys, I know them. They're my dudes. No way. No way. But in a world where Matt Nagy had gotten the opportunity to poach Mike Kafka, would it have gone differently? And I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's not going amazing in New York. It did for a little while, though. Like, if Matt Nagy had had one more voice that he liked, what would have happened? Because it did not go that badly. Like, the Matt Nagy that we got was way better than this. Like, way better than this. Honestly, Donald, that's the thing. Part of me feels like, okay, so I'm a pretty good cook, but I am mostly a pretty good cook because I limit the ingredients that I work with. I don't try to do more than I can. Most of the time, I'm going to cook something. I'm going to put it over a stovetop. I'm going to basically like flash grill it. And then I'm going to cook up a sauce and throw it over some rice. The rice being the main part, right? It's what I know. It's what I'm good at. And it's where I can control the flavors really well. As much as we would joke about it, Donald, I am convinced that at the end of the day, hitches were one of the only things Nagy felt like was comfortable that he could run. And that's not to his credit. But like it does feel as if all those hitches were a total admission that nothing's working. And we just saw it a lot because nothing was working. But in a world where Matt Nagy could delegate more, because I'm still convinced, like, he looked after 4 years. Did y'all feel like this? I felt like this. He looked like he had gone through a presidential term. He came in looking young. He left looking like a man. like a man that had been through some stuff. And I can't imagine how many like 21-hour days he worked in a row. Just left and right. I have no doubt in my mind, just based on who Nagy is, that he worked himself nearly to death. Like to try and fix things. But I bet that made the teaching delirious. I bet that made like the part where they translated it into a game plan like poor. I bet that made honestly, Mario, seriously. Look at Floose right now. I mean, it's bad. All that to say, Bradley, that I have always wondered if when everything went wrong in 2019, he didn't like Helfrich anyways. What would anybody do? They would just try to take on more themselves. And then you've got a head coach that is doing too many things. And it looks like an ego problem. He's trying to put his ego aside and help. But that at least that's what he'd tell you at a dinner table, right? But it's not working. None of it's working. And so now Mark Helfrich doesn't do anything. He gets paid to not talk. Like, and Donald, Andy does have no problem being HC and OC. Andy's been an HC for 15 years. More. Like, I just wonder what would have happened. And frankly, this is helpful to all the new head coaches that they can just promote somebody they like and bring somebody with them. Like, that's a huge piece for this, for the Bears. That like the new head coach they hire gets to select some of these guys for a direct promotion that they know and like. So Ben Johnson, I don't know who he'd bring, but like he can grab an assistant coach that he thinks freaking rules and bring him along with him for a direct promotion. Man, Drex, it felt bad. I feel bad. Honestly, I do. The whole thing isn't fair. And I mean, so I don't have personal experience being a head coach in the league. I don't have a personal experience being a coach at any level. I have personal experience talking about football. And I have seen how nasty it is to deal with a couple mean comments and the occasional email. Like, it happens. Comes with the territory, right? But I cannot imagine how stressful it is for you, for your family, for your family's family. Like, for any of them when this stuff starts going south. Like, fans are crazy. And I mean, we've got nothing on European soccer fans, but fans are crazy all the same. Matt Nagy tried to go to his child's high school football game, and they started chanting "Fire Nagy," like fire or whatever it was, like "Fire Nagy," left and right. I mean, it had to be miserable. And if it's miserable for him, it's not like it's better for Matt Eberflus right now, Drex. Like, but Eric, it's crappy because it makes the news. What about somebody at the grocery store who says, "Hey, can you pull your head out of your ass next Sunday?" What? Like, I'm sure this stuff happens. You're not recognizable, you know? Or maybe you go favor your groceries and people figure it out. Like, I mean, it's more to say that I bet they live their life working and hiding. And Donald, exactly, right? Like, it's so bad. But you think Flus doesn't know that? Like, Drex, to your point, the like Fields throws that pick, and you just went from, okay, finally the 13 game winning streak is off our back. Nobody's gonna ask us about that anymore. And then you didn't. You did lose that game. They are gonna ask you about it. Like, whew, I mean, it's got to be so tough. Exactly, John. At least there's that. And he got to go back to Kansas City, and he got to win the Super Bowl, and he got to drink his butt off. Like, it really, really though. And Eric, absolutely. Like, that's the thing. I think I'm sitting here leading into Thursday, having trouble with. Oh, and the worst part, Eric, how do you scrape yourself off and come back from that? Like, I'll ask the chat, all 76 of you psychos that are hanging out with me this late in the evening. Do do you think they'll have recovered all the way? That's a massive loss. Like, try being in that locker room. It's finally clicked. Like, you were finally scoring. Your boy was balling. Like, Justin Fields threw not one, but two crazy touchdowns. And then your coaching staff double clutched. Like, that's the thing, Zachary. Yes. Like, I haven't recovered and I'm just some guy. Yeah. Like, I mean, Fields throws not one, but two psycho Josh Allen touchdowns. No, one is a Josh Allen touchdown and the other is a Patrick Mahomes touchdown. Like, and you lose. You lost that game. Like, the fumble felt like it was so okay. I don't know if we've got any Warhammer 40K fans in here. But so the orcs in Warhammer 40K, the way their magic works, because it's a whole thing. I'm gonna go there. We're all the way here. There's a bunch of different races within 40K, and they all have different magics that they draw from. The big source is the warp, except for the orcs, who simply believe that it will work, and therefore it does. And I can't help but feel like the fumble, while technically it's the right defensive call for by Denver, and technically it was it was a bunch of different things that all coalesced in the same way. I can't help believe the entire stadium, I'm not even playing, like, fans, the team. If you've been on a team, I have, unfortunately, where bad shit just keeps happening, you almost manifest it. It's in that question of, how could this possibly go wrong? But you do know the answer. Yeah, Michael, I got you. Like, everybody just clenches up, and then this colossal fumble happens, and the game is tied. And the moment it's tied, like, you almost felt like the Bears were behind a score as they had the ball. Like, I mean, oh my gosh, Eric, exactly. They're going to be playing so tight if they have a lead late. It's just like a college team when Vandy is up 17 to I don't know, 13 on Georgia in like the mid third. Like, and that's the thing, Donald. We are, because we have been, and because we are. And like, and Bradley, did you? Like, when your team was 0-7, you were winning by 14, you were all wondering when it was going to collapse? Did it collapse? Or did you guys finish it out? Because I've seen a lot of situations where those teams just collapse. It's like they get so used to losing that why would you do anything else? Of course you want to win, but like, you're not going to, is almost what you tell yourself. And that's the thing. Like, the tape is the tape. And there is a lot of this that's like relatively unfair. Because I don't think Fields has been dealt the same hand as a guy like Kenny Pickett, to be honest with you. Like, I think Kenny Pickett has had better support. I think Kenny Pickett, even with Matt Canada sucks. Matt Canada sucks. Like, oh man, Bradley, that had to be awesome. But so, like, Matt Canada is really terrible, but Kenny Pickett has receivers to throw to. Justin Fields went from a bad team to a worse team to a better team. But now the better team sucks worse than the worst team. Inexplicably. Like, they objectively added talent at nearly every position. And they got worse. It defies common logic. It shouldn't make sense. And then they came in third place. Like, let me see. Did they come in third place? Who the Broncos? Yes. If you Another thing that doesn't help is that, like, if you ranked the Bears' performance compared to the other Broncos' performances, I need to check yards, but they're somehow third on a day where they had 500 yards of offense in total points. Like, seriously, Donald, like, it's a problem. Like, you look at the Bears showing against the Broncos, and it would be freaking awesome. It would be really awesome if the like, it would be awesome if Sam Howell hadn't hung 35 on him and Miami hadn't hung 70 on him. Like, it's one thing to say things like they're the worst defense ever so far, but, like, it's we live in a relative league, and football is a relative game. And there's a point where you just don't know how to work with that. Like, I mean, I've watched a lot of Baylor college ball back in the Bryles days. And if they had one receiver that had one step on one of your DBs, they would run a post on that receiver with that receiver against that DB until they were like until they had scored 70 points. Is really all I'm trying to talk about. Oh yeah, the whole Baylor thing is a complete mess, Donald. But the main thing I'm talking about is how in hockey, your best player can be better than their best player, and you can still, like, only score one goal off of that matchup. In football, Mario, in football, John, in football, everybody, you get a matchup and the defense lets you use it, and Justin Jefferson will catch 9 balls in a row as Kirk Cousins clicks his way out to 18 straight completions. Like, you remember the way that we talked about our defense after Kirk Cousins threw 18 straight completions on us? You remember I still talk about that? Like, Fields threw 20 completions with a Hail Mary in the middle. Like, the defense was awful. And absolutely, Mario, like, Justin was phenomenal passing yardage wise. DJ Moore, phenomenal receiving yardage wise. Both of them played great, but you got to follow it up. And I mean, the reports were that Justin Fields took that loss so hard that I don't know how you take that loss, you go through your next walkthrough, you go through one day of practice, you get on the plane, you go to Washington, and you win. That would be some crazy resiliency. That would be some nutty resiliency. And I just don't know if anybody's that resilient. Thank you so much, AK Stube. Thank you. The good news, John. So, there's good news and bad news. There's good news and bad news, John. The good news is that I don't know if the players are surprised. And the bad news is, I think that's been the problem, right? Like, think back to the players' body language this entire year, right? Haven't you all seen it? Like, in late week 1, Justin Fields, DJ Moore, they didn't look stunned. They looked bummed. They looked shot in the heart. Like, they looked as if the thought in the back of their mind that they'd had since camp started of, are we sure this is any good? Was totally accurate. And, like, another thing that doesn't help, just saying, is beat reports, camp reports are a mess to write for everybody because the defense and the offense were legitimately competitive. The defense won one day, the offense won another. How were the beat reporters supposed to know? Especially since you don't get to video anything. You get to watch practice once. And I can tell you, having tried to take notes at the Senior Bowl, it is not easy. Like, to track what's going on and write any of it down. How were the beats supposed to know that the defense was going to be absolutely awful and that the offense was only going to be a little better? Like, I don't know, Donald. I don't know how it starts that way. I really don't know. But it that's the thing, Michael. Like, that's what I thought too. I was like, wow, is the defense kind of good? No. No. But for sure, Eric, I mean, that would be a huge win. The issue that I see with, like, and that's the thing, Bradley, like, there's totally an aspect to that. But I see the Commanders, like, here they used motion, they got into a bunch, they got an easy completion. Tell me that doesn't sound familiar. Eerily familiar to what the Chiefs did to the Bears. Like, they catch the Eagles in a man alignment here. They come out of a bunch set. They trigger a check of some kind. Because look at this. Because they were in man, the man matchup switched. Because now 24 is going to take the first receiver that comes to him, and boom, you've got a pocket, and Sam Howell makes a throw. Like, for 20 yards. I'm never going to tell you that Sam Howell looks amazing and looks like the jam. Like, Sam Howell looks okay, but Eric Bieniemy is scheming out here. Like, he's got some ideas, and these things kind of work. And I mean, then you've got a quarterback who's willing to throw that ball. This is psycho. This isn't open. This is just, here's a back shoulder to my dog. And the problem is, here's a back shoulder to my dog is absolutely good enough against Terrell Smith in his second start. Like, it's totally possible. It's totally possible that anything happens because the Bears' D-line is bad enough for it to happen. And Eric Bieniemy, against a bunch of schmucky zones, should be able to rip up the Bears. Honestly, they should. It would be weird if they didn't. I hope Eddie Jackson comes back and is just a king, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sam Howell in this offense is just going to avoid him. Like, why wouldn't they? We'll see. They're probably out, John. I don't know, fam. I think, Donald, there's a part of me, just speaking to you in particular on this one, I think there's a part of me that has looked at all this Williams stuff and all the number one and all, or like the number one pick and everything surrounding Fields, because I really like Fields. I like Fields much more than I like Mitch. Yeah, it bums me out that he's not a spread offense air raid god, because lordy do I love my quick release quarterbacks that can get the ball out in space and just like Purdy up and down the field. Seriously, I do. That is my bent. Like, I love that stuff. But also, Fields really seemed like he was set up to fail in so many different ways. And he's not even fully failing, but the team is completely imploding around him. Completely imploding around him. And here he comes up against a defense that is just going to give him problems for a litany of reasons. And it feels inevitable that 0-5 is coming. You guys heard me. If it, my allegiant, bear with us listeners, know that I talked about this the moment they lost to Green Bay. That 0-5 looked very real. because it scared me how bad they lost to Green Bay. And the worst part to me, Donald, is that Fields' role in all of this seems completely irrelevant. It's almost not important. Like, unless he is a god on earth, any normal organization would turn it all over. And that's all I sit here and think about. Like, sure, it's one thing if I've got my own gripes with this and that, but it feels like it's out of his control completely. And almost like his agent should start reaching out and doing other things. But, right, I think Pickett's charge at Gettysburg is a great way to put it, where it's just like, it may not be enough because there's a tide. There's a tide coming. Y'all, the tide may get Ryan Poles. Like, there is a chance that this season is so disappointing that the Bears decide that they would rather start it all over. And that could still work out for the Bears. It was still totally good. But man, like, it just sucks for the quarterback. I think it sucks for the quarterback. And that I think makes me the saddest is that, like, let's see, Fuzz, don't we have one of the easier strengths of schedule? No, we do. Does that make you feel better? The Bears should have been, I'm not even playing with you, Fuzz. The Bears had a real shot to be as much as 3-2, if not maybe even 4-1 after their first 5 games. That's what makes 0-5 hurt so bad, because the middle stretch gets hard and then the end got easy again, or so we thought. Things change, and Arizona just doesn't look that bad. By the way, I stopped it here because I love their use of trips. Like, I love the way that the Commanders constantly put 3 receivers in an area so that they can, like, try to manipulate coverages. And it should give the Bears fits if they do it, because a bunch of receivers flooding a spot is exactly how you counter a lot of zone stuff. Strength of schedule is really weird, Bradley. But the way that I would put this is, in the world of winnable games, not winnable games, the Bears have a bunch of their winnable games early. And if they go, that's the thing, Mario. I am so excited. I'm talking about the bad part, because to me, the good part is also really obvious. Like, trust me, you actually don't have to work to. I am disgustingly laundry loyal. If I could have changed teams, I would have. And I bet everybody in here has said that to themselves at some point. But that said, like, finally, Chicago would theoretically have they would have a head coach and a quarterback and maybe even a GM that were all on the same timeline and of the same mindset. There wouldn't be this awful thing that the Bears did not once but twice, where they draft a head coach, they have Mitch Trubisky learn all of his core lessons from John Fox, just so that they can fire John Fox after 13 losses, so that they can have Matt Nagy come in and unteach John Fox. And finally, then, Mitch can take a first step forward in his 3rd year, and it doesn't work. And now Matt Nagy's scrambling because he didn't pick Mitch. He picked being the Bears head coach. And everything just gets awful. Like, with Trestman and Cutler. Like, I mean, it's just blah. Whereas you bring in Ben Johnson. I don't know. Pick a name. Doesn't matter. Shane Waldron. Right? And then they, like, I tend to think so. That to me, Mario, is the cruel part, is that Poles did such a good job that, let me use an example, Mario. Let's pretend that the Bears decide to go in an absolutely crazy direction. They fire Ryan Poles and they bring in somebody that Kevin Warren has a lot of personal experience working with. I'll give you a hint. No, I won't give you a hint. I'm going to give you like a count to 5, right? Kevin Warren brings in Rick Spielman, former Vikings GM. And Rick just pays his money. He's going to look like a god. Like, I mean, nearly any GM that came in to Chicago after Ryan Poles would make this look like the Browns organization currently does, where the new GM would come in, he'd get a bunch of credit for all the resources that Poles painstakingly put together. And I don't know if I would care. Like, that's the other thing. Donald, if it makes you feel better, I have rationalized that the failure, like, relating to Justin Fields ultimately works all the way back to George McCaskey allowing Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace to trade whatever was left in the piggy bank for a quarterback that they didn't have the leash to develop. Because this whole, like, quarterback hot potato thing sucks. Like, it sucks. And I don't think it's good for nearly any quarterback in football. Like, it's rare you get these Tua types. And the only time you get a Tua type is when you get a Mike McDaniel at head coach. And then Tua has one bad day and everybody wants to knock him down a tier and say, well, I mean, come on, we all knew Tua sucked, right? Like, everybody does this. Everybody does this. Like, second year head coach, the health is a whole totally separate thing, Donald. It's more to say that, like, coach quarterback stuff is cruel unless you're a head coach and you draft the quarterback. Then at least it makes sense. What we're seeing in Kenny Pickett, like with Kenny Pickett, makes sense. We may not think he's good. I don't think he's good, but it makes sense why they do it. Like, it makes sense how they do it. It makes sense what they're trying to do. And I personally think that that Drex, it would be interesting. And Donald, I never thought Pickett was like good either. Ryan, I have no idea. None. No idea at all. But what time is it? Is it 2? It's well past 2. I gotta go to bed. But support the stream. Give it a like. If nothing else, let your friends know. Let us know how I can continue to make everything better. I'll get Bear With Us posted at some point tomorrow morning. It's not gonna be ready like immediately. I'm gonna get some sleep, and then I gotta take my son to daycare. Woohoo! It's gonna be great. But it's always great hanging out with you guys. This is like a 7-hour airing of grievances. But I think we grieved, and we'll see. Like Donald's saying, maybe the Bears surprise us. But Donald, I'll warn you. I had people telling me, what happens after we beat the Chiefs? Like, we do this a lot as Bears fans, where the Bears do pull out just enough of these crazy, crazy wins that people go, wait, what if we beat them? And then the Packers beat us 24 times in 27 games. And I'm not trying to say give up on hope. I'm trying to basically say consider if embracing a new hope would help. Like, man, that's awesome, Egglitch. Like, it's okay. I think it's okay to say the Jags lost and got the number 1 pick in a row for 2 years, and then they are fun. The Bengals lost. They got Joe Burrow, and then then Burrow tore his ACL, and they got Jamar Chase, and then everything got better. Like, that's the thing, Mario. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, the Bears have a shot here at bottoming out in a nearly historic way. Donald, I know this is a long way back, but the last time the Bears had two top 5 players or top 5 picks back in the 1950s, they drafted Gale Sayers and Dick Butkus. And things turned around in that era. Like, those are 2 names we still talk about. Thank you, AKS Tube. Like, the Bears, I'm not saying it will. I'm saying that they could with whatever happens at the top of the draft. Like, they could at this point draft names that our sons will still fist bump each other over when the 2045 Bears are terrible again, right? Because that's just how it would go. Honestly, Fuzz, what I see personally, okay, this is my honest expectation infused a little bit with my hope, right? So just talking it out, right? Man, Ryan, that sucks. I didn't want to hear that. Oh, that's terrible. Anyways, my honest hope infused with my expectation is that the Bears straight up do not have the ability to win games. Like, I mean, right now, from what I am seeing, Denver is the worst team they were going to play. And they caught Denver at what should have been the best time, and Denver played a bad game. They played a bad game. Denver should have lost that game, and they did not. And it took one Marvin Mims shot. It took a couple of really heinous defensive plays on both sides. And it took a fumble that should never happen for the Bears to find a way to wrestle defeat. And boy, did they have to wrestle to get that defeat out of the jaws of victory. And they did. And if they can do that, I think Kirk Cousins can throw another 20 completions. I think, or like in a row. I think Jimmy Garoppolo will remind Bears fans that Devontae Adams plays for the Raiders. Like, I think Justin Herbert's not going to have any trouble. I think Jared Goff's not going to have any trouble. I think Jordan Love's not going to have any more trouble. And if the Bears fire sale, they'll get worse. Like, the Bears will bleed talent. And so eventually Flus is going to get fired for sure. But who's going to run the defense the rest of the way? And the Bears' schedule gets better. They end the year with the Cardinals. People penciled that in for a win. Are we sure? Like, they're much better than us. And that's if Kyler doesn't come back. Like, the middle of the schedule for the moments, if the Bears get to 0-7, honestly, like Mario, Donald, Drex, anybody in here, how many games do you actually think they win? Because the moment they go 0-7, where you've lost to the 1-win Vikings team, you lost to the 0-win Denver Broncos, you lost to a Raiders team that is bad, who you beating? You might beat Carolina, but who you beating? Like, 0-17, 1-16, these are seriously on the table because it's bad out there. It's bad out there. The rest of the teams on the schedule are competent. Like, you're going to play the Browns. You going to beat the Browns? Like, and so because of that, like, I sit here, Donald, and I say, it's so hard to sell that to your son without a doubt. But to me, and I'm not a child, and I can't remember being a child. First of all, does it set the Bears up like crazy maniacs? But also, it's gotta be better than telling your son you might win 16 more or like 13 more times, right? Like talking through, I know he's not going to like understand scheme and saying, "Why is the Bears defense so bad or so much worse than everybody else's?" I There are reasons, but they're not acceptable. Like, yeah, I wouldn't get it either if I was a kid. I really wouldn't. But like, man, man, they are so bad. And the defensive foundation that Flus laid is so bad that I don't know how an interim coach fixes it either. Like, they may play vaguely harder, but the ideas behind this defense are a cracked and broken foundation. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, exactly, Mario. It's always and Mario, you mentioned it. You mentioned it in all capital letters. I'm there. Like, I see the way that I swear to God, Caleb Williams can rewind time and test all his options and find the right one most of the time. I see the way Caleb Williams gets up 28-0 in a quarter and then just starts farting around. And the farting around is so creative. Like, and the way he moves in the pocket is so precise. And the way he flits his head from read to read to read to read is so electric that I sit here thinking like, damn. oh, oh my gosh. Like, it's wild. It's wild watching Caleb Williams play ball. Because, like, Drake May, I think it was you, Donald, you mentioned, like, he looks like Herbert. He freaks me out a little bit. Because Herbert could flick the ball. And I've only had time to sit down and watch, like, one game against Minnesota for Drake May. But Drake, just like Fields, throws with his lower body nearly all the time. And he doesn't have that, like, Purdy freaking Bajent like wrister that I feel like nearly every successful quarterback in the league does. But I can tell you who does. It's Caleb Williams. And probably plenty of others too. Like, it's a super West Coasty spread thing. And Fuzz, you're totally right. Fields is fun to watch and runs fast. Absolutely. For me, with Caleb, it's not the running fast. Seriously. If you told me that that Caleb Williams was going to become banned from scrambling outside the pocket, I think his pocket movement is still good enough. Like, to me, that's the crazy part. Like, he'll move up, back, side to side in the pocket and keep plays alive that are unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like, and that's the thing, John. 100%. I mean, I still hold to not drafting Bryce Young was a great decision because I always felt like the number 1 overall pick was going to get bullied into drafting Bryce Young, and then they did. Like, I mean, I'm so glad they did. God, imagine if they drafted Stroud. We'd be like, well, like a mid-teens pick is fine. Like, that is the problem, Donald. Seriously. Like, Aaron Rodgers could turn 3 seconds into 3.5 seconds, and then he'd just hit that shot, Like, to me, I don't want to go there. There was a day and age. Mario, I think that makes too much sense. I mean, we would assume, right? The staff's certainly going to let people think that at this point. Seriously, AK. Like, I'm really interested. I'm really interested to see what you're going to think when you see the film. Seriously. Because the other thing, Fuzz, that sticks out is that Bears fans, I have this problem, watch so much Fields film that talent becomes hard to recognize. Like, I mean that. Where the release that Quinn Ewers spits the ball out with, the creativity that Michael Penix shows, and I don't think Penix is like in that top category. The pocket presence that Shadur Sanders is showing us right now. The rockets that JJ McCarthy can just rip. Like you'd be surprised what your eyes are going to tell your brain when you see what some of these kids in college can do with a ball in their hand. And Fields is awesome. Fields at his best looks like a superhero. But you might be surprised what you think. And hey, if you're into it, Caleb plays Arizona this weekend, and then the next 4 games he plays after that are all ranked teams. And I mean, you want to talk. So I always thought it was really impressive. Just saying, it did not work out for him. But I always thought it was really impressive when Baker Mayfield, in that senior season where the entire country hated him, it might have been junior season because now I don't know. Like, but Baker's last season before he went pro, the entire country thought he was a total villain, and he still dragged a very okay OU team to, like, he dragged a very okay OU team to the playoffs, and then they got obliterated. But he dragged them to the playoffs all the same. And I'm so interested, Mario, in how Caleb is going to handle 4 weeks of, I don't want to say literally NFL pressure, but that same vibe of, okay, Caleb, the eyes of the entire country are on you, and they're all on you. And you threw a pick against Colorado that people keep talking about. Like, all of these people's eyes are on you as you play Notre Dame, as you play Utah, as you play, Oregon, and then a couple others. It's going to be awesome. Honestly, it's going to be electric college football. At least it should. And I mean, Donald, I don't like saying this because I don't think a lot of people like saying this. This game where he looked so good, he being Fields, ideal for his trade value. Ideal. Like, if you wanted to trade Fields for a haul at any point, you needed a game like this to prove the asset. And I mean, this one pretty much does. But anyways, we really have hit that point. My body's going to break down if I talk about football anymore, but I want to be able to do it. So thank you guys so much. Please do support the channel however you can. I really appreciate you staying up with me, and I appreciate all the support that you guys so constantly give me. But let's take a breather. We'll come back on Thursday night. Thank you so much. Bear down.